Welcome, all Illumineers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brandon, also known as B Squared. I'm joined by the very talented Franz from Traverse Tavern, and we are here to commentate over some Disney Lorcana. The Game Chamber was kind enough to let us commentate and broadcast their local tournament that they're having. But before we get into that, Franz, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing pretty good. It's a very nice early morning on a good Saturday after a pretty long week of reveals and hype and everything else. But let's take a step back from the hype. We know the Jafars are right around the corner. The Ursulas are right around the corner. We still have another tournament of set two.
Yeah, I loved the title that they chose for this tournament. It's so long set two. It's just such a nice way to like round everything out. And I'm really excited to kind of wrap up set two in a bow. Like you said, we saw a lot of set three cards. All of them were revealed at the very end of this past week. A lot of people are really excited for this. So this is going to be a nice way to kind of send off set two before we get into all that exciting stuff. We do have a guest that we're going to bring on. Those of you may be familiar with Jonty.
Hello.
From the Inkwell. John D, why don't you explain why you're here right now?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm running on a laptop in a busy store, so I hope it sounds okay. Hey folks, my name is John T. I live stream every week with Brandon, and I'm also a store manager and today TO and judge for our tournament. So I'm going to be here floating around all day, making sure the games go smooth, making sure everyone has fun, and then I'm hopefully be able to pop in between every few rounds or so and have a chat about how the day's going. But looking forward to it. A bit of a mix, a fair bit of Ruby Amethyst, if I'm honest. Like I was going around and getting names, and there's more than I expected. But there's still some fun stuff in there as well. So we're waiting on one more person. We're going to get these here. Yeah, you might be here, and then we'll get round one started in a couple of minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
You can't have a farewell to set two without having a fair bit more.
Without a whole load of goats.
A whole lot of goats.
All the goats today.
Hey, the Musketeer stream at Houston had 6 rabbits on field during one game. Can we?
Let's see if we can beat it.
Can we beat it?
Okay. I'll bear it for now, and we'll get round one started as soon as we can.
Okay. See you then. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be sending off set two without some Ruby Amethyst. You know, I'm hoping in set three Ruby Amethyst isn't too prevalent in the meta, but you know, we'll wait and see. But that'll give us something to talk about while we wait for Jonty and the rest of them to get ready. Do you have any thoughts on set three and what's coming?
Whew, with my limited gameplay as of I think 11:30 last night for one game, it looks extremely wide. There is so many different deck building options, and even in specific colors that necessarily aren't super represented. Besides Amethyst, obviously we have the whole Jafar hype, but Ursula and the other Ursula, Bare Necessities, like there's a lot of interesting cards and really good cards that have come out and that are probably flying a little bit under the radar in terms of Bare Necessities. And I haven't even mentioned the main mechanic of set 3 yet, that being locations. Like everyone that I've spoke to who has played with set 3 is saying how much locations and stuff like morph just change the landscape of how this game is played, how this game is built in terms of deck building. I think it's going to be a pretty huge change, and I think a lot of people are going to be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like, I'll be honest, it wasn't until about a week ago that I started really getting excited for the set, because the cards we had seen so far, they just weren't the most exciting. Some of the locations look kind of cool, but I was having a really hard time wrapping my head around like locations and how they were going to actually impact the game. And I haven't been able to playtest a ton myself, but I've been able to watch and talk to some people that have playtested, and even like they're saying that locations are really cool, they're fun. But also I have like 15 different decks that I'm thinking of and like want to build because of all the new card pool. It's just so fun to see how exponentially wide or broken open the meta becomes, or our decks become, when we get a whole new set, because like we've only had a little over 400 cards to work with, and now that went up by 30% basically with an extra 200 cards to work with, and they all have unique abilities and can completely change the scope of the game. There's a lot of cards that I'm really excited for. One that I haven't seen talked about too much is Perdita. I was looking through some Amber cards yesterday, and I thought she brought back a 2-cost character to your hand.
Yeah, no, she plays it.
She just plays it. I'm like, oh my gosh, wait a second, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's something that you and I have been talking about specifically. Like that's one ability that I've been like championing. I've been like punching the wall.
Yeah.
Every day I'm like, I need something that plays something from the discard pile for free. I need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Perdita is very interesting, and I think I was mathing out a few different puppy decks yesterday, and I found that in a puppy deck, if you go turn 1 Pluto, turn 2 puppy, turn 3 Piglet plus something off of Pluto, turn 4 Lucky, and then turn 5 99 Dalmatians, that's 15 more.
Yeah,
it's 15 more. What?
Yeah,
on turn 5, like before most decks are getting to their board wipes, even with even if you're playing a Steel Song and they throw down a Grab Your Swords on like turn 4, your puppies are surviving, your Lucky survives. All that goes away is the Piglet and the Pluto. You're still gaining -3, -2. You're still getting 10 more. That's half of your win con.
Yeah, you just go from 0 to 10 immediately. Yeah. And like there's obviously a lot of talk around like Ursula and Jafar and like some control tools that are happening in set 3, but I also think there's some really strong aggro stuff coming too. I'm very, very eager to see what ends up happening. But enough talk about set 3. I don't want to waste too much time before they go ahead and start. So we're going to do a rundown on what's happening for this tournament. For those of you that are joining, welcome. I see everybody in the chat. What's up, Rake and Glimmer Gang and James? This is a tournament, a Swiss tournament that's about 4 rounds, I think, held by the Game Chamber. Any of you who know Jonty from the Inkwell, this is the store that he helps manage in TO. He's there today. He came on just a couple minutes ago and spoke to everybody. But it should be a Swiss 4-round tournament. If there's extra people, it'll go a little bit longer because I don't believe there's any top cut. I'm pretty sure we're just going to do Swiss until top 1. The prizing is going to be a Trove, a D100 gift set, a Gen Con Mickey promo card, and a playmat of their choice. The way that's going to work is the first place player will get to choose which one of those prizes they want, and then the second place player is going to get to choose whatever's left, and then third, and then fourth. So I'm pretty excited to see what people bring. Jonty mentioned that there's a good bit of Ruby Amethyst, which, of course, we're going to go out with Ruby Amethyst. Hopefully we get to see some fun stuff. He mentioned that the store is not like the most hardcore competitive. So I'm really interested to see how many casual people come out, if there's any decks that are a little bit out there. So I'm excited to jump into this.
Yeah, I'm curious, Brandon. What deck out of this set 2 meta are you most excited to potentially see today?
I would love to see Amethyst Steel is near and dear to my heart.
It's near and dear to both of our hearts. I think I had like a whole month where I was just championing that deck like crazy.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see somebody come out with that. It's one that I think can play really consistently. There was an aggro version that came out fairly recently that ended up winning like a 1K or something. And it's one of the decks that has never really taken off. Like we've seen Blue Steel, we've seen Steel Song, even Discard with Emerald Steel come along, but I feel like Amethyst Steel has so much working for it and it just doesn't quite get there. Yep. So I would just love to see that as we move on from set 2 with this final tournament.
Yeah. specifically Amethyst Steel, like it's always sat in that just below the tier 1 range, I think. But like every time it's trying to creep its head back up, it's like, okay, so Sapphire Steel is here, and they drop Cogsworth on turn 3, and you're like, well, darn. I can't really do anything against this.
Yeah.
I think a deck that I'm looking forward to, I think any Mufasa variant that isn't Ruby, I think is super interesting. Like the green Fasa, the hyper aggressive version. I've heard a lot about blue Fasa. I've even heard a bunch about Amethyst Fasa, and like all that just looks so interesting to me. And Mufasa is such a fun card to watch resolve, and it's such an interesting card to play around. I think I would love to see any sort of Mufasa deck come around.
I also think Mufasa would be great to see. We're going to go ahead and transition straight into the first round. It looks like we are going to have an Amethyst Steel and an Amethyst Ruby matchup at the very beginning. So
ask and you shall receive.
Ask
Brandon.
and you shall receive. We have Jake on the left side of the screen and Calvin on the right side of the screen. I'm not sure which is playing which right now. I'm going to get some stuff set up on the stream.
It looks like
quick.
Jake on left is playing Amethyst Steel, and right Calvin is playing Amethyst Ruby.
Okay, awesome. We're going to get that set up for now. And it looks like these guys are going through their mulligan. It's a little bit hard to see their hand right now.
Now, as an Amethyst Steel enjoyer, what are you looking for in the mulligan, especially if you know that you're playing Ruby Amethyst? Because this is a small store. I'm assuming a lot of people know what each other's playing.
Yeah, you really try to look for a 1-drop if you can, so that you can, play that 1-drop. It's usually like a 1/3. You can curve out into the snake, curve out into fox if you need to. Because basically in the more control-y versions of Amethyst Steel, sometimes if you miss that 1-drop, you just can't do anything until turn 3. There's been a couple,
especially if you're going second. Ooh.
Okay. Oh yeah, so let's see. The goat's going, or Jake's going first. Okay, so there we go.
1/3.
Found the 1/3. That's good. That's a good start. Let's see. We're fixing some stuff on this end. All right, now we have the overlay set up. Yeah, so we did we see what Calvin inked on that one?
It was a goat.
Okay, so both
sorry,
goats...
wait. No, sorry, it was goat, and then it was Maleficent, 3-cost Maleficent.
Okay. So pretty standard Ruby Amethyst opening here with a mini 1-drop. Okay, so we're playing a Hercules variant of Amethyst Steel. That's interesting. I wonder if
that makes a little bit of sense because of the aforementioned Cogsworth. Because the Hercules is able to take out the Cogsworth on its own.
Yeah, Hercules really saw a lot of popularity in the meta as Cogsworth and things like Tiana made more of a splash, just because of the ability to shift onto Hercules and take them out immediately.
Ooh, we're seeing a pass on turn 2 from Ruby Amethyst.
That's not good. Which, like, they run a lot of Ruby Amethyst lists run both Snake, and then I've seen Cusco's being played too, so they must be missing something there. I definitely saw a Maleficent in hand, so at the very least that should be coming down on turn 3.
Yeah, and here we very well might be able to see Amethyst Steel just clear that mini and put them off of a fox entirely.
Yeah.
Nope, just questing.
Hey, I respect the game. Sometimes one of the key things with Amethyst Steel that I've learned, especially in a Ruby Amethyst matchup, is at the end of the day they can just out control you. So if you
every lore does count.
Yeah, so every lore counts. You kind of want to finish the game before it goes on too long. But we're just going to see pretty standard quest with mini, then comes the fox, very standard turn 3 play from the Ruby Amethyst player. I hope they put the damage counter on the fox.
Yeah,
there we go. They're getting die ready.
Quick hello to Googly Glimmers, Eric, Lumineers, and we don't talk about Bruno in a different language.
Yeah, we've got some really cool content creators in chat right now. If you guys haven't checked out Googly Glimmers or Lumineers, definitely recommend checking them out on their socials. And Eric is a good friend. He writes for The Gamer, has lots of cool stuff, wrote some really cool stuff on the starter decks, got to actually reveal those to us. So head out to The Gamer, check out his stuff. Also check out Musketeers and Googly. We appreciate you guys coming by for the tournament.
All right. Let's see. So I believe we're still on Amethyst Steel's turn.
Yeah, I think he was taking some time. Okay.
And it's just classic Rabbit.
Yeah, Rabbit. Nothing wrong with that. Play a card, draw a card. Of course, Rabbit's one of the best cards, probably seen most play in this set, just because of the guarantee to draw, essentially.
Yep.
Just so much card advantage with that card, and you can punish a Ruby Amethyst player if they decide to play something like Tremaine or Be Prepared or any form of removal.
Now we have a little bit of an interesting decision tree that's coming off of Amethyst Steel not attacking that mini. So essentially giving up the Hercules for an extra 2 lore, and especially if Ruby Amethyst has another Mim, he essentially just took out 2 cards for free in exchange for 2 lore. Doesn't have it here, but let's see if he's going to keep that Fox up. It is interesting because here, if you quest with the Fox and you take the Rabbit, that is essentially a pretty even trade overall. And then I would say that the whole thing worked out pretty well in Amethyst Steel's favor.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. It looks like he's just questing with the Fox. He put the mini down, probably hoping that the Steel player doesn't have some form of removal. I don't know whether or not this Amethyst Steel player plays Smash, or even Strength of a Raging Fire would work here to get rid of those pesky minis, because minis are oppressive, especially in Ruby Amethyst. They're just so strong with the 2 lore and evasive, really difficult to get rid of if you don't have an answer. By herself, she basically forced Peter Pan's Shadow to see play in the mirror. We do see a Hercules being inked that was probably being held for that base Hercules. For turn 4, but obviously doesn't matter too much right here. I believe it looks like the die is on the 2 pip for the Fox, but I think the Fox still has.
No, the Fox took out the Hercules.
Oh, right, not the Tiana. Okay.
Yeah.
But it does look like they bounced a card, the Rabbit. Did they quest with the Rabbit before bouncing?
It does not look like that he did.
Yeah, so we're missing out on a lore for that, just for bouncing the Rabbit, but get to play
now
card.
We're taking the trade.
Yeah, taking the trade for the Fox. Totally normal. Seems like the right line of play there. Unfortunately, because of the glare, I have no idea what the other 2 cards are.
So the one on the very right is the blue fairy that he played on blue, like turn 2, and then I think he just paid 3, so it's probably a Fox. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. We do see a spellbook come down, so this looks like the Ruby Amethyst deck is a little bit more aggressive, running things like the mini and the spellbook. This definitely puts the Amethyst Steel player on a timer. We'll see if they decided to run the binges today or not to get rid of those spellbooks, and if that ends up mattering. He's just gonna sing Friends on the Other Side with Madam M Fox, draw 2 cards.
Probably looking to start getting some draws off of that blue fairy with either a Beast or a Tinkerbell.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Some sort of Floodborn character to come down right now. We know they're running Hercules. I imagine they could be running some Beasts, and like you said, another Tinkerbell would be okay here, just to put a little bit of damage on that mini.
It is pretty huge. I would say originally
there's the Benja.
I was just about to say those early turns seem to be in Amethyst Steel's favor, but with the way that they missed lore and the way that Mini is keeping Blue Fairy from exerting itself, it swung a little bit back in Amethyst Ruby's favor, but the Benja taking out the book after only getting 1 lore is pretty huge at this point in time.
Yeah, it definitely slows that clock down. I don't know about you, Franz, but every time I see a spellbook come down, I get a little bit more nervous because I'm like, well, now I really need to find the removal, or we need to finish this game quickly, because it's not going to last very long if they just keep tapping or exerting that spellbook. So really happy for the Amethyst Steel player, I'm sure, to play a Benja and get rid of that. Not the most ink efficient, only using 3 ink when you have 3 that you could be playing as well. So, but I think it's worth it in that scenario. taking out the spell book just because of how threatening it is.
I think I do want to point out the like how different the Amethyst Ruby decks have been throughout the point in time this meta. Remember when we were playing Fidget?
Yeah. When even before that, before Fidget was being played, like Minnie by herself brought Fidget into the meta, and that was just about when people were deciding to take out Teeth and Ambitions that saw play initially. Fidget started being played, and they said, "All right, we have to put those back in." Then people started playing Peter Pan Shadow instead. I even saw some goofy Daredevils being played to try to get around some of that. So although the meta has been a little bit taken over by Ruby Amethyst, at least it's not the exact same 60 or the exact same 50 cards being played.
It's a very like fluid deck building choice, and even within that deck there's multiple play styles of a hyper aggressive variant, hyper control variant, bounce control variant. Even like Arthurs are coming in and making some plays.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Calvin is running any Arthurs with how aggressive he seems to be playing. I really like this play by the Amethyst Steel player, kind of going wide and just questing with everything, saying, look, Blue Fairy has evasive, but I'm just going to quest out and race you and force you to deal with me. Making sure that the Ruby Amethyst player has to use the mini to challenge with the Blue Fairy and ends up getting rid of the mini. Or sorry, bouncing the mini back with the fox.
Yeah, then I think you got rid of the Benja as well with that, with that fox.
Yeah, so Ruby Amethyst just doing what it does well, controlling the board, and then setting back up with things like Maleficence to keep their hand full. We're at a point now where the Amethyst Steel player has to be thinking of the infamous Be Prepared that could be coming. So from here on out, you kind of have to be really careful about how wide you play your board, and also making sure that you play enough characters that your opponent can't do some fun little shenanigans with Lady Tremaine and trade efficiently so that they can get rid of one of your high threat characters yourself. It's a pretty even game across the board with the Amethyst Steel player only being at 8 and then the Ruby Amethyst at 7, but we do see you grab your swords. That's going to be really good for the Amethyst Steel player, just completely wiping the board.
It's actually a pretty huge play here because you can 1 for 3. I think he played another Blue Fairy. But you can 1 for 3 here and not overextend too much, so that even if you be prepared here, you don't lose that much value.
Yeah, it's a pretty good trade for anybody in the chat that may not know. 1 for 3 is basically the Jake played 1 card and Calvin lost 3 cards, creating lots of card advantage. So obviously, anytime you can play a card and force your opponent to lose more than 1 card, that's a pretty good play. So we just see a rabbit come down, looking to build more. This Amethyst or Jake has done a really good job of creating presence on board without creating something that's like worthy of a Be Prepared. Like I would feel pretty bad playing a Be Prepared on a snake and a fox and a Blue Fairy, because you have to know that the Amethyst Steel player is probably running more threatening things. Yeah.
And while Ruby Amethyst is getting into Be Prepared territory, Amethyst Steel is starting to get into value territory with Beast, maybe some Tinkerbells, and even my favorite card in the list has to be Elsa Spirit Winner. Like that card has won me so many games just playing it multiple turns in a row. And now with the Blue Fairy on board, you get it for an extra draw as well.
Yeah, I agree. Elsa has definitely won me some games with Amethyst Steel, just being able to delay it long enough to create that board presence. If your opponent doesn't have an answer for it, then you quest for 3 lore, or you play so many of the snakes and foxes, like you said, you can just bounce Elsa back to your hand and wait for another good play. But Amethyst Steel is pressing on, going up to 12 lore, deciding not to exert with the Blue Fairy because of the mini that's on board there. Probably looking for more value. We saw the Tinkerbell play and do some damage, obviously get the draw off of the Blue Fairy.
And that was a very quick quest into a Be Prepared. And it's actually a not something that was unexpected from Amethyst Steel, but that Blue Fairy made it a little bit better because you could commit the Tinkerbell without losing the value in hand. So now he's sitting there with 7 ink and the same amount of cards in hand he had before he played the Tinkerbell. And this it feels good to play into that, and especially sitting at 12 to 10, you're not feeling fantastic, but you aren't feeling like it's almost not possible, right?
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I love about the deck. Like, you can recover very easily from a Be Prepared.
Literally what he's doing right now.
Yeah, like you just play 2 rabbits and you say, okay, where's your Tremaine? Like, if you play it, I don't care. You know, if you have another Be Prepared, I don't care. We're gonna see.
That's huge.
Yeah, we're going to see an Ursula come down, which is actually a really big threat for Amethyst Steel, because unfortunately, they don't have great cards to take care of Ursula. And even if you try running something like a Crab to give something extra challenge, there's not really anything in the deck that can take care of Ursula when she's exerted. You're almost solely reliant on exerting her with an Elsa or bouncing her back into your opponent's deck with a Yzma, which of course draws your opponent 2 cards on top of that. So
yeah, I think a best opportunity would be the Elsa here, but I don't think he's paying 8 ink right now.
No, this is okay. Yeah, so we see the Yzma bouncing the Ursula back into Calvin's deck. This is the turning point in the matchup that I was talking about earlier, where if you let Ruby Amethyst survive for too long, or you can't close out the game long enough, you start really
oh my god, those draws for Ruby Amethyst.
you're really put on a clock, because now Ruby Amethyst is starting to work with plenty of ink. They've got lots of answers to take care of your stuff, and can usually keep you from pushing on to 20. This is where things like goats and being able to bounce your goats and create lore without needing to quest and without setting up a board is really, really important for Amethyst Steel, as well as knowing how to play cards like your bombs, like Ursula, or, if you're running Ursula, or Elsa, without just falling straight into Be Prepared or Dragonfire or any kind of removal. But we see Be Prepared there, taking out 3 of Jake's cards, obviously taking out 2 rabbits, so should get 2 draws out of that, which feels good, just filling up the hand, giving him more answers.
Yeah. It does feel good, however, in this situation where he had just Yzma'd away in Ursula, that Yzma kind of went even on trading with the Ursula, but then gave the opponent 2 cards. So that it feels real bad. I usually only use Yzma on my opponent as like a last resort.
Ditch. Yeah.
So in this case, when you give your opponent 2 draws, they can afford to not have a super value Be Prepared and still be fine. But coming right back with the Blue Fairy plus the Beast is also huge.
Yeah, great combo here. Just another way that Amethyst Steel is able to set up with the Blue Fairy Beast, doing what you mentioned before that Jake did with the Tinkerbell, where you play the Floodborn character and get to draw a card. So even if the opponent has a 3rd Be Prepared or something crazy here, you still got value out of both cards. And if they don't, it's okay. So they just drag Maleficent, the Beast. You still have your Blue Fairy on board, so you can continue to play Floodborn characters and draw cards if you need to.
Worth noting that the Maleficent was the 2nd card that was drawn off the Yzma. It was Be Prepared than Maleficent.
Yeah. So so does Calvin have a Be Prepared in hand, or is that the one that he played?
That's the one that he played.
Okay.
I don't necessarily see if he has another one. I know he's had 2 Tremaines in his hand for like the last 5 turns, though.
I've been staring at these 2 Tremaines because, we're getting up there in ink cost, which means you're getting really close to either being able to Tremaine and then shift Tremaine, or just straight up play 2 Tremaines.
Yeah, and I think he is next turn going into that turn where he can play Tremaine, shift Tremaine.
Yeah. So we see a Fox come down to bounce the Blue Fairy. We're going to play the Blue Fairy again. Did we miss a quest again on the Blue Fairy before bouncing?
We did, yes.
Yeah. So that's 2 lore, I think, that the Amethyst Steel players missed out on, which can be everything in this game. It's one of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana is it seems like every single decision matters, especially when it comes to ink and when it comes to gaining lore.
And I think here is going to be a really pretty easy turn. We can use that Maleficent to take out the Fox and then go into a Tremaine, or he's just going to draw some cards.
Yeah.
Just draw.
Just draw. Nothing wrong with drawing cards, Especially, so usually in Steel, or playing against Steel, I would be very cautious of how big my hand was, being afraid of a whole new world. But Amethyst paired with Steel, you really don't need a whole new world because you have some.
Yeah, you don't see it that often.
Yeah, so it's not really something you have to be worried about. So the Ruby Amethyst player can just draw and draw and draw, which is very scary if you're on the other side of that, because all that deck is answers for you and your board most of the time.
I will say, I think as the Amethyst Steel player, seeing that turn, I'm pretty happy, to be honest. Like I feel like clearing the board may have been the better play, because like you're not playing against Ruby, like you're not worried about going too wide. Like Amethyst Steel specifically has issues with super wide boards that have more than 2 health, right?
Yeah. It looks like we're gonna see Jake use a Let the Storm Rage On and then bounce a Fox to play a Fox and get rid of the Maleficent. We're gonna see Hercules come down. Potentially there being a big Hercules or a big Tinkerbell in hand wanting to be shifted out the next turn.
Yeah, I see Jaunty in the comments. So difficult to not tell them about questing before bouncing. Yep, it's not a mandatory action, unfortunately. You just lose out on 2 lore, and at 13-13 in an Amethyst mirror, that unfortunately could be the difference between winning and losing this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at this board state, you know, if Jake has a goat in hand, you know, he'd be at 15 lore. He could quest out here, play goat. He'd be at 19 lore. If he had something to bounce the goat with, that would be game.
Which I believe he just so the next turn, that last turn he had just played the Hercules. Oh, another
Elsa
and again
Ursula.
And like Ursula now taking two lore away when he should have 2 lore anyway, so he should be at 14 instead he's at 12. That it feels really, really bad here. I think this is starting to become Ruby Amethyst game to lose at this point.
Yeah, this is really difficult for Jake right now because Calvin's created quite the scary board. It's going to be really difficult for you to get rid of this Ursula. Best option is probably an Elsa to come down and exert both the Mini and the Ursula here just to keep them from questing a little bit longer, hoping that you can inch your way up to 20 lore before the game goes on too much longer. We'll see if Jake has this.
Man, the Elsa would be so good here, being able to just tap down those, go to 15, and dare Ruby Amethyst to play Be Prepared, and get little value out of it, taking out their own Ursula.
Okay, so we see a Tinkerbell shift. Unfortunately, that's not going to really solve the issue here.
You can take out the Mini, but your opponent, Ruby Amethyst, still goes to 17 after this.
Yeah, they get very close. And just the reasons that Amethyst Steel is scary to see get up so high with their lore, same thing for Amethyst Ruby.
Okay.
If there are, goats are a problem. And so the Amethyst Ruby player could have goats and bounce stuff in their hand right now. With Ursula still on board, they're questing up to 17. All it would take is a goat and a bounce, and then you have goat in hand, for the next turn.
Goat plus either of the bounces currently wins the game on the spot right now. I see 4. No, it's
5. Okay. Got a little scared there for a moment, but we just see the Maui come down, take out the Tinkerbell. Totally makes sense. Just controlling the board. I think this might be game, and Calvin might be taking game 1 here. Don't want to speak too soon.
So let's see. What can we do here? We can shift Hades or Hercules, take out the Ursula, and lock him to 18 lore, but then the Maui takes out the Hercules, so you essentially go 2 for 2, and the Ursula already drew a card, so it's not fantastic. You get a draw off of the blue fairy though, but it again, like Elsa saves some time here.
Yeah, I'd be like, Jake really needs an Elsa right now just to extend it a little bit further, possibly force a Be Prepared, hope that Calvin doesn't have another Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in hand just to take it out. I do see. Is that a spell book that's in hand too?
I cannot be sure. But another Grab Your Sword coming in, putting that Ursula into Still not kill range of the Hercules.
Yeah, if we have, I can't tell how much ink is left up for Jake right now. One of the things that I will note, though, John T's messaging us a little bit on behind. Jake is actually a relatively new player. Only came in about a month ago, started playing the game. And so there's a couple misplays that have been happening. But all in all, he's doing a pretty good job on playing this matchup. It's been very close so far. We see a Fox come down to take out the Ursula, thank goodness, because she's such a big threat. We might have missed a Blue Fairy quest again, so that would be 3 lore that we're missing out on. Would be up to 18. Very different game.
Feels so rough.
Yeah, you got it.
And like this isn't to say he's not a good player. Dude has been playing very good. It's just very little things like that in games like this against the best deck in the format.
Yeah.
I think I made a general tweet about this a while ago, but Ruby Amethyst is the best deck in the format, not necessarily because it has far and away better cards than everything else, but the margin for error is 0. You cannot make mistakes like this, and especially mistakes like missing quests. You cannot make them more than one time. I can see scenarios where you can miss one sequence, maybe 2 at worst if your opponent has a pretty rough hand, but in the games where your opponent has a good hand and is playing and you're playing not Ruby Amethyst, the margin for error is absolutely 0.
Yeah, and we see the spellbook come down, which is going to just guarantee the win for Calvin here. But yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. The difference is not so much that Jake was playing bad or that Calvin was playing perfect. It's just that, the margin of error is so tight for any deck that isn't Ruby Amethyst and has been for this entire format.
Yeah.
So if you're deciding to bring something else to a tournament, or even if it's casual or local like this, you have to really be on top of your game and make sure that you're not making any misplays, taking your time, making sure you're not missing any lore or any triggers, because that could be the difference between the games. This could have been a completely different game.
And that quite literally could have been the difference in this game. And we ended 19-15. If you get those 3 lore and you have a goat plus a bounce, you win. You win that game.
Yeah, exactly. The game's not over as soon as the spellbook or goat or anything else comes down from the Ruby Amethyst side. So, honestly, really interesting, fun first game. I'm excited to see.
Very close game too. Like it maybe it doesn't feel like it a lot of the time with Ruby Amethyst, but that game was close.
Yeah, there definitely was a chance to the very end on both sides. Ultimately coming down to, we keep bringing it up, the goats and the bounce. Like if either person had any of those to play at any point, that definitely could have been another area where it was the difference in the game. I'm expecting that Jake is going to go first again.
Yep.
Having lost, usually that's just the better thing to do, especially in this matchup. I find that putting Ruby Amethyst on the back foot can really make the difference. It takes their turn.
It's the difference, right, between like on Lady Tremaine coming down when you play a beast, or Be Prepared coming down a turn earlier. It's huge.
Exactly. So I'll be really interested to see how we see each of these players adapt to each other now that they've gotten to see each other's deck a little bit, see how they run and what they run, how they decide to mulligan. Obviously, we can't see much of the mulligan for these players, but I think it's something that is maybe an undervalued skill in the game right now, just one I don't see a lot of people talk about, but especially when it comes matchup to matchup. Your mulligan can be the difference in the game. It looks like John T's changing the camera setup a little bit to avoid the glare that we saw for those cards, just so that we can see the full board at all times. We appreciate you, John T, for doing that.
Now, if you're Jake going into this game too, what?
There he is, folks.
Like if you're Jake, like what's going through your head after that game 1?
As Jake, the goal for me is to try to finish the game earlier. You were really close. You're getting there. Hold on to some of these goats, some of these things, if you can, that gain lore pretty quickly, because Jake really didn't have a difficult time getting close to victory there, especially going first. So I think that would be my game plan, is to we're seeing a very similar opening that we saw to the first game, but set up like you normally do. Look for those 1-drops, look for those 2-drops, so that you can start questing early.
I think we just missed another quest.
Oh no, Jake, you're killing me.
Going into Ruby Amethyst turn 1. That might not be necessarily a missed quest, but it could be a missed quest if you know the cards in Ruby Amethyst. Because currently, in that case, the only way that Ruby Amethyst can take out that Tiana on turn 2 is if they have Teeth and Ambition, and then use all 2 to put 2 damage onto their Olaf and then your Tiana, and then challenge their Olaf into your Tiana, and that's a 2-for-1 for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you take that every time.
Yeah,
they don't get a lore. You got the lore. You're feeling good about that.
Right, that's a perfect trade. I'm happy to do that every single day of the week as Amethyst Steel. So I'm never scared to quest in fear of a Teeth and Ambitions. Which is another interesting thing that we saw, how Ruby Amethyst changed the meta of Rise of the Floodborn, being able to play Teeth and Ambitions. You basically don't see characters with 2 willpower anymore unless they have to run them, which I think is pretty interesting how that changed.
Also, getting message from Jonty that the opponent was actually in between games pointing out to Jake to make sure to quest before he bounces.
Okay.
So, love the good sportsmanship here. It feels very good when especially someone who seems to be a more competitive player is helping out the new guys and making sure that they know what they're doing and making sure that they can the quest before they bounce.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of playing against better players makes you a better player, and if I can help somebody across the table get a little bit better, hopefully they can win more, hopefully they can have some more fun playing the game. So absolutely, definitely love to see the sportsmanship from Calvin there. Definitely something that I think the rest of us should follow in his footsteps for. But so far, honestly, pretty standard opening for Ruby Amethyst deck. We didn't see a Fox. Oh, okay, well now the Fox comes down on the next turn, but just a typical 1-drop into Snake Bounce into Maleficent Draw. So pretty standard stuff here. Ruby Amethyst doing a good job of what they do best, controlling the board and keeping Amethyst Steel from going too wide. But Jake's been able to quest a good bit, missing a couple quests here and there, but for the most part, keeping things pretty even with Calvin on the Ruby Amethyst side.
And here we go. Like at this point, when you're feeling even as Ruby Amethyst, you can just go. You can go for some card advantage. You can quest out a little bit more. Keep the lore as even as possible, and pretty much just force Amethyst Steel to do something about it, right?
Yeah. Which isn't really a scenario that you want to be in for Amethyst Steel, because especially against this control matchup, like if you can help it, you don't want to be the one controlling Ruby Amethyst. One of the reasons I think Amethyst Steel is decent into Ruby Amethyst is because you have some of those control tools through smashes and Let the Storm Rage On, Strength of Raging Fire, etc. But ideally, especially playing into a matchup where at the end of the day, when your opponent has 13 ink and you have 13 ink, they can do more with that than you can. But it just seems to be a lot of trading back and forth going on, getting rid of the Fox on Calvin's side by Jake. Just more bounce shenanigans, drawing cards, playing a Fox, bouncing the Rabbit. Again, one of the reasons that Rabbit and the Madam Mim package and Merlin package just is so good, being able to create so much value just off of each other.
It is incredible value at such low rarity. I'm extremely scared for the Glimmer Gauntlet if I ever face anyone that plays Amethyst. I'm so scared, man.
Yeah, shout out to the Glimmer Gang. They're hosting a rare and lower tournament called the Glimmer Gauntlet with a bunch of content creators in the Lorcana space. You guys should definitely be looking forward to that. Franz is playing in the Glimmer Gauntlet. I'll be casting the Glimmer Gauntlet, and it'll be really interesting. It'll be cards from set 3 all the way down to the first chapter, rares and below only. And yeah, we've had some fun looking at what what is available to each ink pairing. And Amethyst just looks super strong because they don't lose any of the Merlin Mim shenanigans that they can do.
None of it. None of it. You get goat, you get book, you get rabbit, you get fox and snake. I'm like, what the heck, man? I'm looking at some of my rare and lower for Amber Steel. I'm like, man, This ain't no goat.
Yeah.
This ain't no goat.
Yeah, this ain't gaining lore. This ain't drawing cards. Okay, so I think we have a Hercules and a Tinkerbell down on Jake's side. Threatening to shift targets, which isn't terrible. The Fox can trade into the Hercules if Calvin wants to, which is exactly what we see, just taking the damage. I wonder if we'll see it bounced by anything or if it's just going to stay there. No, we're going to play an Ursula.
Dropping an Ursula right now.
Yeah.
This is just absolutely backbreaking for Amethyst Steel. Like, being behind on lore and board and your opponent dropping the Ursula is just this is gonna be tough to come back from. Like, we're gonna need some Elsas here with no answers.
Yeah, one of the saving graces of Amethyst Steel really is like being able to play an Elsa and forcing a Be Prepared. But you're kind of like making the Ruby Amethyst player be prepared their own board by making a wide enough, threatening enough board that they have to deal with it, getting rid of their own stuff. And like when you can't do that, when you're so behind on board, yeah, like in Ursula comes down, there's virtually nothing. There's not a good answer that you have into it. Even this Tinkerbell isn't great. It's going to do 1 damage, but like it's still not going to be able to challenge and take out the Ursula when she quests next turn.
Looks like Jaunty was there to make sure that Jake drew off of the Storm Rage on.
Okay.
And here we do have another potential missed 2 lore from the Tinkerbell shift.
Yeah, no quest. I'm interested to see if we'll see the Tremaine come down to punish the single.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't have it, but anytime you're playing against Ruby Amethyst, you just can't leave
one. You need to know.
Yeah, you have to have something else that you put on board to get so that the Lady Tremaine gets countered. Otherwise, we're just in a horrible spot right here. Calvin has 5 lore on board, and Amethyst Steel, Jake really has no way to answer this effectively.
Yeah, at this point, it's just like this is where you start to get a little bit debilitated when it comes to playing against a control strategy like this. You don't have board, you don't have lore, you don't have the hand, and you're just down on everything.
Yeah, like see, we're having to play a card just so that we can play Fox and deal some damage to Ursula. Okay, we're double Fox. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. We're okay with that, because I was gonna say if we leave this Ursula damage, we can just bounce that Ursula back to your hand, and then it feels really, really bad. So good that Jake was able to at least take out the Ursula, take out that threat.
Just a top deck of a Tremaine here.
Yeah,
just, like I'm not even sure if you play it, but it feels bad knowing that the option was there.
Yeah, like you could just take care of the board again. But Calvin's gonna opt for playing a rabbit, drawing some cards. Nothing wrong with that. And then play the mini. So now Calvin's saying, okay, I've taken control of this game. Let's put the pedal to the metal. We're going to start playing a bit more aggressive, see if we can get to 20 and close this game out with the mini. Just another thing that Jake is going to have to answer.
I think we've said it about 15 times, but it also feels okay here.
Yeah. And at this point, I'm not even sure if Jake is running any Elsas. We haven't seen any yet. Obviously, we can't see the player's hands, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to know what they're playing. But they may not be playing an Elsa at all. We haven't seen it in the list. And a Hercules comes down. Unfortunately, that's not going to do much against the Minnie Mouse with Evasive, because Hercules won't be able to challenge the Minnie Mouse, and until Jake can find an answer for that mini, she's just going to be questing for 2 lore every turn, putting Jake on a serious clock. And only having, 3 lore to 10, he's so behind. Like, he really needs a way to catch up here to Calvin.
Like by this time, you want to be close to like 12, 13, so you can start threatening with goats. And here it's just like you want to be forcing Be Prepareds out so you don't win, not letting your opponent keep Be Prepared in hand because they can afford to.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's one of the things you have to worry about in this, and Ruby especially, is even if you do manage to catch up and somehow find answers for everything and create a board, Ruby can just play down the Be Prepared and you're back to where you started. So this is going to be a real uphill climb for Jake if he wants to make it back. We see another Minnie Mouse come down, which is really brutal. At that point,
Yeah.
we're staring at 5 lore next turn for Calvin. All he needs is 2 spellbooks or a goat bounce, and that'll be game for him.
Yeah, right now you're probably looking for either double swords or a Tinkerbell swords. Here we're requesting out. See if we can do anything else. A Mim.
Okay, Mim in to take out the rabbit.
Yep. Going to 17 next turn. Again, a Mim Merlin bounce Merlin wins it here.
Yeah, it looks like Jake doesn't have many answers.
9. Yeah, it's just not there.
Only 3 cards in hand for Jake right now. Plenty of resources for Calvin. I don't know how many cards he has in hand, but he's drawing 2 more.
And he doesn't even need to just win the game here. He just has everything in the world.
Yeah, like you play a rabbit to draw cards in case you need to continue to place more stuff next turn, but Jake would need something crazy like I don't even know how many ink does he have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so you can't Tinkerbell swords. 6, 8, or I guess you can sing swords if you had a Tinkerbell swords. Or you need double swords. Oh god.
I mean, at this point,
I think that closes it out. Now you also need the Benja.
Tinkerbell, sing swords, and Benja to clear the board at 17.
Yeah, we saw Blue Fairy draw off the top. That's not going to be helpful at all, so Jake just needs it in hand. Looks like Calvin's going to take it for game 2.
Yeah, and I do want to say, well played to Jake, especially that first game. He even with some of those misplays, he got very close. He was playing around some stuff, but unfortunately, there were a few times where he was playing around things that didn't exist or were just a bit too hard. Too hard to the turn 1, the turn 2 not questing with Mini. Like every single lore you need to get versus this deck. And I think this will be hopefully a learning experience for Jake. If he doesn't have Elsa's, get this man some Elsa's.
Yeah.
Get him some Elsa's.
Elsa's would help the deck out a lot. And honestly, props to Jake. Like, I don't know if he's played any TCGs before this. He seems to be relatively comfortable playing with some cards, so maybe so. But even
the way he was shuffling, he's been around some cards.
Yeah. So like, being new to the game, and especially being a new player coming out and playing in a tournament, like, you love to see it. I encourage players, if they have any desire at all to get better, just playing against better players is a good way to do that. And one of the best ways to do that is in a tournament. Calvin looks like, well, we heard earlier, Calvin was trying to help Jake a little bit. Okay, so we just got told by Jonty Jake is running 4 Elsas and just never saw a single one the whole matchup. That's very so unfortunate.
Rough. Yeah. I think you were about to say, like, we just saw Jake after that game just sitting down and explaining some of the cards, showing some of the different techs he's running. I saw Pinocchio. And this stuff just helps players like getting into the game. Like, especially if they don't necessarily know all the card pool, it helps with them playing around cards. It helps building up your community, and this is just what it's all about, right? Like, this isn't a super competitive event. Like we have some cool prizes, but all of this is just about celebrating the end of set 2 and just having a good time together, I think.
Yeah, and like John T explained to us, this is a relatively casual local league. This isn't a 1K or a 5K or anything big that anyone needs to be super sweaty for. The prizing is a D100 collector set, a Trove, Gen Con Mickey, and a playmat, and the winner gets to pick one of those, and then the goes on down to the rest. So Gen Con Mickeys are cool, Troves are awesome, definitely stuff worth playing for, but not anything.
Yeah, like, all those prizes are cool. I would take 3 out of 4 of those prizes.
yeah, like, definitely stuff worth playing for, but we're not playing for thousands of dollars or anything. Exactly. So just to come out on a Saturday morning, play some Lorcana against some people for fun, sounds like an awesome time to me. But I don't know how much time left is in the round or how long we'll be waiting for the next round. So I just want to take a moment and say what's up to everybody in the comment or in the chat. I see Why Breezy, Knives Nerd Corner, some other awesome content creators that are here with us. We don't talk about Bruno has a noob question. For small local tournaments like this, do the players know each other's deck? Probably not. Deck lists are likely kept private, though. Depending on how large or small the local scene is,
yeah, like if you know the people, you generally get a feel for what someone has available to them.
Yeah,
but you will not know for sure until they flip over both of those first inks.
Yeah, so generally no. But for anybody that's listening, let us know. I want to know what your favorite set 2 card was that we saw being played throughout Rise of the Floodborn, and then which one you're most excited for coming into set 3 now that the cards have been revealed.
Man, favorite set 2 card. That's difficult, actually.
Yeah, like my immediate thing is Goat, but it's only because it's so good, and I realize I actually just hate Goat because of how good it is.
I despise Goat. If I can say my favorite card based off art alone, Honey Wizard gets it all day.
Oh yeah,
like I've been rocking that mat forever. I've been rocking the foiled Honey Wizard card in my binder every day. Specifically card, I do think Flute is pretty high up there. Storm Ray John is pretty high up there. Cinderella's pretty high up there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you can guess what deck I've played probably the most in this set. But other than that, man, it's actually kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean,
Benja. I'm gonna say Benja.
Benja was pretty good.
Guy.
I remember seeing Benja, and I was just like, okay, Beast just gets replaced in every deck that was running Beast now. And like Rise of the Floodborn came in with some pretty banger cards. You know, like Benja basically saw lots of play because of Spellbook and because of the Hiram Flavorsham stuff happening with Popsicle. And then of course we had Fishbone Quill, but that was in set 1. Y Breezy says set 2 Cusco, set 3 my home. I know that he was excited to see that Cusco's location, especially the enchanted version. I'm sure he was very excited about that.
Oh man, yeah, for sure.
I'm very excited to see the enchanted not characters. I think that's very fun.
I think my 2 favorite non-character enchanteds have to be the Pride Lands and that just absolutely beautiful Mickey Magician hat by Luis Huerta.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is absolutely amazing. And I know Luis has had some bangers, like Gantu for all the memes. Very pretty card.
Yeah, the art on Gantu is phenomenal. It's almost a shame how bad how bad the card is and how much it's memed, because I mean I'm a huge lover of Lilo and Stitch. I was very, very excited when we saw Gantu enter the game. I want to say outside of Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon from the D23 set, that was the first legendary we saw for the game.
I believe so, yes.
But yeah, I think Gantu's really cool. We love Luis Huerta. I was very excited to see him get an enchanted card. My favorite out of the non-character ones is absolutely And Along Came Zeus. That is just like the most metal looking card I've ever seen.
That looks like it should be a tattoo.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it looks like. But we see Knives Nerd Corner says, my favorite from Rise of the Floodborn was Queen of Hearts, sensing weakness, a limited powerhouse. I've been so excited playing her. I absolutely agree with that. I hadn't played Draft with physical cards before Rise of the Floodborn because the first chapter was so difficult to find. My LGS didn't run any Draft. So I played probably 3 or 4 Draft for Rise of the Floodborn, and it was so much fun. In 2 of those drafts, I was able to draft a Queen of Hearts sensing weakness, and it was
oh my god,
it was just a blowout. Like anytime she was on board, I just had so many cards in hand versus my opponents not having any cards. I was even able to play her in like a Floodborn Matters Bucky discard like thing for limited, and it was too good being able to discard, force my opponent to discard cards, then draw cards. But Chandler says Cogsworth for the resist. We also see Shere Khan.
Shere Khan is such a fun card, and it will be a staple build around at some point.
At some point,
at
yeah.
one point, it will be. I have about 2 playsets of Shere Khan just chilling in my binder. Like one day, every time I open my binder, I'm like, I'm coming for you one day, my guy. I promise.
Yeah, Shere Khan is definitely one of those cards that I'm like, I have to get a playset of these while they're cheap, because one day they're not going to be cheap. When we finally get all the pieces for this Challenge Matters deck, and like really all we need are waves to challenge ready characters, or like way to initiate challenges, because that's the only problem right now is you play characters that benefit from challenging, and your opponent can just decide not to challenge, or we can see stuff like the Madam Mim bounce be prevalent, where they'll quest, but then they'll just bounce stuff back to the hand so that you can't challenge it. But yeah, I was a big believer in Shere Khan when I saw the card. I got really excited because that's one of my favorite ways to play. One of the hardest things when transitioning to Lorcana for me was getting out of this mindset that I need to like challenge everything and keep board control, because like that's just not how you win the game.
Nope.
But I absolutely love challenging, and the being able to challenge and progress your win condition at the same time, I think is super awesome. That's why one of my favorite set 3 cards that I'm looking forward to is the legendary Robin Hood, who can challenge, and then when he banishes, he gains 2 lore. He has 2 lore. You can just quest. He has lots of willpower as well, so he can survive some of those challenges. You can shift him early. I'm expecting him to be a very strong card in set 3. I'm seeing a lot of people mention Morph as one of their favorite set 3 cards.
Morph, my man, my boy.
Franz,
absolute. Oh, I love Morph so much, man.
Franz has a great video that he released on his Showers Tavern YouTube channel. It's in the description, but you guys should go check it out. It's basically how does Morph change all of the Floodborn characters that we have so far, because you can shift anything on top of Morph, and now basically everything has a efficient shift target now with Morph. So I think it definitely just completely changes the way that we play Lorcana, and the way that we have to build decks, and then look at board states and figure out what could be coming next. I'm very excited to see how that card impacts the meta, and maybe, just maybe, Emerald will be actually good.
Maybe Emerald will be used outside of just discarding your opponent's entire hand.
Yeah.
I think my favorite part about making that video was that I was able to use a clickbaity type of thing, a tier list, as a means to talk about how Morph just affects the game and deck building in general, because like that's the main point of the video, right? Like,
yeah,
like ranking cards is one thing, and like every single Floodborn did improve in some way. So like ranking them all doesn't like necessarily mean a ton, but just talking about how Morph affects deck building in terms of you can include more Floodborn cards right now and have a better consistency of shifting those cards, because you don't have to include like 4 to 8 copies of a shift target for a shifter that you want. Like if you're playing Tinkerbell and Beast, you don't have to be playing 4 small Tinkerbell and 4 smaller Beast. Like if you can just combine those into 4 Morph, and that only gets better for the more shift targets you have. You can just play 4 Morph and then play the better versions of those smaller targets, so you have that consistency and you don't have to clog your deck up with cards that you don't want to play. And then in terms of the actual gameplay, like we saw in the game earlier, when we had the 2 Floodborn targets, your opponent can decide which one they don't want more. But now if you just have Morph, they're not representing anything specifically. It's like something's coming next turn. You don't know what it is. I know what it is. How are you gonna play around this, buddy? And like different ways to play around can force different scenarios for you. Like I think the main one I talked about was in Emerald Amethyst, when there's Elsa and then you have something like Fairy Godmother or Facilier. So like, if you have Elsa in hand, they might want to quest out to gain lore that they have already, but then you can shift into Godmother or Facilier, take out their board and get value back.
Yeah.
If they want to play around potentially things challenging, then you just have Elsa and you lock down their board and they didn't get any lore. So the way we deck build, the way we play, and the way we think about shifts in general just changed so much with Morph. I love it. I love his Enchanted. I'm getting 4. I'm gonna get the Citizens of Lorcana mat that he posted. I'm gonna print that mat. I love this card. This is probably not only my favorite card in set 3. This is my favorite card in the game right now. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most influential card coming out of Into the Inklands, if anything. Whether or not it's the most played or whether or not it's the best, is another discussion, but it definitely changes everything. Dino asks, do we know the amount of players? It's got to be less than 20, if I had to imagine. I think we're only doing 4 rounds of Swiss, so it's just a small local tournament. We'll just go back through this for anyone who wasn't here. This is a tournament being run by Game Chamber, who is in London, Ontario, Canada. Anybody who knows John T from the Inkwell, he helps TO and manage this store, so he's there helping them today, and we were fortunate enough to be able to cast over this little Saturday morning tournament that they're doing. It's 4 round Swiss, and the prizing is a D100 gift set, a Trove, a Gen Con Mickey promo, and a playmat of their choice. The first place player after the Swiss rounds gets to choose which one of those they want. The second place player gets to choose one out of the remainder, and so on and so on. But we just finished round 1. Last we heard from John T, round 1 is done. They have 3 games on turns, and then they're going straight into round 2. So it shouldn't be much longer before we're jumping right into round 2 for this tournament. One thing to note, I do remember John T telling me that there will be a break in between round 1 and round 2 for the players to go get lunch or eat, use the bathroom, whatever.
I think he said like round 2 to round 3, because he's saying they're going straight into round 2.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay,
we're good.
Yeah, after round 2, there will be a break. So I appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us today. I see Ready, Set, Draw, another awesome content creator. A good group of guys over there. We see Eric and Nive. But yeah, I'm very excited for set 3. I'm not gonna lie, I am pretty happy to move out of set 2 a little bit. I enjoyed it while we were here, but I am getting a little bit tired of Ruby Amethyst. So honestly, just excited for new decks. Hopefully things that'll shape the meta up. Also, this will be the start of the actual official competitive circuit for Disney Lorcana within set 3. The store championships or set championships. I don't remember if they're store or set championships, whatever they're called, but those will start during Into the Inklands for that really, really beautiful Rockstar Stitch Enchanted promo. I will definitely be traveling all over to get my hands on one of those.
Oh man, I can't wait for that. I want to be rocking 4. I want the mat. I want it all, man.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of those things where even if I've won one, if there's a tournament, within an hour, maybe 2 hours of me, and I see that they're hosting a store championship or set championship, I'm going to go anyway, because I'd love to have extras. It should be a really cool way to bring people in to play in tournaments. Like my local store has a little bit of trouble bringing players in, but I think if they host a set championship, that really incentivizes people to travel a little bit for the awesome promos and playmats and things like that.
Yeah. And as another quick promo for something else, if you get your Stitch and you potentially maybe pull an Enchanted Ursula, there's a certain someone who's going to be in Miami for Miami TCG Con this October, and his name is Nicholas Cole. You wouldn't know that. The bottom left of both of those cards have that same name. Weird, right? So you can definitely, if you get those 2 cards specifically, as well as so many cards from set 1, some insanely good cards in set 2, like Scar and the Enchanted Mim Dragon. Get those, come down to Miami, meet Nicholas Cole, absolutely insane artist, one of the faces of Lorcana's art from the first set. And get it signed, have a chat with him, compliment his amazing mustache.
He does have a great mustache. Franz and I both went to the Miami TCG Con this past year when they had a bunch of artists there. This time there's going to be exponentially more Disney Lorcana artists there this time. So definitely worth going to. It was a blast being down there this last time, getting to talk to the artist, have them sign cards. All of them were super cool and awesome and friendly. And who doesn't like signed cards? You know, like the art is so defining for this game. It's the thing that initially drew my attention. You know, I saw the Brave Little Tailor Mickey that was drawn by Nicholas Cole, and I was like, this looks freaking awesome. What the heck is this? Yeah.
We're playing.
I didn't know the rules yet. I didn't know anything about the game, but I was like, I'm interested. I'm buying what they're selling. Yeah. So if you guys can make it down there, I definitely encourage it. It's a very fun time.
I believe it's like early October. It's like the first or second weekend of October. I really want to go this year. However, about a few weeks ago, I found out that my cousin is getting married in New York City the week after Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a pretty rough sell.
Yeah,
to go to both.
That's gonna be really tough. Yeah, honestly for me, it's gonna come down to just how many of the official tournaments am I going to try to go to, and like how expensive is it going to be for me to go to the official tournaments? Because not only do we have the official regionals coming along, but there's also going to be internationals that happen this year. And then
priorities.
And then at the end of next year, at the beginning of next year, there's going to be Worlds, and we have no idea where any of those things are. Or
I don't know where Worlds is. And the one thing about Worlds, I'm gonna be there.
I'm gonna be there.
I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be playing.
Okay, it looks
Heard
like
here first. I'm gonna be playing. We're going to Worlds, baby.
I believe Franz. I think if anybody within my friend group can make it to Worlds, Franz is one of the people that I most believe can do it.
All right, it looks like round 2 is about to start. We have our players shuffling. Johnson's gonna be giving us our matchups names in just a second.
Yeah, we'll know the names and ink pairings in just a second, and we will update everything. Let me get the round title updated as well.
Well, okay, so on the left is Diego, on the right is Esmond, and we have our first Ruby Amethyst mirror.
Oh, okay, Ruby Amethyst all the way down. Franz, why don't you tell us a little bit about this mirror while I set some of this up?
Yeah, so this mirror has evolved in tons of ways over the course of this set, especially with the different deck builds, and it really just depends whether or not one person is playing the aggro version or if they're both playing the bounce control version. I'm going to speak on just the bounce control version, and it is just an insane tempo game. It depends a lot on who goes first. If you go first, you are able to get like 2 to 3 pretty free lore if you both have similar starting hands. And then it just comes down to who's playing better in the mid game, who has the text for the other opponent's deck in the mid game, and then who plays with value better. There are tons of little small decisions that are gonna mean a ton. Like when you play a Tremaine, can you bounce the Tremaine? Mm-hmm. Are you gonna do you have the ability to like on turn 8, can you play Tremaine, bounce it with a snake, and then keep Tremaine for value next turn? It's pretty huge. And it is a pretty played out mirror match, but I think it is a very interesting one to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, as tiring as it can be to see this mirror match, having seen it so many times, it is a very intricate one, especially depending on which version of Ruby Amethyst your opponent is playing. It's a game of resources, it almost feels like, because I find in some of the mirror matches, like you're really having to count the Be Prepareds, the Tremaines, the Dragons, the Goats, like everything that they're coming down. You really have to think about how many more are there, what answers does my opponent have to the stuff that I'm playing, so that you don't end up playing into some of their answers or into some of their outs.
And it is pretty interesting because one of my favorite cards to talk about this mirror is Maui, right? Mm-hmm. That card is such a huge bomb in every other matchup on turn 5, but in this matchup, you don't really want to be playing Maui on turn 5 for the most part, unless you're playing Peter Pan Shadow. Like, so a lot of times Maui ends up as ink, it ends up being mulliganed away, whereas before, a lot of the times it will be kept. So like the quality of your cards also changes in this mirror. Like you don't really want to see too many Mauis. Ursula is good, but it's not fantastic. Even stuff like Monsters Dragon sometimes it's just like you're answering each other's Monsters Dragon, as well as like the Mims. Like you're not getting a ton of exerted characters unless your opponent is not playing very well. So it's just gonna be very interesting to see like who's playing what techs and all that, because if there are times where if someone's playing a Peter Pan Shadow and the other one's not, they might just be able to run away with it.
Yeah, the Peter Pan, like, and that's the thing with these mirror matches. A single card or a single tech into these mirror matches can just make or break which Ruby Amethyst player has the upper hand.
We are seeing first missing turn 1, which is fine if you're going first. It would be a lot worse if you're going second.
Okay, so we're getting information from John T. Both Diego and Esmond are both out of towners, and they're here for the Gen Con Mickey. So they're ready to come and they're ready to play. So hopefully we have an interesting match up ahead because of that.
So now we see the second player having the turn 1. Now we see the Kuzco. It looks like it'll be a pretty simple early game trade in the first 3 turns. We'll see if anyone like does an interesting play or has any interesting cards.
Yeah, Eric brings up a good point in chat. It's a game of minis. It definitely can. Minnie Mouse is one of the things you want to look to get down as early as possible, because if your opponent doesn't have an answer to mini, then whoever dropped the mini first has a greater chance of winning for sure. Just being able to quest with evasive over and over again without an answer is really strong. Mini by herself are a lot of reasons that we saw things like Crab and Fidget and Peter Pan Shadow being played. So we'll see if either of these players ended up teching for any of that. We do see both players also playing Kuzco, which I think was a really fun addition to the deck. It wasn't there in the beginning. Usually we only saw the snakes, but I think to increase a little bit of the consistency of the deck, we saw Kuzco coming in. It's just another one of those cards that punishes other Ruby Amethyst players, or Ruby in general. Even Grab Your Sword, things that like to board wipe, things that like to take out characters, because it's just a card you play and you can say, I'm just gonna quest with this card until you decide to get rid of it, and then when you get rid of it, I'll draw a card for it. So it ends up replacing itself, which is very powerful, very strong.
And here we see, as both players are going into the 3 ink, is both are just kind of scared to quest here with the threat of Fox coming down. Here now we see her going into negative. Yeah, and here we're trying to get as much lore as possible without giving the opponent room to get any value trades.
Yeah, and that's another thing about this mirror match. Sometimes it comes down to who can just get the most value over the course of the game. Ruby Amethyst is a deck that's great at both creating value for yourself through all of the draw cards and cards that can gain lore when entering and leaving play. But also can create value through really efficient trades. We do see the shadow for Diego, so that's really big. That means that if Esmond is running minis, anything evasive, Peter Pan Shadow is on board. Any Mauis, any Foxes can take them out. For anybody that doesn't know, Peter Pan Shadow has Rush when he enters play, but he also has an ability that gives other characters that have Rush evasive. So as we were
mentioning,
just
not
period.
This turn,
not this turn.
Until the end of the
yeah.
Period.
As long as Peter Pan Shadow is on the board, your Rush characters have evasive. And so we've talked about Minnie a lot in this matchup, and she's so powerful because she's evasive, and she has 3 willpower, and she has 2 lore, and she's only 3 cost, and she's inkable. And Peter Pan Shadow is just a great answer to that, because usually, Ruby Amethyst plays the Foxes and the Mauis to get rid of cards. And an easy way to get around those is to have evasive, because then they can't challenge those. But now with Peter Pan Shadow, you can do that. Peter Pan Shadow can allow you to play those Foxes and those Mauis, and it completely changes the way that the other Ruby Amethyst player has to play and consider their board state and what their game plan is from there on out, because now you can't just slam a Minnie Mouse and say, well, now, I'm safe to quest with this until a Be Prepared comes out. You're constantly worried about, well, do they have a fox in hand that can take care of this? Do they have a Maui?
And two things I want to bring up. One is from Inklebar Cardboard, is asking if Edmund has a Dragonfire. That's another tech that a lot of people are like, it's just starting to become more of a thing, mostly because of how many decks just have like a turn 5 play and sit. Like play specifically like the Sad Beast. Being able to answer that immediately with the Dragonfire is incredible value, and Dragonfire here being able to take out the Shadow if he has it, especially when that Shadow net is now going to contest that Minnie Mouse, is also huge. I also want to mention something earlier. Eric said that this is a game of minis. That doesn't necessarily just mean Surfer Mini. These 1/3s in this matchup can and will make a huge difference because they help you play around Tremaine. They give you that extra 2 to 3 lore sometimes in the game, and sometimes you just need to go wide into this matchup to go over some of those Minnie Mouse surfers. So 1/3s are a very large game here for the mirror. And now but also the Shadow now threatening 2 lore return is huge for Diego here, and hopefully maybe we'll see an answer on the other side, whether that is a Shadow of their own, maybe a Dragonfire. The Shadow here is going to help. A Shadow here plus the mini does take out the other Shadow, so we'll see what happens. And a Tremaine coming down, probably taking out that snake.
The snake, yeah. Going back to the Dragonfire tech that you talked about, is he considering taking the mini out instead?
This is a very interesting choice. Leaving the snake to have a challenger. There's a consideration for it. I think. I mean, the mini here isn't really doing much with the Shadow on board. If I don't have an answer to the Shadow, I think I am taking that mini out.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Unless you have something like a crab that you can use to take out the Peter Pan Shadow, you're not racing your opponent right now. Your opponent has a much better board than you do, and you really need to try to answer them, which the mini is not going to be able to do. At least with the snake, you can take a challenge. You can either take out the 1-cost mini, or you can take out the rabbit. So as weird as it looks to discard or to banish the Minnie Mouse, which is such a powerful card in this deck, I think that's actually the right play here by Esmond.
I think I agree. But now we're seeing, like just what we said earlier, how a single tech card can absolutely take over a game, and Shadow is letting him play very aggressively with lore, being able to jump out to a pretty good lead here. Like we're threatening 5 lore here to go to 9 before our opponent even goes to be prepared, and we're going first, so we have the initiative on Ink too. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is only turn 6 for the opponent. Okay, we see a Yzma shuffling back in the snake after taking that damage from removing the rabbit, getting lots of value from the snake, being able to take out a character, shuffling back in, and then drawing 2 more cards, looking for answers, just keeping your hand size full. The more cards you see, the better for you, the more answers that you might have for your opponent, which right now Esmond needs. Right now, Diego with the Peter Pan Shadow, with the Tremaine, just having 5 lore on a board right now to threaten questing, he's in a really good spot. So Esmond potentially could have a Be Prepared next turn. Maybe he doesn't have one and he's digging for it. Or even just something like a Dragonfire would be good. One of the things going back to that tech is we saw Lady Tremaine's, still being played in the deck because it was a way to banish a character on play, and you are building your board state at the same time. The only issue is, of course, you can't pick the character. So we saw a lot of people doing things like Diego has right now, where you just leave a 1-drop on board, something that you're fine to just get rid of. And so Dragonfire's coming in, being able to take out a character of your choice without developing your board can sometimes be the difference, and maybe something like that for a Shadow here. We do see a goat interplay.
Fantastic play into this next turn.
Yeah,
but I will say, I think last turn for Esmond, that Yzma is about as good of a turn as I would have wanted if I have the Be Prepared in hand. And it looks like that's what's happening here, because you take out, you get value out of the card that you already had by taking out one of the cards, and then you get draws off of it, off of the Yzma. So you have a little bit more value on that. Be prepared. We do feel pretty rough here because we are letting the opponent gain a pretty significant lore advantage. So if there's any sort of goats. Exactly.
Second goat.
Of clump of goats.
Oh
and
no!
Spellbook.
And a spellbook.
Oh,
Oh, this is going bad very quickly. Having the goat come in and a spellbook for an immediate 2 lore. The goat's gonna net another lore once it's banished, if not more than that, if it gets bounced or gets to quest anymore. As long as the spellbook stays in play, which it should. I don't think Ruby Amethyst really has any answers for spellbook at all. Diego's sitting in a really, really good spot. He's all the way up at 14 lore. Esmond is down at 4. He has spellbook down right now, so Esmond is on a clock. Like, you basically have to really accelerate your game plan at this point, or else Diego's just going to take it away from Entropy, because every turn we see exactly what Diego's doing. He starts his turn, taps the spellbook, gains a lore. That's putting Esmond on a 5-turn clock without any characters on board, which that sounds like a lot, but in a Ruby Amethyst mirror where you can so effectively control the board and stop your opponent from gaining any value or getting any lore, it's not very long at all.
You got a thesaurus next to you, buddy. Entropy, nice one. I will say here, while 15 lore with a book on board is huge, we're only able to play one character here, even though we know the Tremaine is in hand. And I saw an Ursula in there. There is absolutely a small opening here where Edmund can come back and potentially take this, because you can play the Tremaine and hopefully he doesn't have, like, you can keep inking up and eventually you play that Ursula and you're gaining 2 to 3 lore a turn. So there is something there. The potential for coming back is huge here. The Ursula on the other side.
Ursula on the other side.
Although again, if he doesn't have another character, another Tremaine is still very good here. But at this point, we're threatening very fast, especially if a goat comes down. But we want to take out this Ursula right now.
Yeah, Diego's doing a great job of basically slowing Esmond down as much as he can by saying, I'm just going to play threats on board and force you to get rid of them, which if Esmond
is exactly what Esmond needed, was another Tremaine. It's coming. It's itching.
He has a chance to come back still. He's playing out his hand. He knows that he has to go really fast. He has to create some sort of pressure on board if he's going to catch up to Diego before that spellbook reaches 20.
If Esmond just has one more lore,
and the be prepared.
And he still gets the book. That's huge. But now we're in an empty board, so Esmond can play down that Ursula and negate that last book, and we still have a chance. I think it just depends on what Diego has in hand. If he has a Tremaine for it, well, we're definitely gonna look to play another character alongside this Ursula. Yeah,
we see the Ursula come down, just like you said, negating that book for a turn, drawing you a card, putting a threat of 3 lore on board.
Do we have a rabbit?
This is great. This is great.
I love this point when it's such a close interaction and both players absolutely have the chance to win this game.
Yeah, and they're both working with plenty of resources in hand. So, like, there's a million things that they could be playing around right now. We're hoping that Diego doesn't.
I say this as he may just have a goat plus a bounce in hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
nope.
Diego could just have game, and we don't know it yet. But instead, he's going to play mini, dropping that one-drop mini so that another Tremaine doesn't come down.
I saw a goat in there. I saw a goat.
We
need to answer this mini. Absolutely need to answer this mini. Whether or not that's a Dragonfire and let him go to 19, whether or not it's singing Be Prepared, but you are losing 3 lore at that point. You may just play Be Prepared, go up to 5 and play something else and go to 11. But you open yourself up to losing to just a goat. So it's very. It's a tough situation. The window is still there, but I think it is shrinking.
It is closing rapidly, I would say. With every turn that goes by, you just have less and less of a chance of catching up fast enough. Like, that's really what it is. If Esmond was any closer, the chance would be slightly better for him to be able to catch up here, because Diego is just saying, like, look, I'm going to continue to play stuff that you have to get rid of. And one of these, either I'm going to get to 20 before you can catch up because you're having to get rid of all of my stuff, or you're just not going to have the answer after having answered so many other things.
I will say a card that hasn't seen a ton of play recently is Just Elsa. And Just Elsa might be pretty good here.
Yeah, I would say Just Elsa is pretty good here. You're not you're kind of doing two things at once. You're stopping your opponent from being able to just quest out next turn, but you're not wasting a slot. You're not having to play something like Be Prepared or Dragonfire that's not gonna really gain you any lore anytime soon.
I actually think I think Elsa here threatens lethal for you next turn because you tap down their stuff, you go to 11. You have 7 lore on board, and you have 2 goats in hand.
Okay, we do see
Elsa.
Dragonfire. Or sorry, a Maleficent. Yeah,
we are letting him go to 19.
Yeah, he does go to 19.
One goat.
Yeah, goat or book will solidify this turn. We see immediate 2 quest up to 19. I feel like if he had it, he would just slam it here, so he might not have it.
I think I agree. Oh, what's this? 7?
Oh, a Be Prepared. Okay. Okay. That honestly really good for Diego because Be Prepared doesn't get rid of Spellbook. So I don't think that there's a way that Esmond could win this.
Yeah, it was we needed another Ursula right there. Oh, what a close game. Like it doesn't look close, but just like 1 or 2 different cards just goes crazy. But also this shows how very good Peter Pan Shadow into the mirror when they're not playing Peter Pan Shadow is, or at least not seeing it. Because you have to waste hard removal on it. You have to waste hard removal on a 4-drop, whether that's a Tremaine, whether that's a Dragonfire, whether that's a Be Prepared. If you're able to play it correctly, you can give them less value, especially if you have Book. And then I think he saw 2 or 3 goats, and that just pushed him just too far ahead, even though Esmond did have a small window to come back.
Yeah, because Esmond had the minis. Like we saw the minis relatively early. Had it not been for the Peter Pan Shadow there, maybe he could have gotten some extra lore out of the minis. Maybe Diego would have had to go through different means of getting rid of them. Like it's crazy how a single card can completely change the mirror match and the matchup as a whole.
I mean, you saw there. Like if he had quested with mini twice, he wins because he has 2 goats in hand, and he's at 11, so he goes to 15, drop to 17, maybe bounce one, and then you you're threatening lethal at 19. So just an absolute huge play into the mirror, and it always makes me every time I'm building Ruby and I'm like maybe I don't need Peter Pan Shadow, and then I see something like this, and I'm like man I need Peter Pan Shadow.
Yeah, you just have to. We see both players taking their, I keep saying mulligan. I forget what the actual term in the rules are. It's like altering or something. They're altering their hand.
It is altering their hands,
yeah. So both players altering their hand. Looks like Esmond only put 2 back. I can't tell how many Diego put back before shuffling. And if I had to guess, Esmond is probably going to go first.
Yeah, I think it is not even worth discussing if you go first or second in this mirror match, and generally in Lorcana in general right now. Having the extra card is nice, but having that first quest and being able to play stuff early on curve, probably nicer.
So we'll see if he has the 1-drop opening.
Eric talking about how he's excited for the fish hook, the item to give anything evasive. That is an interesting tech, and it could potentially push out Peter Pan Shadow.
Yeah,
it just could put that card existing might potentially push Ruby Amethyst into just a different play style in general.
Yeah, because it does 2 things, right? Like it answers the evasive issues, but it also allows some of your weaker units to trade up, being able to give things. I think it's Challenger +3. So, just another reason that these 1/3s or something, would be worth playing on board or worth having on board. Is being able to trade up, Tremaine fodder, things like that. But we see a very, very typical opening that anybody who's watched Ruby Amethyst or played Ruby Amethyst has seen and played probably millions of times. I mean,
it's such a good play. You get a free lore out of it. You get your turn 3 ink for free. It's crazy. It's so good.
Yeah, it's part of why Ruby Amethyst can get away with running a couple more uninkables than decks usually could, is because if you find this one drop, that's exactly it. You drop the one drop, you get a lore out of it, you bounce it back. Now you guarantee something to ink for next turn to play something else.
And then once you start hitting into 3 and 4, then you're getting into your absolutely insane card draw. And here we see the mini, which is huge. However, we do know that the Peter Pan Shadow could come down, and especially if we have the Shadow plus the Fox, that just answers the mini, and immediately you get 2 lore out of it, and then it dies.
Yeah, so Esmond being on the play here, I think, is trying to get as much value as he can out of the mini while he can. Because right now, Diego only has 3 ink to work with, can't play a Peter Pan Shadow right now. We didn't see a Fox come down either, which means next turn, or like Esmond should be able to quest with Minnie Mouse pretty safely here without worrying about any kickback, because okay, so he decides to sing Friends on the Other Side with Minnie instead, getting value out of the
and he can do it pretty safely here.
Yeah,
like the only way that Minnie dies here is if we have Shadow plus Teeth animation.
Yeah. Which might be it. Maybe that's why the Cusco came down. Cusco's a great target for Teeth Inhibition, or Olaf, to be fair. But you can either banish your Cusco to draw a card and then deal 2 damage, or you can put damage on your Olaf and deal 2 damage as well.
Ooh,
so he is playing the crab. Okay.
And there's another tech, baby.
Yeah.
The crab just out here, like being able to make help you trade up is just a very huge part of why I love crab. Crab even is able to let mini trade into the Shadow evenly as well. So I love these techs, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
This is like a different version of the Peter Pan Shadow tech, but also almost kind of a tech for the tech, where like you can play crab and then use mini to get rid of the Shadow and still stay alive.
Like it does the same thing, but it also kind of counters what the other one's trying to do. It's God, this is why I don't think I could ever get tired of this meta specifically, because of how interesting the top deck mirrors are against each other, because they're so different.
Yeah, and it's just a couple cards, like there's a lot of cards in Ruby Amethyst, depending on which version you're playing. You could be and Shadow. Oh man, we're playing both Shadow and Crab. Okay, so Esmond must have just missed most of that stuff during last game, having not seen any of the answers for it. This completely changes.
Did we see Maleficent 3-drop from Edmund last game?
I believe we did.
That's so interesting, like, because normally like Shadow, Crab, and Maleficent are like fighting for that same spot. Like he has to be. I think this almost guarantees that he's not playing Elsa though, because we saw the Ursula, and I think you have to take out some top end if you're going to be playing all 3 of the Crab, Shadow, and Maleficent.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the skills as a pro player or as a competitive player with TCGs in general, is especially the more cards that we get in our card pool, the decks become less and less obvious on which cards get slotted in, and there comes a point where sometimes you have to make sacrifices, and you have to say, I really want to play both the Shadow and the Crab just to guarantee that I can do things with my evasives or counter the Ruby Amethyst mirror matches and their evasives. And with that, maybe you have to give up the Elsas. Maybe you have to give up a little bit of your late game to be able to fit everything in and play those uninkables. There's the Maleficent right there that we saw last game.
I think if you are Diego though, I think you can pretty much rule out Elsa and Dragonfire as potential cards that are being played here, because of, like, that's so many slots in that 3/4 drop slot. You have to be taking out some top end. You have to be taking out some potential removal. I'd even argue that he may not be on, like he may only be on like 3 true main because of this. Yeah, which I think is like pretty standard right now, the 3 true main.
There definitely have to be cut somewhere, especially because like most of the cards you just named are uninkables, and like you can only fit so many. If you're gonna play Shadow, you can't also play Ultramains and Elsas. And Dragonfires. Like there's just too many uninkables. There's too many other cards like a Merlin Rabbit that are just really, really great in the deck that you can't get rid of for losing because you would lose too much value. But
and here we're just seeing like we see more Tremaine insurance, and we're getting 4 lore. Like this is very quickly being run away.
Yeah, and a totally different game from last game, right? Like Diego doesn't have the Pan Shadow. This mini's been able to draw cards. This mini's been able to quest for a bunch of lore. I don't even think Esmond has played any goats yet. We see a goat on Diego's side, but Esmond's already up at 12 lore right now, which is getting dangerously close to goat territory. I can't imagine he would be on spell books if
I would say playing, almost certainly not.
Yeah, the rest of this, but I mean we're threatening game next turn.
We're threatening lethal like right now, actually.
Yeah,
like almost lethal. You're threatening 19 with like potential like goat plus a bounce, and then you just play goat next turn.
Yeah. So I guess Diego must have gone first last game.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense.
So Diego went first, and he inked and passed on turn 1. He did
That's
not
right.
Play
That's right. He missed his 1 drop. Thinking really hard. Okay, we play an Ursula.
That is interesting. It stops a pretty large potential burst play, and I think this just secures the win here. Like because like last turn you saw Diego potentially go like being able to go up to 7, but not going up to 7. So he's either drawing for an inkable card for a be prepared, or he just doesn't have be prepared in hand.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see if Diego has the be prepared to wipe this board and maybe get away, maybe have a comeback. We're looking at 4 or 5 lore on board with the spellbook, but you can't spellbook and be prepared this turn. So it would just be 4 lore going up to 14, then wiping
We do have
everything.
the ink. It looks like he was just drawing for an inkable card, and he does have the be prepared.
Yeah, and he'll gain a lore off of the goat too. Really, really close game so far. And this might be where the spellbook does a lot of work again. You know, be prepared, not getting rid of the spellbook. Couldn't use it this turn, but now Esmond has to continue to put pressure on. If he has goat bounce goat, you know, that's enough. But if he doesn't,
even just a goat is
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, never mind. This is game. This is game.
It is not game right here to be fair, but you need 5 lore right now. So let's see. So 1, 2, 3. I don't. Yeah, no. This is. I don't think it's possible with the current card pool. But yeah, like we saw there, like sticking the mini and the Peter Pan Shadow with and being able to clear any potential rush cards for any opponent potion shadow. That was just a pretty quick game by Edwin, and I think that's fine with Diego. He either wants to win that game long or he wants to lose it quick.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to waste any time if you're going to be losing a game, especially going into game 3. You want to be able to have some time to work with, so you're not rushing or going into time and ending up with a tie, especially in these like tournaments that don't go to a top cut and it's just purely like who is at the top of Swiss at the end. Draws are much worse in that than something for a top cut if you're coming for prizing. Especially, you know, both Jonty had mentioned that both of these players are here for the Gen Con Mickey, so you know they're trying really hard to get up there into the top 4. Probably, I would say I wouldn't be any more comfortable being top 2 to think that I might walk away with the Gen Con Mickey, because if it were me, I'm either taking the Trove or the Gen Con Mickey immediately as the number 1 player.
I think, like, honestly, if I'm top 3, I'm pretty happy. Like, the Trove, the Mickey, or the D100, I'm just generally okay with all 3 of those.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm fine with the prizing. I'm just saying, if you are there specifically for the Gen Con Mickey, I would start to get a little concerned if I was top 3 or top 4.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see someone taking a Trove over a Gen Con Mickey, especially if they have a one or two already. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, now, I do want to mention something really, really quick that came into play last round. A lot of people are kind of disparage over the going first, going second advantage right now in Lorcana, and it is a pretty distinct advantage. However, we saw in game 1, so round 1, are the Ruby Amethyst player go second and win, and that that swings so much of the advantage in your favor, because in the flow of a best of three, if you go to game three, then you're the one being able to decide who goes first versus your opponent if you lose game one, win game two. So anytime you can take advantage of going second, game one or game two, well, specifically game one, if you go second game one and you win, you essentially say that you won the die roll now.
Yeah.
Because then your opponent goes first, then you can go first if you lose game two. But also, like, if you win going second game one and game two, that's such a power play, man.
Yeah, for sure. Whew. The difference between going first and second in this game is just everything, especially in this mirror. And when, like you said, when you can take advantage of that and win after going second and just completely flip, you know, how that would have gone all the way to game three. Yeah, it's so good. You're in a great position at that point. And I will say, going second is not the end of the world. I know statistics are statistics, and like statistically, the players who go first typically win more, but it's not like it's an 80% chance you're gonna win if you go first. Like,
I think the latest numbers are like inching to 55-56% in favor of going first, which is pretty distinct and pretty heavy in top tables specifically.
Yeah,
but in every other game of a tournament, player skill can and probably will swing that. And like in like Swiss turn, like rounds 1 through maybe like 5 or 6, there probably is a player that is just distinctly better than the other player, which is pretty normal. That's not a bad thing. That's just like some people spend a lot of time playing these TCGs, and they spend all that time specifically so they can mitigate things like going first, going second, mitigate some things like RNG, just to be able to get into that, like into the top cut more consistently. It's why TCGs, in my opinion, are incredibly fun. There's enough RNG that worse players can sometimes be better players, but the better players on average win more.
Yeah, and like that's something you'll see if you watch any large tournaments, is once you get further and further into those rounds, and especially into top cut, the games are often won or lost like by one misplay. Like the one thing that the person does loses in the game, and like it's not that cutthroat in the beginning rounds because there's likely to be more misplays happening. But yeah, like a lot of times it's just the amount of time you've put into the game and how many games that you've played. You know, the lines, all the lines that you've memorized, and you know, so that you can play faster, all the things, any advantage that you can have on your opponent regarding how comfortable you are in the matchup. You know, that's why I always encourage people. Ruby Amethyst is, I'm going to say, arguably the best deck. I think it's not a very good argument if you're going to argument anything else.
Yeah.
But like it's the best deck in the format right now. But I would encourage somebody to play something they're more comfortable with 1,000 times before I would encourage them to play Ruby 100%. Amethyst in a tournament if they had never touched the deck before, you know.
I think the way that I talk about it is not that it's the best deck, but it is the best take to a tournament if you are comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Because any misplay that you do as Ruby Amethyst against a non-Ruby Amethyst deck is so much less exasperated than if you were not playing Ruby Amethyst, or if you were not playing Ruby Amethyst and you were playing against Ruby Amethyst. You are able to make mental mistakes, even though this is a pretty mid-rangey control deck, that there's a ton of decision trees. You don't always have to make the best play unless you're playing in a mirror match against someone who is like as good, if not better than you. Oh, and
we see a crab from the other side. So both players are playing Peter Pan Shadow and Crab, which is very interesting, I think.
Okay. Diego must not be playing 3-cost Maleficent. There's no shot. You're not playing
I don't think
Crab. There's no way.
I don't think I've seen a Maleficent from Diego's side.
Oh man, I will say like here is one of those potential misplays for Edmund, like going into my opponent's turn 3, just leaving that mini like questing for 1 lore when your opponent can potentially have a fox to get value. But even here, like a worse situation is he gets to go board control 2 and take it out with a crab. But now, like, even that fox taking out the mini Diego can leave you with 0 board now. So
Yeah.
you need to spend time developing your board. Whereas now Crab can either be bounced and let Cusco take out
Yeah.
that fox, or the Crab can just take out the fox. Oh yeah. So I think
So he's drawing.
man, I think we must, if we have a bounce here, it's so
Yeah.
good.
It's so much value. Getting the 2 draw from the Crab, bouncing the Crab, giving Cusco Challenger, being able to banish your own Cusco and get rid of their fox and draw another
leave a
draw.
card on field.
Yeah.
Leave 2 cards on field. Oh no.
Okay, so it's just a rabbit. Just a rabbit.
We were close.
That's okay, because the Crab is still a threat on board. Like anytime it can be bounced, it can be utilized, and he's not exerting the Cusco, and he's basically daring Esmond to challenge into this Crab. Challenging the Crab with your fox. I have the more board presence right now than you do, and I think Diego's hoping that Esmond just takes this challenge and kind of does what we were saying earlier for him. He gets a lure out of Crab, and then also manages to get rid of fox if Esmond takes this.
The only potential feels bad about this play is that you are not able to quest with that Cusco, and you do leave it at 2-2.
Yeah.
Like if you're going first, you definitely want to be pushing that lore early, especially when both players have Shadow, both players have Mini. You want to be pushing that lore as much as possible early. I wonder if Diego just didn't have a turn 4 play in hand, and that's why he wanted to use the friends on the other side. In that case, I can understand the play more.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Digging for something that you can play more efficiently on turn 4, like a rabbit. Definitely don't hate that line. You see, Esmond thinking hard before playing this rabbit and drawing a card. Probably deciding if he wants to take this challenge with the Crab, or if he just wants to quest or leave things up.
It's hard to say, because like if your opponent didn't have a bounce already, it is more likely that they have it now that they drew like 3 cards. So
yeah,
it doesn't feel great to do that, but you still have a card on board, whereas you wouldn't have had a card on board if we just took it last time. We just need more cards coming down.
Yeah, more
that's
card
what
draw.
Rabbit does, right?
Yeah, like I think that's at least the second friends that Diego's seen, just drawing cards over and over, playing rabbits, drawing cards. The more cards that you see, the more answers you have and that are available to you, so that you can make the most optimal and efficient plays. That is a Maleficent! They're both playing Maleficents! Oh my gosh.
Jonty, if you're listening to this, get this man's deck list. I need to see it. I need to see it.
Yeah, both players playing Maleficent, Shadow, and Crab is wild.
And Diego playing Spellbook at the same time.
Yeah,
right.
Spellbook.
He must not be playing Ursula. No,
I don't think he's playing dragons either. I don't think we've seen a dragon from Diego.
I think can't be playing Ursula. We've seen Ursula, I think, from Diego, but like, it has to be like no Maleficents. Has to be no Elsas. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Yeah, I need the list.
This is a wild list for sure. Very interesting. Very, very fun to commentate over. It's just different than what we normally see. It's like we talked about before. Even though Ruby Amethyst is the most consistent, so you see it a lot, the decks vary widely across player to player, and it's just very interesting to see what players cook up and what they think is worth playing, and how they try to pilot the deck, and if which strategy they lean into a little bit more.
From John in chat, like we did see a Maleficent in game 1 from Diego. I don't know, man. I'm confused.
At the time, I wasn't thinking about it because we saw the Shadow, we saw the Maleficent, and then I was like, okay, he's playing Shadow, he's probably not playing Crab. So I didn't take mental note of it, but it is interesting. I would agree with Dean. He's probably only playing like 2 of a couple of these, because there's just no way you can play 3 or 4 of all of these characters that are taking up this 3-cost slot.
Yeah, Elsa just has to not be being played in these, because right now I'm currently playing 2 Elsa in my current list, and Crab, Maleficent, and Shadow are all fighting for that last 2 of slot in the deck, and I'm just like, what do I want? I don't know.
Yeah.
I am also playing Dragonfire though, so there is potential for no Dragonfire in these lists.
I haven't seen one yet, though it's been difficult for me to see their hands. I would think after 2
I haven't
games
not
you
seen
would see it
Dragonfire.
though.
Yeah. God, what an interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. The past 2 games have been very close. This one has been very back and forth as well. Diego being able to utilize the goat and bounce, gaining 2 lore already from goat, playing a fox, being able to get rid of Esmond's rabbit with the fox, keeping the fox just damaged on board.
Yep. I
Getting
will
lots of
say
value.
here, without another card to play, there's potential for Esmond to take control of the board pretty easily here by taking out the fox and then just playing a dirty Tremaine.
Yeah, just clearing the board through Tremaine. Which is, it's just so much value and so much of a tempo swing when you're able to both clear your opponent's board and develop characters with decent stats and lore.
Oh, the mini come down here is huge because we can still take out the. Yep. That's a fine quest. I don't think there's anything that really punishes this play right now, besides. No, we're going only going to 6. A Maui maybe hurts because if the Maui takes out the Olaf, the crab trades with. No, I mean I'm just overthinking. Because like a Maui into a shadow next turn really helps against the mini, but it looks like we're potentially just trying to set up for a Be Prepared or a Tremaine, maybe an Ursula, in the next few turns. Inking a goat huge in the mirror.
Playing the mini though.
Yeah. That's so interesting because if you don't have another crab in hand, maybe leaving up the crab is correct.
That's what I'm wondering. He gets rid of the crab, which I would think you would want for next turn to use for the mini, or at least threaten the banishing your opponent's mini if they decide to exert it next turn.
That card has glare on it, but he plays aside, paid 1 gain of lore. I know what that is.
The spellbooks come down, the clock is ticking. We'll see if Diego has the crab to punish the mini exerting from Diego's side.
Even then, like 11-2 at this point is good. Yep, he had the extra crab.
So he had the extra crab. He's going to take out the mini.
11-2 is just pretty rough though, without a spellbook to compete. Wait, what just happened? Oh, he bounced the crab and gave him 11 cents. Nice.
Yeah, I agree. This you're so behind on lore, and especially in a Ruby Amethyst match, like you could play Be Prepared here, just reset the entire board, and now all advantages that Esmond have is kind of taken away from trying to catch up. So Esmond is really going to have to go turbo here and hope that Diego doesn't have too many answers just to catch up with this spellbook, ticking the clock down.
Esmond does like to see this because he can just play an Ursula next turn, negate whatever happened with the book, and go to 6, threatening 7 lore to go to 13 the next turn. And I would say right now he has the read that there is no Be Prepared in hand.
Yeah, I would have imagined that if there was a Be Prepared in hand, you would have seen it. We're not even at 7 ink for Diego right now.
I wonder if he just doesn't have another inkable card. It could just be the same where he had Be Prepared but didn't have another inkable card, right? So like if you go like rabbit, draw the snake and draw a second inkable. So it's possible. I can see that being the play, but even here, like we're still playing similar around Be Prepared by just drawing with the friends to get value. I think you can pretty easily drop the Ursula that I saw in hand, drain something. Oh, just Tremaine? Oh,
okay. We're just drawing cards. I like this play. You're not, because Ursula, is a big threat, something that has to be taken out immediately. You're negating the spell book, lots of lore, really big willpower. But Yzma is still a pretty big threat. Like it's 2 lore. It's not as much as Ursula is, but you're getting to shuffle something back into your deck after getting value out of it. In this case, Singing Friends. And now you're going to draw 2 more cards. So we've drawn 4 cards already this turn.
Yep.
So if Diego decides to play Be Prepared, you've got plenty of resources in your hand to just play stuff back out.
I guess valuing the card draw to give less prepared value over just threatening more lore is a bit interesting. I think I would prefer going for the lore, mostly because my opponent's at such a high lore advantage already. I want to threaten going to 13 next turn, and dropping back down to 11. But right now at 12 to going to 5 threatening 3, 5, threatening 10. It feels a little bit worse to me, but hey, these guys won round. Oh, going to 17.
Gosh.
He should be at 5.
5, yeah.
5. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you on the Ursula play. I think it was probably the most optimal in regards of you need to slow Diego down with the spellbook and you need to threaten more lore. Obviously, Ursula getting Be Prepared hurts a little bit because, you know, he's still just negating a lot of that stuff, but that you're still 7 lore behind after this play, and you know you're still in the same spot after Be Prepared where you're just sitting there and you're gonna have to rebuild your board and try to catch up.
Yeah, the goat coming down here is huge too, because if he doesn't have the Be Prepared, which I think was the correct read the turn before, that he didn't have the Be Prepared. Now he's going to 16 when he could be only going to 15. He's threatening 18. He's threatening lethal next
turn. Yeah.
So you need to play the Ursula now when you could have played the Ursula last turn. You could have gone up to also 5, I think. But then threaten going to 13, threatening lethal the next turn, so your opponent can't just play goat and wait. I personally think that line might have lost Esmond the game.
Yeah, because we see it now, playing the Ursula, drawing a card, going down to 15.
Because if Diego just has bounce goat, it probably wouldn't have mattered. But if you have the read that he didn't have Be Prepared, and you need to start threatening lore now, you actually no, I still think it's incorrect, because you can snake trade into snake, go to 9 here when you could have been going to 10, and then you have you still have 3, 5, you still have 7, so you're still threatening pretty high lore.
Yeah, not to mention you'd still have the Maleficent on board.
Exactly.
You know, from bouncing. So, you know, it's not just a difference of 2 lore from Yzma to 3 lore from Ursula. It's actually a difference of 4 lore because of the extra card. So it may be too little too late for Diego, or for Esmond here, if Diego has too many goat bounce shenanigans along with this.
Now you're only at 9 when you could have been going to like 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and here it's just what's this? Oh, Be Prepared.
Okay, Be Prepared. Leaving 1 for the book. Going up 17.
And we know we have goat in hand, so we just go to 19 next turn. So like we need an Ursula, or else this is game.
Yeah. And even then, like Esmond's clawing his way back, even with an Ursula. No Ursula, just going wide.
If Diego has a bounce here, this is just game immediately. Like I think the main reason why I would call it a misplay is not because of just getting the lore drain earlier, right? It's getting the lore drain, putting him off another turn while threatening lethal over 2 on your side.
Yeah.
So in that case, you potentially win this turn without that Be Prepared. So you're playing. You have to play to a specific amount of outs, but now it's just almost a guaranteed win.
Okay, he opts for a Be Prepared instead of playing goat.
He bounced the goat to his hand, right?
Yeah, as far as I remember, he bounced goat to his hand. I guess he's just getting rid of. Okay.
Yeah, I think Esmond just scooped here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. doesn't necessarily matter.
No. Diego takes that in game 3 of round 2.
What a wonderful best of 3. Diego played very well. Esmond played also very well, but like I was saying earlier, not only does the dice roll affect things, but if I would say that Esmond probably misplayed a little bit more than Diego. So that, compared with also losing the die roll, I think was just too much to overcome. I think like it shows how competitive this game is, how much depth this game has, that just little things like just sequencing something wrong, or playing something 1 turn later than you would have, or playing around something that maybe you don't have the information correct. Like all these things just leads to a fantastic best of 3 and a fantastic win by Diego.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, it's not like the lines that Esmond played were bad. Like, they were good lines. You know, they were very good lines to see. But like, yeah, it's the difference between playing a good line and playing the correct one,
the perfect line.
Yeah, like that. It's literally down to like the smallest things in this game, which is, you know, one of the reasons that I love this game, and I think it's so good.
It's also one of the reasons why I look at everyone who says this game is just a baby Magic, and I laugh at you. I laugh at you. This game has so much depth. This game is much more akin, in my opinion, to the small decisions made in Hearthstone, the small decisions made in Flesh and Blood, where little things like inking the wrong card on turn 1, mulliganing one card away for a specific matchup can lose you the game 15 to 20 turns later. Like a personal example, when I was in a pretty large online tournament a few weeks ago, I was playing on a win and get into top 8, and I knew I was playing an evasive heavy Ruby Amethyst deck as Amethyst Steel, and I opened Grab Your Sword and Small Tinkerbell. I threw back the Grab Your Sword because I thought I wanted more ink, and I drew the big Tinkerbell on turn 3 going into turn 4, and I would have wiped their board, and I lost the game by 3 lore. Like small things like that, and like that's not a thing that I feel bad about on myself. That's one thing that like I can learn from this. I can plan ahead better going in. I can plan for actually getting that Tinkerbell. And it's fantastic. Like just knowing that I caused that game to lose myself on that mulligan is encouraging to me, because I know that I can get better.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and like that's the difference between good players and great players, right? One thing that I find myself getting caught up on a lot is I fall into this trap of thinking if I'm losing, then like that makes me a really bad player, and because of that I feel the need to win constantly. The problem is if I'm always winning, I'm usually not learning as much. You know, like if I can get over feeling the need to win and not wanting to play games because I don't feel like losing, and instead just playing games because more games under my belt is going to teach me more things, is going to make me a better player. Like that's the difference, is being able to step away from a game, look back on the mistakes that you possibly made, so that for next time you understand the matchup better, you understand how to mulligan better, you know, you understand you see all of the minute things that you could have done slightly differently, that, you know, makes up those percentage points when it comes to all the stuff that we talk about regarding going first and second, or the specific matchup that you play, or, you know, drawing your inkable cards versus not drawing them. Like it all adds up at the end of the day to being the difference.
Yeah, and I think a big part of playing a lot of games and not playing to just win, and this goes into tournament play as well, you need to learn how to flush like ancillary emotions so fast after a game. If you lose a game and you feel bad about it, you need to flush it. Flush flush that negative feeling, move on to the next game. It's fine. Like if you're with friends and you're joking around, you're not really like trying to like test super seriously. Have a good time. Don't worry about it. But in a tournament like this, especially if you like if you're going first, going second, you lose game 1, you need to immediately flush and immediately move on to the next game, because like if you go into the second game like, man, I'm such a bad player, this is so much better than me, you're done. Like you lost that game immediately. Like you're not gonna be making good decisions at all the entire game. So like you being able to flush that emotion it helps in tournament play. It helps in testing, being able to take away what you need to take away from a testing game where you lose, instead of just being like, I lost. Oh well, like why did you lose? What did you do to put yourself in a position that you may have won, you may have lost? Is there anything that you can do to change that? Sometimes there is, sometimes there just isn't.
Yeah.
And in those situations where there just isn't, you just need to be like, well, oh well, move on. And with Jaunty coming on, I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay. So we're going to transition over. Hello, John T.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great on our end. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're loving all the ruby amethyst slogs.
Yeah, we've seen lots of amethyst today.
Yeah. So far, nothing but right. The first game was with some steel with Jake, who did a great job. Like I say, he's very new to it. I mean, he's not a new game player. Competitively plays a lot of 40k, the miniatures game, and just plays a bit of Magic and what have you. So there are some sort of base rules in all games, right?
Right.
Think about advantage, think about control. That sort of carries over into everything. But yeah, he's doing really good considering he's pretty new to Lorcana. And then that second game with Diego and Esmond, they're both out of towners. I think they might have been played here once or twice, but they're certainly not sort of league regulars. They're just down here. They're much more competitively focused and looking for prizing. They both said that we need to get a 1K sorted here, which I would love to do. I am slowly encouraging my local players to think a little bit more competitively with the game, which is why we do these little, these lower entry, lower stakes tournaments. But I still think it's great to get down and see some decks. Unfortunately, it's been a bit Ruby Amethyst heavy, but it's nice to see some of the tech cards. It's great to see like the shadow coming down, the crab, just little things like that that can literally be the decider, right, in those games. Just that slight advantage in the mirror, especially against the Minnie Mouse evasives and stuff. It's just kind of great to see those.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we saw in game one with Diego and Esmond. The early Peter Pan completely solidified that game for him, stopping anything that the Mini could do. But it's no surprise to me that that we see a lot of Amethyst, especially Ruby Amethyst, send out set 2 as we move into the Inklands. But I remember you mentioning that y'all store does both a you do the tournament, the rounds that you're doing now, but is there also a free play thing going on right now, or is it on and off?
So whenever we're running a competitive event, we run something like this every other week, and it changes between either a draft or a constructed tournament. So basically, we have a constructed tournament monthly, we have a draft monthly, and they both sort of go off on off weeks. But then always every Saturday we just have casual play as well. There wasn't so many in today for the casual play because the league has actually ended. That sort of 12-week, the sort of official Lorcana 12-week period has ended for us. I don't know what time-wise, it just hasn't lined up this time round. We set 1, it finished. The league finished on week 12. The next week we had starter deck launch. We did starter deck tournaments, and the week after that, round League 2 started. There was no break. Whereas this time, we found that we've had a break. But I have seen some stores online saying, "Oh, it's our last week of league this week." I'm like, did we miss a week? I've gone back and I have 12 weeks worth of data for people, so I don't quite know what's happened. Maybe some stores had a break over Christmas, which is probably not a terrible idea. So this week it's sort of like an off week, a chill week. A lot of our regular players are like, do you know what? I'm actually going to take a Saturday morning to go and do something else. So it's a little bit quieter as far as the regular play goes, but we've had a lot of people sort of popping in here and seeing what's going on and really enjoying the setup and stuff, and it's just
even though TCG players want a life, John T.
Right? Isn't it weird? These are casual TCG players, though. These are the ones that did have a life and still just take a few hours a week to play Lorcana.
Not us, baby. Not us.
That couldn't be me.
No life. No fun.
So people have been popping in and checking out what's going on, and we've got a pretty good setup here. I apologize for the glare. I'm doing everything I can to kind of get over that. We just could have spots in here, so there's no matter where you put the table, there is a point where a spotlight just goes into the camera, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that second game wasn't so bad, apart from every time spellbook went down, you knew the spellbook because it sat to one side and it quested for one straight away. But you could never see that spellbook. But obviously, I'm sitting here watching these games, making sure everything's going smoothly. So far, I haven't had to point anything out, honestly. There was one card draw off of a Strength of Raging Fire, Storm, sorry, that's not optional, so I just had to point that out to him. And one time we just misexerted some ink, paid for something, but it's doing nothing crazy at all. Obviously, these folks, especially in later into the day, you're just going to come up against people who just know what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
I've had to run out for a couple of judge calls out in the main room. You've got to remember, you're seeing 2 people out of 20 playing here today in this tournament, so there's a lot going on. I don't know, do you have the link to the melee that people can look at?
I don't think you gave it to us.
I have
it.
I can.
I was just thinking, you can look at that and keep an eye on it. If you're here for the day, I see a few people in the chat who don't have anything better to do, I guess. We're in it for the long haul, so you can see there who we're going up against. I really hope that we get to see something a little bit different. In the next round, I've got an Emerald Steel discard that's gone 2-0. I've got a couple of Steel songs that have gone 2-0. So top table, I'm hoping is something a bit different for you. But you know,
I can commentate Ruby Amethyst all day. To be fair.
Swiss is Swiss, and you know it goes off. I mean, I will actually get the next round ready now, but we are on break for lunch. We have to let these people eat. Apparently, I don't know.
Boo.
So,
Jonty, I need you to get Diego's list for me. I need to see that.
Okay, yeah, there's some spicy little bits of tech in there, eh?
Like there's a book, there's a Maleficent, there's a crab, there's a Peter Pan shadow. I don't know what's going on, man. I can't find space for any of those things.
And very often seemed to have them when he needed them. On that, I think it was the 3rd game. On his turn 4, and he got the crab and the mini, and I was like, oh my god, if he can bounce this crab.
Huge swing.
And a rabbit came down, and like it's so difficult. So I'm sat right here, like literally the game is happening like this far away from me, and it's so difficult to not go, ooh. It's so difficult not to react and just try and keep that judge head on and that TO head on, you know, and sort of let it play out.
It's gonna be so funny when you get me the list and I'm like, oh man, how is he fitting all these cards into 6 cards? And it's just like 66 cards or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ah.
Or like they're just one-offs and he's just got the luckiest draw. Yeah, because just always seemed to have what he was looking for, right? But yeah, it's really interesting. I really enjoyed the Amethyst Steel deck. I was doing the exact same as you guys. I was sitting there thinking he must just not be running Elsa's, and especially like knowing that he's a newer player.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily want to drop. I mean, Elsa's have come down quite a bit in price, but even still, they're probably sort of like 30. You know, here in Canada, I think they're still like $40 cards. So you might not necessarily want to drop 120 bucks on something, you know. So yeah, and I was like, "Are you running any Elsa's?" He's like, "Yeah, got 4, never saw one." I was like, "Oh, yeah." So yeah, because like I say, with a newer player, you just kind of think, "Oh, well, you know, maybe the deck is just not completely decked out." Yeah, and that top end stuff that. You know, Elsa's a real great bomb and would have come in handy so much in that game, but it's still, a bit of a sort of bomb towards the end of the game that you can, for most play, can manage without, So I was just sitting here thinking, he probably just doesn't have it.
Yeah, like specific decks like Ruby Amethyst that have so many other bombs that help with their playstyle specifically.
Yeah.
Amethyst Steel, man, Elsa feels so good. Just like there's sometimes where you just need that one turn of tempo, especially in a deck that doesn't have Be Prepared. Something like that to stop your opponent from doing what they're doing and then threaten 3 lore on the backswing.
Exactly.
That's a lot of times what's needed just to close.
Like you say, in Amethyst Ruby, the options instead of Elsa, there's so much around that area that's doing similar, there's Tremaines, Be Prepared, Maleficent, Monstrous Dragons, just
even
loads
Maui
of stuff.
and Dragonfire.
Maui, yeah, exactly. Just stuff you can take in and out. But yeah, in Steel, you're a little bit more limited in the spots. So yeah, but no, he had 4 of them, just never saw one. It's just how it goes sometimes, eh?
Oh well.
So unfortunate.
Yeah.
And he played very well. Props to him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Even with those missed quests, like he was still even with those missed quests, if he had an Elsa at the right time, he can still take at least that first game. It's crazy.
Second game was a little bit of a washout, to be honest with you. But that first game, I was really impressed at the play there. And at the end of the game, I just went over and shook him. I'm like,
I know.
It's funny though, because Calvin, his opponent, 3 weeks ago, I did the exact same with Calvin because he moved over from a Steel Song into Ruby Amethyst and was doing the exact same thing playing against me. I'm like, dude, come on, you've got to Ruby Amethyst is a death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like it's constantly just tweaking that little 1 lore, 2 lore here and there, and you get into the mid game and they look over and you've got 12 lore, and then like, where did that happen from? And that's it. Then like you saw that so much in the mirror just then, right? Just pretty much the player that got up to double digits earlier,
First, yeah.
you instantly are able to just sort of sit back, breathe a little, start worrying about your opponent's board, and it's all just coming from those little early quests, you know.
What a time! What a good just 2 games to commentate. 2 rounds to commentate.
I think so. I was, you know, obviously this is just, it's a locals tournament outside of a couple of people that have come in just because there's not that much going on in the area competitively, and it's just nice to have something that's a little, you know, little dialed up today. But for the most part, these are local players. These are the guys that are coming in out week in, week out, and you know, playing with the cards they've got. You know, it's not an online client where you can just go and pick 4 of everything you need. You know, there are people who are playing. I'm running 2 of these just because I haven't pulled another one. You know, especially like the singles market in Canada is much more difficult. We don't have a TCG player. They're just, you know, some places on TCG play will ship up to us, but it's a very expensive shipping. Sometimes you can get screwed with customs and what have you. The only real availability of singles is, you know, just bigger stores that open stuff. You know, we open quite a bit, but it very quickly gets picked, and with the lack of availability of products in general, it isn't necessarily that cost effective for us to keep cracking packs and cracking boxes for singles moving further into a set. There's a good chance now that you open a box of Rise of the Floodborn and just don't see the value out of it, you know, like we're quite a good chance, unfortunately. So it means that stores are really put off opening more singles as you go on. People get their 4-ofs, what they need, and they just sit on them, and it can actually really sort of make the paper play struggle a little. So
you said Elsa being like a 40-pound card. Like down here, it's like 20. Or less.
It's not that.
I mean, you know, like you just times everything by a third just to get to Canadian, right? But then you've always got to add a little bit on because the single price is just our premium. I'll take a look right now at if we had one, because I know we don't. If we had one, what it would sell for? Let's have a look. $1,200. That's the
Good grief.
Okay. Oh, so it's a little lower than I thought. It's actually at $24 now if we had them, so that's not so bad. But even still, a month into a game to drop $100 on a play set of a card
exactly
you don't even see when you actually play it, right?
Like down here, Elsa's now a $13 card.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, much more accessible if you can get them, but like I say, it's just that we just don't have that. We just don't have that market-controlled platform like TCG Player, unfortunately. So it makes it a little trickier to get hold of stuff. So, but no, it's good. Some good games so far. I'm going to run off. I'm going to get round 3 sorted, and like I say, we'll be back in 30 minutes from now. So have fun filling 30 minutes talking about
appreciate that
Ruby Amethyst games you just watched.
Appreciate you, John T.
Bye, John T. All right.
Well, we got 30 minutes.
We got 30 minutes to fill.
Oh man, what a good time right now. Just go and it's like all the cards from set 3 revealed. We're finishing up some set 2 tournaments. It's just a good time to be in TCGs.
Yeah,
just in that spot, especially a TCG that's not like a port of a Japanese game. Where they get the cards like 3 to 4 months ahead of time, so we already know technically how the meta shakes up a little bit. Like we have like 2 weeks before like major tournaments start to happen with set 3 cards that we just got fully revealed like 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's one of the things. This is like one of my more these are one of the times I am most excited about in specifically Lorcana. It's because, like you said, we usually don't see all the cards in the set till like very close to launch, which means we don't have a lot of time to work with them in deck build and test before the set comes out so that everybody just knows like what they want to play beforehand. And then not only after that, but events start happening immediately afterwards. So we get this really, really fun, entertaining time where tournaments show up and people are just bringing everything. Like it's just whatever they think is good. And we see a wide plethora of decks before, you know, some decks start to bubble to the top. Thought it was really interesting because if we look back at the beginning of Rise of the Floodborn, Popsicle Control was huge. It was taking over tournaments, taking over the meta, because it was like the new big thing that everybody had found. A really good draw engine with Popsicle and Hiram Flavorsham.
That's 6 willpower, man. Gets you every time.
Yeah. And now you virtually don't see the deck played at all. So it's just fun little things like that where decks enter the meta game that shake things up a little bit, and then the meta starts to adjust. But you know, as we talked about earlier in the stream, it feels like there's a bajillion decks out there now to play test with. Some of them more fun than probably competitive, but at least interesting to look at and fun to play with.
Yeah, stuff like puppies, like it's really cool to theorize about, but I would be pretty surprised if a puppy hyper aggro deck was extremely competitive outside of the local level against stuff that like Steel Song is still like got some pretty good buffs through the set. We have obviously Amethyst Steel with the whole new world Jafar combo where we're trying to get 7 to 14 lore in one turn. We have Ursula with like Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo and a bunch of discard cards that to try and just completely wipe out your opponent's hand before turn 4, turn 5. And just like and 1,000 things in between. Like I haven't even talked about Morph. I haven't even talked about locations. Like there will be like location aggro decks. There's Morph with every single ink will look to have a Morph like Floodborn like toolbox deck. And one thing that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about is the bosses on a roll with Goat, with Flute in with Ariel, Cinderella, and just a song aggro deck.
Yeah.
Like even if we have Ursula, even if we have stuff that discards songs, we have so many other songs. We have Flute to threaten a bunch of lore. We have Boss on a Roll to look at your deck and plan out your next few turns so that discard may not hurt you as much. And then we have all the singers, all the good songs. We even have our own discard engine in Bare Necessities. And like that sort of aggressive deck with Goat essentially lowering the win condition from like 20 to 17, 18 can be huge. And even that, like if you want more, like you have access to both Flute and Spellbook.
Yeah, exactly. That's Jafar is getting a lot of attention right now because of he's just such a big bomb to play. But that's one of the things that I've been looking at most since we saw the card was Bosses on a Roll, because it's just another card in Amethyst that can gain you lore without having to do anything other than just play it. And so once you pair that with Goat, once you pair that with Books, once you pair that with Flute and this, like you essentially have everything you need in a deck to win without ever questing with a character. And of course you need to see a lot of that to do it, but like you add a couple things, or you add a couple things to make the deck more consistent, or to find those pieces, which like Bosses on a Roll is already one of those things, being able to dig 5 cards into your deck and then just decide which ones you want to keep on top and which ones you want to chuck to the bottom while gaining a lore. And it's a song, so it turns on Flute and it can be played for free. Like I'm very interested to see where aggro decks turn in this meta. And like I mean, I say there's definitely going to be more than one version of aggro, right? Like there's probably going to be a song aggro like this that doesn't interact.
Puppy aggro.
Yeah, there's puppy aggro. I'm sure we'll still see some variant of Mufasa coming in.
There are a bunch of bodyguard aggro decks that are floating around right now.
Can you hear me if I'm not on screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so breaking news.
Okay.
We've just paired up round 3, and to no shock to anybody, it's going to be Calvin from game 1 and Diego from game 2.
Okay.
And in a ruby amethyst mirror.
Okay.
So instead, if you would like, would you rather see table 2, which is a steel song mirror?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, because it's a mirror either way, but I thought at least it changes it up a little bit. You get to see 2 players that you've not seen yet, and you've already seen both Diego and Calvin, so I thought maybe that might be a little bit more interesting for the next round 3 of 5, to see a table 2 and just see something a little bit different. Because chances are round 4 and 5 is people you've already seen playing Ruby Amethyst. So
yeah.
All right, cool. We'll see if we can make that happen for you. We'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good.
There we go.
There we go.
Steel Song, another deck that's gone through a ton of changes. Although, like this is going to be a new ink pair that we've seen today. I would say that the mirror of Steel Song is a lot more die roll dependent than Ruby Amethyst.
Okay.
And it's a lot more swingy off of the first 2 to 3 turns.
Mm-hmm.
However, if both players don't open either Cinderella or Storm Rage on, then that mirror becomes so interesting.
Okay.
But if turn 1 goes Cinderella and then has Storm Rage on, or if turn 1 doesn't have Storm Rage on or Cinderella, and the second player does, that becomes such a steamroll effect for the player who does have it, who's able to clear the board first, that they're able to essentially do whatever they want. But if neither player have like Storm Rage on and they're able to like start to go a little bit wider, that mirror becomes super, super interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've noticed playing into Steel Song decks is if they do have those killer openings, or even just openings where they're able to, like you said, play Cinderella turn 1, then seeing let Storm Rage on, or even if like by turn 3 they have Strength of Raging Fire and they've built a wide board, sometimes it can just be so hard to catch up because everything you play, they just ping and get rid of, usually for free, and then can continue to develop and quest, and it's like before you know it, they've got flutes on the board and there's just nothing you can do to stop them. So I'm excited to see an ink pairing that we haven't seen today. I think Steel Song is another great deck to showcase in a tournament that's sort of sending set 2 off. Steel Song obviously ramped up a lot during the first chapter there towards the end, and then continued to be pretty good into Rise of the Floodborn as well. And just another one of those decks that if you've paid attention to the competitive scene at all, you've seen and heard of many, many times. So I'll be excited to commentate over that for sure.
Yeah. And I would say Steel Song is one of those decks that like at a few different points in this meta had absolutely a good argument for being at least the second best deck in the format. However, like once Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire, when those were still in popularity, and Sapphire still in popularity, that's such an awful matchup for Steel Song. Both of those decks, Steel Song, like it's very much a microcosm of the triangle meta of the aggro and the control and the mid range deck triangle. The Steel Song really pushes down hyper aggressive decks, and even the Emerald Steel discard deck. It's such a positive matchup, I would say, for Steel Song, that Steel Song even probably pushed down the representation of Emerald Steel, which helped Ruby Amethyst out a ton. But if there's like any sort of representation of Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire, it's just like it's very hard for Steel Song to get to these top tables. And you want to get to those top tables where maybe those Ruby Sapphire decks or those Sapphire Steel decks ran into poor matchups in the first 1 or 2 rounds. So if you're able to be Steel Song and stay undefeated, you have more of a chance to either play into those Emerald Steel discard decks or those Ruby Amethyst decks, which is the matchups that you want to be seeing besides like hyper aggro. Like if you see hyper aggro like the first 3 or 4 rounds, you're like, God has blessed me.
Yeah, just hand me the win.
Exactly. But just, like if you can dodge those Sapphire Steel decks and the Ruby Sapphire decks, then I think Steel Song is in a pretty good position, especially the flute variation into Ruby Amethyst, because you have that similar concept to what Diego was doing, where you once you get up to a certain amount of lore, even after Be Prepared, you have that inevitability of flute, and generally those songs are gaining you value, sometimes gaining you board control, and now they're also gaining you lore.
Yeah, and kind of similar to how Goat can be so threatening because you can play him down, it's guaranteed lore. It's the same thing with those flutes and the spell book. It's like, as the game goes further on, you're likely to see more flutes, and so long as you haven't put too many of them into your discard playing Whole New World. Like there comes points in games where you have 2 or 3 flutes on board, and like, yeah, when you're at 15 or 14 lore and you have 3 flutes on board, then there's not much your opponent can do other than just pray that you don't have songs that you can play. So yeah, I'm interested. One of the things that I found interesting with this meta specifically was Ruby Amethyst, of course, was at the top for the majority of the meta. And then the moment you stepped down from that, you had quite a few decks that like played well into Ruby Amethyst and did okay into Ruby Amethyst, like Steel Song here. But the problem was they all ended up preying on each other because a lot of them were like steel. And so anytime you ran into an Emerald Steel matchup, like if you have Grab Your Sword or Tinkerbell, they're taking out their Buckies. Same thing with some of the Steel Song stuff. You know, Tinkerbell plus Grab Your Sword takes out the majority of your characters. And it's very interesting that so many of these decks that are built to combat Ruby Amethyst all just kind of run into each other at the lower rounds, taking each other out. Ultimately, like you said, helping Ruby Amethyst just get to the top. Because that's one of the things, like, if we look at top 8s across the board, there's a couple, I mean, the Ruby Amethyst takes the majority of them, but then you'll also see sprinkled in, like, all those other steel variants of decks that manage to get their way
and,
through.
like, generally you won't see them at the same time. Like, you'll see like Sapphire Steel, you'll see Emerald Steel, you'll see Steel Song, but generally you won't see like 4 or 5 Ruby Amethyst, 1 or 2 Sapphire Steel, 1 or 2 Steel Song. That's because like they're running into each other on the bubble rounds, and it's such a hard matchup for like for Steel Song into Sapphire Steel that if you run into one or multiple of those in the top tables, you're likely not going to get there.
Yeah.
And similar to Sapphire Steel, if you run into too many like discard decks, you run into too many hyper aggro or too many Ruby Amethyst, like you're just not favored in those. So it is really interesting to see like those top 8 cuts where like you're always expecting like 5 to 6 Ruby Amethyst, if not more, and then like 1 or 2 tech decks. it's very interesting because I don't think I've seen a top 8 where I've seen Steel Song and Sapphire Steel together. I've probably seen some where I see like maybe Steel Song and Emerald Steel, or Sapphire Steel in Emerald Steel, and maybe like a hyper aggro deck that's thrown in there. But
yeah,
I don't think I've seen one with Steel Song and Sapphire Steel. I think it's one or the other of those two.
Yeah, it makes for a very funny top 8 like pictures. Like if you look at the standings, they have the little ink pairings because it's always just like a plethora of Ruby Amethyst and then just a rainbow of other stuff that's in there.
Yeah, it's like the pie charts. Like I see Tremaine, and I see Fox, and I see like 3 or 4 other Silver.
Yeah, it almost turns into every other deck and Ruby and like versus Ruby Amethyst at that point.
And while I think a lot of people are getting very tired of Ruby Amethyst, I caution, because this is not even if you want to call this a tier 0 meta, which I'm not sure if I do, this is not one of the bad tier 0 metas. This is a tier 0 meta where a lot of decks have game into Ruby Amethyst, and Ruby Amethyst has a lot of differing play styles. Especially, you're almost never going to be seeing perfect like 60 card mirrors.
Yeah.
If we go into next set and Ursula discard is as good as some people are saying, y'all are going to be pressing that go back button very fast.
Yeah, very quickly can like. I never like to say that things couldn't get any worse, because it's like you said, at least with Ruby Amethyst,
things can always get worse, Brandon.
Yeah, they can always get worse, and you know, as much as I dislike seeing so much Ruby Amethyst and playing against so much Ruby Amethyst, the last thing that I want is for everybody to be playing discard, and the game just comes down to like who goes first and who discards all of your cards before like you do.
I want to play something that isn't Amethyst or Steel, and if the meta is discard, I can't not do that. I have to play Amethyst or I have to play Steel, sometimes both.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where we didn't know what we were asking for when we were asking for anything other than Amethyst and Steel, and it's like, is this really what you want? Do you really want the discard meta? We'll have to wait and see.
I have faith. I at least from the first like initial one game that I played last night, I do think the Jafar Turbo deck is beatable. I think it is very piece reliant in a meta that has a lot of options to take away those pieces.
Yeah.
Whether it's discarding, whether it's taking out the small Jafars early, I think there's a lot of stuff that can do that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
In turn,
go ahead.
All right. In turn, if those answers are pretty prevalent, that opens up the meta for other decks to come in and really shine. Like those like the extra morph decks that aren't focusing on discard, like those types of things, like that everyone wants to be good, potentially could be good.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when the first two sets, I feel like Steel was so prevalent because it was just the ink that had so many answers to things. And although it never quite was able to catch up with something like Ruby Amethyst because of their ability to control things, now going into the Inklands, there's a world where you're not just tied to Steel to have answers to really threatening things, just like you said with the Jafar thing. And I think this goes outside of Jafar. Like I think we see lots of card combos into the Inklands where like a lot of decks are going to be built around 2 or 3 card pieces to happen. And when now you don't have to rely on having a Let the Storm Rage On or a Grab Your Sword or a Smash to like take care of their thing before it's a problem, you now also have the opportunity to play a Bare Necessities or play an Ursula that like lets you discard the card before they can even do anything with it. You know, I'll be interested to see if we see a shift outside of the typical colors that we've seen in the meta, which is basically Ruby, Amethyst, and Steel, or in like a variant of those.
And I want to point out to some people, in Sapphire Steel, a very heavily played deck, Nowhere to Hide was also very heavily played, and that only looked at your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 other colors that are able to take a look at your opponent's hand and discard heavy combo pieces / control pieces like Be Prepared, Whole New World, and items if you really want to. So even just off of those with Bare Necessities Ursula, we're going to be seeing a pretty heavy shift in how games are played because there's going to be so much more knowledge in game of your opponent's hand, and really really good players are going to be able to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I really enjoyed seeing towards the end of the rest of the Floodborn meta was this Nowhere to Hide or Nothing to Hide card come into play with the Whole New World combo, where like you just play this card, see if they have cards you want to get rid of, and then cast a Whole New World. Game knowledge is everything. Knowing what your opponent has, knowing how many of those cards they've played, how many's in their inkwell. Like knowledge is everything for this game. And although you can't take notes, even being able to just look at their hand and say, okay, they have 2 Whole New Worlds in hand, I'm going to get rid of one, I can expect the other one coming, completely changes how you play out the next couple turns versus if you're just having to guess and play around and maybe take risks. Because as we've mentioned before, this game comes down to single misplays and decisions sometimes. And like sometimes those decisions aren't made because you just straight up misplayed. It's because you had to hedge your bets on one thing or the other with the amount of information that you had, and it just happened to be the wrong thing. And now being able to more consistently gain knowledge from your opponent and make the more optimal play more often, it's only going to increase the skill ceiling for competitive players and for top end players, which I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, especially with organized play coming out soon, getting those stitches, which we're gonna be back here. We're gonna be back here when Jaunty's stitch events happen. And we're gonna be talking about everything, and we'll have the benefit of a little bit more knowledge of meta progression, and hopefully we'll be able to give you guys some quality commentary that I hope we're giving already. So
yeah, that's one of the things that I think is really fun about the set championships is they're supposed to be in the very middle of the release cycle. So whatever is the very middle of set 3 is when set championships are supposed to be happening across the globe, and it's going to create for a really fun atmosphere where we're not at the very beginning where like nobody really knows what's good and what's not good, but oftentimes the meta is still not figured out, and there's still lots of changes coming, and there's lots of room for players to come in locally and make decisions in deck building that can completely decide like how far they go in the tournament. And especially like in a local level, I expect more people to show up for something like set championships, but local meta is completely different from something like a large regional or international meta where like you just know that there's a top deck. Sometimes it can mirror that pretty closely, but like I don't know, sometimes I show up to League and people play cards that I've like never looked at since I opened them, but make the difference in the game, and I'm just like, what the heck does this do? And it's just not stuff that you would ever play around. And I'm a deck builder at heart, so being able to tech certain cards in, being able to try to predict what's going to be popular in the meta, what cards people are playing, is really exciting for me, especially since it's going to be just like right there in the middle of everybody trying to figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I think I've played against Ruby Amethyst like twice in the last 2-3 weeks of going to locals. And it's because people just don't really want to play it, which is cool. And I would like to point out that even though I'm a very competitive player, I also don't play Ruby Amethyst at locals. Everyone who thinks that I'm too much of a spike for that, no. Will I play Steel Song? Maybe. Will I play Sapphire Steel?
What, like, look, I think it's fine to play those decks. For me, it's always been Ruby Amethyst specifically, where it's like, luckily, I have a local scene where that's not played super heavily. But if I went into the League every week and played Ruby Amethyst, 3 times every single week, yeah, I'd probably bash my head against the wall and just stop going to League. Just
I don't
being able
even
to play
own
something
Ruby
different.
Amethyst in paper.
Oh, really? I think
No,
I think I have most of the stuff for it, but I've never built it out in paper and played it in paper.
If I ever need to take it to a tournament, I have a friend that just lets me borrow it.
Yeah. I've changed to a point now where like I have my Amethyst Steel deck that I've tuned pretty heavily to like be a good deck to play against if I know there's players that are also playing competitively. But then I also just usually build some janky fun like second deck with the other colors that I'm not using to bring, and it's been really fun to just have 2 things to switch out. I'm budgeting a little bit better for this set so that I can like get more staple cards, and I hope because of that I'll be able to just build like 3 decks that I can bring to League and hopefully just hand people to like play with if they don't have stuff to play with already, and give people opportunity to play with some of the fun, more interesting decks, because I definitely think Into the Inklands is exponentially growing the number of decks that can be built and played that, again, like maybe they're not the most competitive, but they can work, and like when they work, they're pretty fun.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I can't wait to get like throw 4 enchanteds into whatever Floodborn toolbox I want to do, whether that's like Ruby with like a lore control type of deck, whether it's Amethyst with just all the different Floodborns that they have, whether it's like Sapphire that I think has some sneaky good like shift targets that just like aren't being played because they don't have good base shift cards. So things like Gaston early that's questing for 3 and it's looking for cards off the top of the deck. Cruella, which is just a good card that I didn't really read much until I was doing the morph video, or even stuff like even Aurora might be able to come back. Like just having the consistency of playing Ward early just feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Floodborn Toolbox deck and whatever, like all the different colors that they have available to them now, just because we're more likely to see Floodborn characters that we haven't seen played, because they have morph that they can now shift on top of. And as we talked about earlier in the stream, just putting morph on the table, whether you even have anything to shift onto it or not, really forces your opponent to like reconsider everything that they're doing, because not only do they not know what you could be shifting on top of morph, but they also don't know like
if you have it.
So I think it's going to be a really fun deck to play around with for sure.
Yeah, I think like seeing morph on board, a lot of TCGs use the term kill on sight, which just means like if you see a card you need to remove it. And I think there are like at least 3 in this set right now, and that is Legendary Ursula, Morph, and any Jafar that comes down before turn 5.
Yeah.
Like any of that, get it out of here.
I
Remove
agree.
it immediately.
I agree. They're characters that are just too strong on their own to like give any leeway or room with. You really can't afford to let them stay around for very long, or else you're probably going to pay because your opponent's likely trying to set some stuff up. Garrett, you didn't miss all the matches. We made it through round 2. This is going to be a 4-round tournament. Right now, all the players are on a lunch break so that they can go eat. So Franz and I are just here talking about Into the Inklands, Rise of the Floodborn, chatting it out, waiting for those guys to get back before we go
round
into round 3.
Round 1, you missed a Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Amethyst match that went 2 games. Ruby Amethyst took it, and then round 2 you missed a Ruby Amethyst mirror match that went to game 3. And then now in round 3, we're going to be watching a Steel Song mirror.
Yeah, and chat, if you guys have any topics you want us to talk about, or have any insights on your own, feel free to put them in. Right now, we're just chatting, we're just chilling.
Every time I see the Twitter post, it's like something I could talk about for hours. This is the exact situation. We are forced to talk about Lorcana for at least half an hour, and I think we might be getting to the end of the rope a little bit.
What do you guys think the big money enchanteds will be for set 3? Okay, that's a good one.
So Kita is going to have the princess tax.
Yeah, definitely.
Ursula is going to have the well-known loved artist tax.
Mm-hmm.
Jafar is going to have the hyped combo tax. And then I don't expect Peter Pan, Captain Hook to be that expensive because they're not particularly like super exciting for playability.
Yeah.
I think same with Then Along Came Zeus, even though it is one of the best arts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that is really affected the enchanted price going forward. I think if I had to choose 3, it would probably be Morph. It would probably be Kita, Ursula, Jafar with Morph right on the back end because so many people want to get multiple morphs, and then like Pride Lands could do that because I think it's one of the more playable locations. And then what else is there? The Maleficent. A lot of people are talking about. I'm actually a lot lower on that Maleficent than a lot of people are. I don't get it.
I am too. I'm not the biggest fan of the Maleficent. If I had to pick 3, I think you nailed it just right. Kita, I think, is going to take it just for the princess tax, and it's just a great art. And then it's so good. Like, not only is the Ursula a phenomenal art, but it's also like Nicholas Cole and
John Lauren.
Yeah, and John Lauren.
Oh my god.
It's like 2 legendary artists on an enchanted card, on a very playable card. Like, if I had to pick a top card, I'm gonna guess that Ursula's will probably be the most expensive enchanted that we see.
Yeah.
And then I want to say Morph, just because
so many people want to play 4 of it.
Yeah, like it's probably the most playable enchanted in the sense of like you can probably play Morph more than you can play
more decks.
Yeah, in any of the other enchanted. So I can definitely see how that might see play instead.
All right, it looks like we have gotten through our half an hour of filler.
Yeah, it looks like there's some people that are setting up to play some matches.
We got this Steel Song Mirror. And Steel Song, another deck that's gone through a decent amount of change in this meta. Look at the dice roll here. I think that's I can't tell what the yellow one is, but I see at least a 3.
Yeah, I see at least a 3.
But like in the beginning, we like once we saw 0 to Hero, everyone was going pretty crazy about the ability to get like Surfer Stitch out or the Steel Cinderella out pretty early, and those are good, and that was like the early iteration of the deck, but it's high rolly, very high rolly. And then later on, once we started seeing a bunch of Sapphire and Steel and like bodyguard decks, Zach Bivens started to popularize the Hercules, which was able to one-shot a lot of those cards that your Cinderella couldn't. But now, like in the mirror, what's the most important thing about the mirror, which is building boards. So I think potentially the deck that can if you're playing like the 0 to hero high roll version, then like you can potentially take the board pretty early with really big cards. And if you stick like a Surfer Stitch pretty early, that's very hard for your opponent to remove. So it'll be interesting to see like what kind of decks these are and how they play in the early.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some Steel Song games go very, very quickly if they're able to open like the super early Cinderella or the super early Stitch with 0 to hero. And Steel Song is one of those decks that I feel like has just as many variants, if not more, than something like Ruby Amethyst on like which direction they can go. So I'm interested to see what lists both of these players are playing. I see a Huntsman.
I see a Huntsman. Yeah, I see a Huntsman. I see a Stitch. And is that a Donald Musketeer at the very left-hand side of his? Is this this is bodyguard aggro?
Yeah,
this is bodyguard.
This
aggro.
is what I was wondering. I was wondering if we would see a bodyguard aggro deck out here, because I've seen it popularized a little bit. So this will be interesting for sure.
Oh, we do see double grab your sword, but I think I saw Cinderella and Stormray John. So even if it isn't exactly Steel Song Mirror, that like we still have that initial 1-2 turn exchange between the two decks of Cinderella Stormray John ?
Oh, I would think absolutely. Like it's an opener that is so difficult to get around and like come back from if you're able to take advantage of it.
Like so much so, like if you're going second and you feel that your opponent does have the Stormray John, sometimes it's just correct to not play anything on turn one.
yeah, just don't give them the value of being able to use it. So both of these players' names is Jeremy. we have Jeremy W on the left and Jeremy A on the right. But it looks like Jeremy's gonna open with Cinderella on turn 1, as we were just mentioning. Probably the strongest opening for this deck.
Will Jeremy.
And so will Jeremy.
Oh man, like here we have such a crazy play of he's inking the Simba. What's
okay?
He already have
he just has a second Simba.
I will say here, almost always you should be singing that card first. To look for a potentially better ink target than another Simba, but by the time you had 2 Simbas, you have the Hercules in hand, and you just drew a Strength of a Raging Fire, and now you have a take, bro. Jeremy is in such a huge position with bodyguards and control options. The only thing he doesn't have is a whole new world, but does he really need to use it?
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those scenarios where we talked about earlier where Amber Steel is just able to get ahead, especially in the mirror, where like now you have so many, basically whatever Jeremy on the right plays, in this case an Ariel, you have an answer for. Like you can just get rid of it, and you're just constantly keeping characters off of their side of the board, and you just use that to steamroll. Hopefully you can find a whole new world eventually. So we'll see if left Jeremy can end up finding it. Because right now his hand is a little bit bricked. Like he has 3 uninkables in it.
Yep. Like you have the Strength of Raging Fire for that. You do miss an ink here, but you do technically don't miss an ink because you have Lantern.
You get it with Lantern. Yeah.
So another thing I want to talk about is that Hercules. Like a lot of people like see like Prince in set 2, and they're really excited about the 2 lore and the resist, but the Hercules, it hits the is able to hit those aerials. It's able to hit the mims that come down. You see that Benja coming down, really hurting the non-ink coming from Jeremy on the left. But just getting another aerial, like you just have so much board presence now. Like you almost don't really need that much ink. Like you're going to 7 here, and your opponent like needs to do something, and like you just carry now.
You're threatening a lot of things right now too, right? Like you have a Hercules shift target. If that's something your opponent has to think about, you could potentially be seeing a Cinderella coming before too long. And right now
that should not have banished the Simba unless the Simba had damage on it.
Damage on it, yeah. And I don't think it did.
Jaunty. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So I think he did draw the Hercules, but he doesn't have the ink, and the
No.
Avenger took out the lantern for it.
So I feel like you can't miss too many inks in this. Like,
I think it's hard because like you're already up at 10. Like being able to stick that Hercules next turn could be pretty huge.
Yeah, could be enough, especially since the beast is already damaged, so they're not getting.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Here comes Rapunzel. Now beast is no longer damaged. Potentially could draw a card next turn. Already drawing 2 from Rapunzel. That's it.
And he already had the 7 attack. So I think I wonder. Oh, swords.
Okay, singing swords.
It's not bad, but also taking out the Hercules could have been interesting.
Yeah.
Like, no, because he couldn't have done it earlier because he had 2. But like that, the Rapunzel plus that swords alone, like really shifted the tide of the battle, because we're still low on ink here, and even if you shifted that Hercules, it has 2 damage on it already.
Yeah, I think Jeremy on the right, like you just have to slow down Jeremy on the left because he was going so fast, singing those swords, being able to get the value of healing beast again and then drawing cards off of it and being able to get rid of some of these cards. We knew that he had swords in hand, but you're really only playing that to potentially damage the beast so that you don't get even more draw off of it. And now it looks like he's sitting on an empty hand, so we're kind of top decking at this point. We'll see if Jeremy on the right can find a way to catch back up and take the lead, because Jeremy on the right. So yeah, we see the flutes. He has 2 flutes down already. Every song that he plays is going to be 2 lore for the turn. Very efficiently uses grab your sword to get rid of the aerial. It's not going to do much against the Hercules, but you know that grab your sword is 2 lore and getting rid of the aerial that was sung.
Ooh, a Stitch coming down.
Now being able to play the Stitch. All of this is very high lore characters, which is going to be difficult for the left player to respond with, because like you don't have many characters on board. You can't rely on a Strength of a Raging Fire. We've already seen 2 grab your swords being played, so, and even another one doesn't get rid of anything. So we may see the tides turning here a little bit.
Yeah, it's rough. Like that, the early game of drawing those 2 swords and not drawing anything else, not having the whole new world, just really pushed Jeremy on the left. Yeah, that's 3. That should kill it, right?
3 with resist 2. Yeah.
But like now, like Jeremy on the right, the world is his own.
Yeah.
Like he can't. Jeremy can't even like play whole new world for 5 if he draws.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the
you have 5. You're going for like 7 lore with every song.
Gosh.
This game's over. Over.
Yeah, just dropping bomb after bomb after bomb for Jeremy on the right here.
3. I mean, it's game.
It's game. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast these mirrors can go like that, where it really just comes down to what cards do you find and don't find. And like crazy enough, left Jeremy went first and had the Cinderella opener, like had the Cinderella, let the Storm Rage on, and still just never found the whole new world, never found a way to recover, didn't find the inkable cards in time in order to keep up. Sometimes that's how it goes.
It's part of what makes Ruby Amethyst so great. You have that you have so many ways to get optimal ink targets. There aren't times where you're on like turn 3 or 4 unless you've majorly bricked where you're like, shit, I can't ink anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's tough, especially in these decks where like you're usually not keeping many cards in your hand because you're trying to pitch a bunch to whole new world. So if you get to that point where all the cards are played out of your hand, you don't even have enough ink to play whole new world. If you pull it, like you're just in a really unfortunate scenario at that point.
Yep. I see aerial. I see grab your. Was it grab your sword? I see grab your sword. No, I see Stitch. Oh, so we're keeping both halves of Stitch here and aerial. Not a bad play here. If he's able to find the lantern that we know he plays, there it is.
Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing a turn 3 Rockstar.
Yeah, that is the goal here, is to turn 3 Rockstar as fast as possible.
However, this is in a deck that can disrupt that turn 3 Rockstar
Mhm.
in multiple ways with either Benja or just a Storm Rage on the Stitch.
Yeah, there's a lot of answers for the right player. In what you said, Benja also being able to, like, if they get another Cinderella, let the Storm Rage on opening, you can shut down the Stitch very quickly from happening at all. So we'll have to see what ends up happening. It looks like he has plenty of inkables to work with, though, so that's a good thing. Okay, we opt for a Lilo instead.
The classic turn 1 Lilo.
Yeah. Okay, we get a Stitch from the other side.
Storm in hand not doing too much here. Probably gonna have to ink that smash to get your get that out.
Lantern
you
to
have
Stitch.
Your Stitch.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have a singer for the Stitch here, so we're seeing a turn 3 Stitch.
Yeah.
Unless he's playing cannons.
Okay, yeah, just trading with the Lilo. Okay, we have Cinderella down. That's probably gonna be too late for this shift Stitch coming out.
I'm seeing in chat that Jeremy A may have mulliganed wrong. I don't think I saw anything. If you want to explain how it happened, we can tell John T.
Yeah, so I think I know what Garrett's talking about. Per the rules, when you mulligan your hand, you're supposed to draw your 7 cards. You put back the cards you don't want on the bottom of your deck, and then you draw cards off the top of your deck to refill your hand back to 7, and then you shuffle your deck. I believe what Garrett did was he, I didn't catch if he drew before he shuffled, but I definitely saw him put his cards on the top of his deck before he shuffled. So he either put the cards back and shuffled before he drew his cards, or just put them on the top and then shuffled instead of on the bottom.
Well, I think what he did was he put the cards he was putting back like next to the deck, drew the cards, and then put them on the deck and put them on top.
Okay.
Okay. Which, like, okay.
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
You're shuffling the deck regardless, and as long as he didn't shuffle before he drew, then
I think it's fine.
I don't even think a judge would do anything about that, really. Whole New World.
Yeah, he did find the Whole New World just in time to refill his hand, being able to sing it with Stitch. Get those 7 cards back, start playing a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, game 1, Jeremy W put cards on top of the deck after drawing and shuffle. Yeah, so honestly, like, that doesn't really affect the game.
Theoretically, if players are shuffling like they should, it's all random, so it shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah. So a deck that is shuffled is random. It is always thought of as randomized, regardless of if the cards went on top or bottom of the deck. So it shouldn't affect anything unless someone's stacking, which, like, I wouldn't ask them to. Yeah, and then put. So I would say the second one of, like, putting cards in different points is closer to affecting things, because it's similar to, like, mana weaving. Jaunty, I would just say remind someone when they're shuffling that it's supposed to go on the bottom, but just, like, shuffle them together. Don't try to mana weave. Anyway, after the Whole New World, we saw the Stitch come down. The Simba come down, which is pretty huge to protect your Rockstar Stitch. And it seems like we have 3 lanterns now with 4 ink. That means any sort of Surfer Stitch coming down is going to get some good value.
Yeah. Saw a lot of cards played by right Jeremy just to deal with left Jeremy's board here. Almost attacked into this or almost challenged the Stitch, but then realized that wouldn't have banished the Stitch, so just quested instead.
Is Huntsman a 2-drop?
At least, because it's a 1/1.
Yeah, I'm not.
It might be a 3-drop.
Could be a 3. Who knows?
An interesting tech for this deck, regardless. I've yet to see Huntsman played.
I've seen it a few times in some aggressive steel decks, but I haven't seen it in Steel Song.
We're inking a Donald.
He does have Donald. Donald. We got a Hercules.
Dropping a Hercules for bodyguard.
2 Hercules.
Second Hercules. And there's
Huntsman.
the Huntsman.
So Huntsman is a 2-drop. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so lots of bodyguard to protect both the Stitch and the Huntsman. being able to filter through your deck a little bit with the Huntsman, drawing a card and discarding a card. Does that happen on play, or is it just when quest?
What, the Huntsman?
The Huntsman, yeah.
I believe it's on quest. I can't be sure though. I have no idea. I really don't know.
Okay, so we see grab your sword.
Judge Shanty here. It's on quest.
On quest.
Okay.
Oh, 2 swords.
Oh wow. Okay, double swords.
Completely wipe the board here.
That's a good little
Sorry,
swing.
I always wanted to say Judge Shanty here.
Thank you, Jaunty.
Judge Jaunty coming in and clarifying for us. Chat wondering if that was God speaking from nowhere.
Was that God? I mean, here, like as left Jeremy, and you have lore and you have more ink, being able to drop something like that Tinkerbell or drop the Cinderella in hand is huge, because there's not a lot of ways to immediately take care of those cards.
Yeah.
Obviously, if Jeremy on the right's playing World's Greatest Criminal Mind, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was thinking is really the only answer to something like a Cinderella is World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Maybe Jeremy on the left was playing around that, playing the Tinkerbell, knowing that they wouldn't be able to use that card if available, which I think is fine. A good play on his part. But we see another Tinkerbell from Jeremy on the right coming in, just doing a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy.
I think we're playing the Stout-Hearted here.
Yeah.
But now we have dueling Tinkerbells, which is very interesting. But you have to take out that Simba first. I will say, Jeremy on the left is leaving things open for Jeremy on the right to clear at least 3 cards on the board.
Yeah.
By just sending Ariel into Simba and then trading the Tinkerbell. Not even trading, just taking out the Tinkerbell with his Tinkerbell, taking out the small Cinderella. Then he just leaves Cinderella on board. Yeah,
just playing the small Cinderella may have been a little bit of a misplay there, knowing that Tinkerbell's on board and can just take stuff out, because
it has bodyguarded.
You're essentially just giving your opponent a free banishment to Cinderella.
Yep. Now we are doing that play now, just taking out that board. Playing that Cinderella probably was not the play, but love the aggression here. And now that the
okay,
his own Cinderella. So now we're having dueling Cinderellas.
Yeah, now each Cinderella is kind of looking at each other. Neither one can banish the other because both Cinderellas have resist +2.
If Jeremy on the left does not have a direct way to remove that Tinkerbell, oh my
gosh,
definitely should take out that
the Tinkerbell instead.
So now Jeremy on the right Cinderella can take out the left Cinderella, but after he does that, Jeremy on the left's other Cinderella can take out the Jeremy on the right Cinderella.
Yeah.
We're having a time out here, guys.
Yeah. This is a really tough spot for Jeremy on the right for that exact reason. Like, you just can't, if you exert your Cinderella at all, it's probably just getting banished the next turn. You probably don't have a World's Greatest Criminal Mind right now. Otherwise, I'd be playing that pretty quickly because you really need to deal with Jeremy on the left's board. That's 7 lore right there, threatening 9 lore if he has a Rockstar Stitch in hand next turn, which would just be detrimental.
Going to 17.
Yeah.
But the overall, both of these lists seem to be not as standard of a Steel Song list as we've seen in the past.
No, not at all. Seeing the Huntsman is very interesting, and I usually don't even see this many Cinderella being played unless they're leaning really, really heavily into trying to shift it out early or utilize it a lot. But that's at least 3 Cinderellas we've seen from Jeremy on the left. Stout-Hearted, that is.
Yes. We have a flute plus a Raging Fire that deals 1 damage to stay.
Yeah, they're just hitting each other with I won't say with noodles right now, but they're heavily armored, so just taking blows.
He punched the other Cinderella with his Cinderella.
Yeah.
Huh. What's the plan there?
I always think it's so fun to watch Cinderellas challenge each other, because so often in Lorcana, you usually don't challenge unless you're banishing something. So to see Cinderella just taking blows back and forth is.
I wonder if he did this because he has a Rapunzel in hand.
Oh, could be.
I feel like that's the only thing that I can think of. and then like you can. The issue is like you can't clear enough here. Like that took too
No.
long. You gave him 7 free lore.
Yeah, it may have just been a desperate attempt to be able to take a
Maybe.
Cinderella out this turn. Although, how much damage is on the top Cinderella? It's hard for me to read.
It should be 2.
Okay, so you could have instead taken out that one and left the other one open, negating that lore. Thinking real hard. Okay, gonna smash the Benja. Trading Cinderella for Cinderella.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan was there, because like you kind of just gave him 7 free lore when you were planning on taking on Cinderella anyway. I would have understood if there was a Rapunzel in hand, but
yeah, they definitely got some extra lore there from not just taking out the first Cinderella.
we're
just scooping.
Go to game 2.
Go into game or going to game 3.
Actually.
Yeah, go into game 3.
I forgot how fast game 1 was.
Jeremy won game 1. Jeremy won game 2.
Game 2.
Now we're going to game 3.
That's so, and interesting. I think interesting enough. I think both players who no, because Jeremy on the left chose to go first again this game.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. I bet Jeremy wins game 3. True.
It's probably a good bet.
And like this shows like how huge winning a game 1 going second is, because Jeremy on the right lost a die roll, went second because Jeremy on the left chose to go first, but he won game 1. So now in game 3, since he lost when Jeremy on the left went first, now he gets to go first for the first time this match.
Yeah. Shout out to Jim Hawkins, by the way. I appreciate the $5 super chat.
We love Judge Jaunty. He gives $5 to Brandon.
But yeah, we mentioned earlier in, I think it was the Ruby Amethyst mirror match, just how important being able to win going second in game 1 and how it flips the tides. Just like here, where you're able to, you basically made it that you won the die roll. So we'll see if it ends up meaning anything this game and whether going first ends up being the difference. And then especially in a matchup like this, where your first 2 turns of being able to play Cinderella and then negate their Cinderella if they also have one, can really be the difference sometimes.
I see a small Cindy, a Stitch, a Raging Fire. It looks like that's what he's keeping.
Yeah.
And
correct mulligan now.
Jaunty did tell us that he told them about that. So I see a lot of Lilo. I don't see a turn 2 Simba.
Yeah.
So this might be rough going second for Jeremy on the left.
Okay, inking a Rockstar Stitch.
And we see a Cinderella immediately on play. He played that fast. That man has a storm.
Yeah, he knows exactly what his first 2 turns are. Yeah. I don't even have to think about this one.
Quick. We do have the Lantern though, so we can potentially go for another turn 3 Rockstar.
Yeah.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
Let's see if he has it. Queen?
No, he doesn't. Oh, I mean, he still could have it.
Okay.
Oh, no.
The flute.
Oh, the top deck storm.
Oh, no. Okay. Being able to sing and take out the Cinderella, stopping any songs from happening next turn.
To be fair, he still could have done the same thing by playing the Lantern, playing the Lilo or the Stitch, and then Raging Fired. But this is just better because he gets to draw a card.
Yeah.
I'll put up a $10 donation on Jeremy on the right from Jim Hawkins again.
Yeah, this might slow down Jeremy on the right just enough to make the difference, especially with such an aggressive hand by Jeremy on the left.
It is interesting that he went for the Lilo instead of the Stitch.
Yeah, threatening the shift next turn.
Yeah. Because you got rid of the song, threaten, and you're just playing. Wait, what?
Oh, this may be. Oh, did Jeremy on the right just pass? Like just draw a pass?
Am I missing something? Yeah, because like, yeah, he must have, right?
I think
He
so.
must have like inked and done nothing.
Yeah, he did. He drew, inked, and then passed. So
But then Jeremy on the left didn't ink anything. Oh,
I guess not. Yikes.
I'm going crazy.
And the Hercules bodyguard off the top.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going for a shift.
Yeah, shift stitch. Ooh, this is looking
No,
scary.
what is in Jeremy on the right's hand? That's rough.
Yeah, he's gotta be really bricked.
And he had to ink a Tinkerbell last turn, playing a beast, taking out the Lilo. So like he isn't in a spot that's too far gone yet, but
no, but definitely behind.
Depending on what comes down here, like Jeremy on the left can just sneak it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see a Donald bodyguard in his hand. He's just gonna play Lilo, draw a card.
Now, you don't have any bodyguards here, so you may have to just ink up and play the Donald bodyguard, because Donald has 5, which means not even Rapunzel plus the Beast can take it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like he would need like a and Raging Fire onto the Rapunzel, very huge.
Yeah.
So now you need like it's
this
rough.
is rough. Yeah. You're still gonna threaten.
So we can go into a Tinkerbell here and take out the Lilo at least.
Yeah, you can take out the Lilo and the Cinderella with a Tinkerbell, sing swords maybe from the Beast. Put some damage on some stuff.
Well, there's no Tinkerbell coming down here, just a swords.
Yeah, just the swords.
So it takes out the Cinderella and the Lilo. But the Beast can take out the Donald now. And then next turn he threatens the Stitch. So that's about as close to best case scenario.
Yeah, that was probably one of the better plays that Jeremy on the right had right there. We just see more dropping 1-drops, drawing cards off of
I see a
Stitch.
Tinkerbell, but I don't think he has enough. He definitely does not have enough ink to play it.
No.
Huntsman.
Just
a Tink and a Cinderella now.
Yeah.
If you're able to deal with this board, you could protect. 15's rough though, but like there's not a lot of burst in this deck. So
yeah, if
you're able to take care of this board right now, you can pretty much take control again.
Yeah, I don't think Jeremy on the left is playing anything like flutes, so you could potentially just stall long enough to catch up if you're Jeremy on the right. And
his hand was slower, so it is possible that he has another swords in hand.
Yeah.
We have a smash here for that Stitch. Raging Fire.
Ooh, Raging Fire.
Raging Fire on the Huntsman for 1, and then take out the Stitch. Okay. Yeah. Play something. Play another flute.
Ooh, another flute.
He also missed the lure.
Yeah, we missed a flute.
I mean, flute. I'm not sure if that missed lore matters as much in this matchup. This matchup's much more about straight up board control than 1 or 2 quests. Yeah, and Jeremy on the right's just gonna have to basically stop everything that Jeremy on the left is playing and keep it from questing. If he wants any chance of catching up. But he can't get rid of the Stitch, so he just lets him go to 19. Yeah. Oh, and the Raging Fire is gonna be able to put some damage on that Beast. Yeah. Which you may or may not want to do, because then you can take out the Cinderella. Right. The Tink. You might just want to ink up here and play Cinderella. So I was thinking, you don't really want to put damage on the Beast if you don't have to, because it's going to require answers from Jeremy on the right to even take out your Tinkerbell. And unless we have a World's Greatest Criminal Mind also to get rid of the Cinderella. I mean, I think it's over, right? Like, you need World's Greatest Criminal Mind plus swords, but like World's Greatest Criminal Mind costs 3. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jeremy on the left takes game 3. Yeah, I do think that like this shows, like this match in general just showed a pretty large inconsistency with the earlier versions of Steel Song that were going around. Is just how like some of your games can be incredibly bursty and incredibly high rolly, but a lot of your other games can just feel poor when it comes to like not inking anything early, missing inks. I think both players missed inks multiple games, and just not being able to play cards on those early turns. It feels real bad.
Yeah, I agree. I have to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in just a couple seconds.
Confirm from Jonty on that turn 3. He draw inked pass. That is just a pretty rough situation, not gonna lie. But yeah, chat, looks like that is round 3 of 5. 2 more. I'm expecting at least a Ruby Amethyst deck next round, and then we can go back to the Messiah of consistency. That was an interesting mirror, not really a mirror match. I think these are two pretty different decks, but an interesting mirror color game. So glad. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I am excited to see what we have next. Jonty, if you're listening, do we have Emerald Steel still in the running, or did these two Amber Steel decks take that out of the running? Yeah, RBZ. It could be the winner of this versus the winner of last round, but there's 2 more rounds, so there still should be 2 other undefeateds that we don't necessarily know of, I think. Unless there was an uneven amount of people, but then there's like other stuff that goes into it. But yeah, like that the bodyguard deck into Ruby Amethyst, if that's what we see, I think right now I would give the edge to the Ruby Amethyst deck, just because it's that Amber Steel deck was just seemed pretty inconsistent. It seemed pretty susceptible to what Ruby Amethyst wants to do in the early game, and especially if they can't get their stuff online early, then it's pretty rough. Looks like we have Jonty here and Brandon's back.
I'm back.
So I can stop yapping and.
Oh, were you filling all that in on your own? You're such a pro. You heard Brandon step away as I ran out the door. Fran's absolutely holding down the fort.
True.
I gotta try my best, you know.
I thought I'd jump on because there's technically still 20 minutes left of the round, and Amethyst,
it was fast.
The seal goes quicker than the Ruby Amethyst mirror, I guess.
Jonty, are there 2 other undefeateds that are playing right now?
Oh, I'd have to have a look, but I think so.
Yeah, because it's 5 rounds.
Yeah, we're doing 5 Swiss today with 20, and I think we've had.
This is 3rd round.
Right.
This is 3rd round, but that was table 2, so both of those had gone. Yeah, both of those have gone 2-0. So you've got a 3-0. Yeah, I have to look it up. I'm not good at. Swiss is a bit of a black box for me, to be honest. I push the numbers in, and it comes back out.
I feel like if it's an even amount of people, table 3 should both be undefeated as well.
Yes. So we're actually, sorry, I say we have 20. We don't. We have 19. There is a bye today. Because one guy just was no show, unfortunately. So, but that is what it is. I feel like, yeah, hopefully next table will be something interesting. I've got a feeling your next 2 rounds might just be Ruby Amethyst matchups, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That's how
who knows? There's a 2 and draw out there, which may get a bubble up, which is a Ruby Emerald Evasive.
Ooh, okay.
So yeah, that might be a little something different for you, but that was fun. Unfortunately, the one Jeremy wasn't very happy. But,
was it the one that Drew inked past? The right, Jeremy?
Yeah, unfortunately, that was his hand was very bricky in that last game. I think
it was rough because
twice other Jeremy had the Cindy into the strength. You know, in 2 games had that to get rid of the other Cinderella. Like, it's just such a huge tempo shift in that game.
Yeah. That I've always said that, like, that mirror match, regardless of what your build is, just feels very. It feels like you lose the game on turns 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just such a step back. There's much less sort of catch up in that in that matchup, I think. But then another last game as well just seemed to have all of the top end stuff. Like was it the second game was like double Cinderella?
Double Cinderella was
double stout-hearted is pretty crazy, eh?
Yeah, hard to come back from that.
I'll just say this: it's a good job that the microphone is muted during play because they were. They would have been on the phone.
Oh boy.
But yeah, it's good fun. They're both Jeremys know each other quite well. They're both local players, so it's we get a little heated in the competition, but they, it's all good as they left the room. So.
Yeah, it's rough because like Jeremy on the right, into his turn 3, like he had a good hold on the board tempo as long as he just didn't have like nothing to play on turn 3.
Yeah.
It's the luck of the draw, right? Literally.
Yeah. So. Even like a smash there would have been fine.
Yeah, it's interesting to see who's running what. It's interesting to see lanterns over flutes.
Yeah.
Like there's still a lot of movement in that deck, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those ones that really shifts. Yeah. I think it shifts a lot with set 3 as well.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Bare Necessities doesn't find a home in it. Honestly,
I think it has to. Yeah. I think basically every Amber deck right now just has to run Bare Necessities out of necessity.
It definitely helps with aggro because that card might as well say opponent ditches grab your swords, right? Like for like a low to the ground deck, it's 100% an include. But I think in the Steel Song, there's still value just out of having a cheap song that gives you that slight tempo shift and gets rid of that Strength of Raging Fire ready.
Yeah, so like a big thing with Steel Song going into next set is like there's so much room to mix and match what you want your top end to be based off what you expect in the meta. So like even when we were all in a chat last night and I was building Steel Song to play a little bit online last night, and I was talking, I was like, do I want Cinderella? Do I want Tinkerbell? Do I want Stitch? Like, what do I want here? And I just I settled on just trying Kita and Robin Hood. Like both of them played very well. So there's gonna be so much variation, I think, in that.
And that's good, right? Like even if there's a few decks at the top, as long as there's variance within them. I mean, look how excited we get when we see a crab or a Peter Pan shadow, just because it's that it's that little bit of spice, that little bit of variation, So if set 3 does nothing but make the top few decks at least a little bit more variable, then it is what it is, and we move forward with it. But I think it was interesting to see that one be a little bit more of a bodyguard focus build over the other one that's a bit more sort of straight Steel Song. But both of those were a little bit different to what I would like. If you said to me now build a Steel Song deck, I don't think either of those were what I would come up with. They both have their own.
I would say Jeremy on the right, it felt like was closer to a Steel Song deck.
Yes, it was closer to what you would expect, I think. Yeah, but it was still a little bit of variance there, which I think is healthy.
Yeah.
I think it was like it looked more like an earlier version of Steel Song, where it was playing for Cinderellas, it was playing for flute, but not having a ton of the early game consistency.
Yeah. And that was interesting stuff. All right, I'm going to jump out. I'm going to get your next round ready for you. Hopefully, it'll be something interesting. It's probably Ruby Hampton Spira, but we'll see.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, that's honestly one of the things that I get super excited about with Inklands coming is like us sitting in a chat building out the Amber Steel list, just as an example. Like there being so many options to slot so many things in. It's like I find that's where players can not only express their skill in predicting like what they maybe need to play against, but also just like the creativity of what they can come up with and what they decide to slot in and decide not to slot in.
Yeah, 100%. And I will say I think I have not given something like Robin Hood, the legendary from Steel next set. I don't think I've given it enough of its flowers in the reveal cycle. Like I saw it, I was like, hey, that looks pretty good, and then I kind of like ignored it. But playing it last night, I'm like, this card just feels good, man.
Yeah.
Like it comes down to 5. It's like 3, like 6 is huge.
Yeah.
For a lot of things, and 3 is still very good to take out other stuff with your removal, and we even have like Pride Lands to even push that to a 5/6. it's pretty crazy. And then like you get your card, but like it does like two different things that you want to be doing both of. Like you want to be removing their board, and you gain lore because of it, so you're not losing tempo there. And when it does die, you just gain that card back. So I think it's a card that really helps what Steel Song wants to be doing. And I think if the Robin Hood was a 1/3, I would be so into it. Like being a 2/2 kind of hurts right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me right now is figuring out, do you need to play the uninkable 2-drop Robin Hood just so that it survives? Because Robin Hood also shifts out on 3. So like you can do an early shift Whole New World if you want to, or if you need to do like a swords. But I definitely agree. Robin Hood is probably the legendary that I'm most excited for, even outside of Jafar or anything else, because like you play him and your opponent, like you basically don't lose any tempo, because if your opponent quests, you're challenging. When you're challenging, you're still gaining lore. If they don't quest because they don't want to be challenged, you can just quest yourself and gain 2 lore. You can sing songs, or at the very least you're keeping them from questing. And worst case scenario, it dies in a challenge and you draw a card. The only other thing is, like, the only bad thing about Robin Hood is if he dies outside of a challenge, then you don't draw the card. But otherwise, like, it's hard to find a bad thing about the card, really.
Yeah, so like if Robin Hood takes out one thing, it kind of feels like you played half of one full goat and half of a rabbit. Right? Because like if you're able to banish it, is it banished in challenge or banished?
Which part? When he draws the card?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to be banished in a challenge.
Challenge. Okay, it makes more sense. But like it helps, like, because like you can, if it survives a single challenge and then you're able to challenge again, like, that's just crazy, man. It's so good.
And honestly, even if you don't get the card draw off, but you do get to challenge and banish and gain 2 lore, like, you've done 2 things at once that you normally wouldn't be able to do. So even if you're missing out on the card draw, you still were able to like get rid of an opponent's card, and at that point it kind of becomes a 2-for-1, and then being able to, like, you getting rid of one of their cards, then them also having to play a card to get rid of your Robin Hood and keep you from drawing another card off of him.
Yeah, so like just the variation is going to be very interesting in Steel Song, because like obviously I'm not going to find the perfect build in 20 minutes. I hope I wouldn't find it in 20 minutes. But there's a lot that I already like about it, and there's a lot that like I could see improving upon it.
Yeah, and like already in Rise of the Floodborn, they're just like, Tiana Bodyguard kind of came out for a while, but even before then you had decks that were doing flutes, you had decks that were doing lanterns, you had decks that were doing 0 to hero, you had some decks that were playing Cinderella, some decks that weren't playing Cinderella. Like, in a similar way that Ruby Amethyst had a lot of variance in its deck, Amber Steel did as well. And just like you said earlier, we got a lot of really good Steel and Amber cards that fit into that deck. And it, there could be as many as 7 different Amber Steel decks out there that are worth playing, that aren't like particularly bad decks or anything. Just deciding if you play Kita over Cinderella, or like whatever it ends up being. So I'm interested to see what that ink color does. Not even to mention all the other stuff going on in there with some of the more aggro things that they can do with like Perdita and Kita, and there's something else that I thought of that I'm now forgetting, but there's a lot of stuff in Amber Steel this coming set for sure.
Villains?
Villains? Yeah, the new Queen of Hearts villains card, being able to synergize with villains there. Interested to look at that. There's a bodyguard build with Little John potentially that you can do stuff with. Like, all kinds of stuff to explore, and that's just one ink pairing,
Yeah, and even on top of that, you have like Piglet, which like can quest for 3 on like turn 4. You have Lucky, which is just not an OTK, but like just a burst like magnet, man. Like that thing's gonna win games against people, and they're gonna be upset about it.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a card that's like, if you don't have like Shift Tinkerbell, Grab Your Swords, or some version of that, your opponent now has 15 lore, and you have to hope that there's like something that you have a way to catch back up.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. This is a good time to thank everybody for joining, for hanging out. I see Ixio Y Breezy still here. Lee Barbs from Uncommon Cardboard. Let's see. I think if people aren't a fan of Ruby Amethyst meta this set, next set we get Discard Aggro, Jafar Lorgain, and Grandma Lorgain just to start. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of different decks coming out that have different win conditions than we're used to. We'll have to see if any of them are consistent enough to like make it into the meta, break into the meta. But that's one of the things that I'm most excited about is the card pool. We had 400 cards, now we have 600 cards, and that's so much more to work with that we now have an exponential amount of decks that we can build and playtest with. And even if we take a step down from the top tier meta decks, hopefully it gives us even more like tier 1 and tier 2 decks that you can either play for fun or stuff that you can bring to League that just like works better, because there's a lot of decks right now that people try to build out and they're just kind of missing pieces, or like it just needs a little bit of help. And sometimes the cards coming in from Inklands like really help round out those decks. And even though they're not the best decks to play, they're still fun decks to play. And like if you're like, here's an example. I wanted Grand Pabby to work really badly last set. I knew it wasn't like going to be meta defining, but it just seemed really fun to me to be able to play a Grand Pabby or two, heal some stuff, and gain a ton of lore. And I just like couldn't make it work for a variety of reasons. And I'm not saying that Grand Pabby is going to work great this set either, but like when you have a deck that you know is casual, that you want to build out for fun, but you just like don't have all the tools for it, it can be a little frustrating to play with. So just hopefully now having a bunch of decks that you can lean to and build, regardless of how meta defining they are or not, is exciting for me, because it's just like now not only are there more decks to build for you to play, but there's more variants of decks that you can be playing against at things like League, so you're not like playing the same thing over and over, especially if you're in a little bit more casual of a setting as well. So like all in all, I'm super excited for Into Inklands, because I think it's not only is it going to shake up the meta, it's going to really it's going to like freshen up the game a lot. There's going to be less burnout, I think, for the game, and just more opportunities to have fun.
Whew. All right, we're back. All right,
Pluto's another really good, really fun thing that I'm interested to explore. I was even thinking last night, turn 1 Pluto, turn 2 Lanterns, to turn 3 giant Pluto with 8 willpower bodyguard that heals. Like that just sounds fun.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very cool card, and I think it'll see a lot of experimentation.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows how good it'll be, but it'll definitely see a lot of experimentation. Even in stuff like Steel Song, who like wants to protect stuff like it. Like if instead of like Kita to protect your your singers, if you want to just like shift up into Pluto with Ariel, sing Whole New World, and just have a big bodyguard to protect Ariel.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, that was the thing. I forgot that Big Pluto had bodyguard until I was looking at it last night, and I was like, okay, wait, this card's just like even better than it was before. Just being able to protect all the little stuff behind it. Like you'd have to put so many resources into that card to take it out before it just gains even more stuff that will require more resources. So yeah, who knows if it'll be good. Obviously, the more consistent decks will rise to the top, and there's likely a refined list within each color pairing that's pretty good, usually with some things that people decide to tech in and out. And I guess that's another topic I'd like to talk about. I hope that with this set, we see enough decks that are good enough that it's no longer easy to just say, this is Ruby Amethyst versus Steel Song. And instead, you have to be like, this is Arthur aggro versus, Kita aggro, or things like that, where decks aren't just defined by their ink colors anymore, because there's so many variants of decks that play well.
Turn 1 Cinderella, turn 2 Pluto, turn 3 Sing 0 to Hero, turn 3 Gontu. Nice.
Gantu meta.
Incoming. I forget. Gantu just says 2 or less can't challenge or can't challenge him. I think it's just
Can't challenge. Yeah, just in general.
Ooh-wee, baby. We're coming in.
The puppy hater.
Gantu.
See-
Call me a Gantu hater.
No.
No.
Gantu's a puppy hater.
Oh, true.
So is the new Alice.
Call me a Gantu hater. You're gonna have Citizens of Lorcana's Discord all over me.
I know. His challenge of the Gantu challenge has been really fun. I haven't kept up with it too much.
It's been so funny. Like I've been looking at it, and every single time I'm like, so Gantu really didn't do anything.
He's just on board.
They just played Gantu and won the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you're basically
like,
just
guys,
playing...
I won with Gantu.
Yeah. I've seen some fun stuff
it's like
where
a wide board already.
People are now like pairing Gantu with Mother Gothel, and they're like, "Ha! Now you can't quest or challenge, so now you just can't do anything." It's just funny.
Yeah, you know what they also need Tiana there. They need Tiana,
yeah, there you
Gothel, Gantu, and then you're golden.
Can't quest, can't play songs or actions, and can't challenge.
And then we're good. Then we're good. Until they just drop Maleficent.
Got Gantu turn 4 and your opponent conceded. I mean, me too, honestly.
I mean, honestly, like that's just a gentleman's move. If someone plays a Gantu on turn 4, I mean, I'm like, good job, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, out of respect, you just give them the win. You concede.
Yeah. Gantu's a 6/6, right?
I think so, yeah. I think he's an 8-cost 6/6.
Just conceding on turn 4 with the 6/6 on turn 4. That's so funny.
6/6 with 2 lore. It's definitely an interesting spot for legendary, which is funny because, like, arguably, Gantu might be slightly more playable than like Taka, that just has Reckless, I think, as the legendary.
No. Taka does the steel Taka doesn't have Reckless. It has when you banish it, you gain 2. When you banish a character,
okay. It's the ruby one.
The ruby.
Okay.
That's the super rare Taka.
Okay. Getting my Takas mixed up.
Because for some reason we had 2 Takas in set 1.
Yeah, and a Moana that banishes Taka specifically on play.
Hey man, one day there's gonna be an insane Taka card, and that card's coming back.
Moana's coming back. Yeah. Looks like our players are starting to get ready
and that
for the
is
next round.
One of the Ruby Amethyst players from 2 rounds ago. That's the one who won, and right? I think so.
One of them should be a Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah. Did Jonty give us the?
Oh yeah, round 4. Jeremy A, Amber Steel. Yeah, so it's Jeremy A,
that was
and
Jeremy
then Diego. Jeremy A on Amber Steel versus Diego on Ruby Amethyst.
Yep. So this is the match of the players who won rounds 2 and round 3 on stream.
Yeah. Okay, so
this is going to be interesting because this isn't a normal Steel Song mirror against. Sorry, Steel Song game against Ruby Amethyst because Jeremy didn't play any flutes. He was pretty heavy on the bodyguards and the going in on Stitch. So I think he really wants to go first, push out as much lore as possible because if Diego ever starts taking board control, he's gonna run away with it really fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely want to get out pretty fast in the Steel Song matchup and just like finish the game before Be Prepared, basically.
Like either finish it or like get really close because if you're forced to like hard play a Cinderella Stout-Hearted when you have like 8 lore against Ruby Amethyst, you're like feeling real bad.
Yeah, definitely crossing your fingers with that one.
All right, we got them all shuffling up, and should be one more round after this. Jonty, if you can hear me, if you mind telling me the matchup on table 2, that could help us commentate for final round. If it's just Ruby Amethyst mirror on table 2, that'll be pretty funny.
right, I think we're good to go. All right.
Important here. We have the die roll.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. One's in the glare, one's off screen. I can't tell. We have at least a 6.
6 in something.
I would assume that Diego's going first.
Yeah, that's what my assumption would be.
And by this point in a tournament, like especially a locals tournament where you are seeing what everyone's playing, like both players should probably know what each other is on. Maybe Diego doesn't necessarily understand the to what extent he's playing against Amber Steel, but Jeremy should absolutely know that he's playing against bounce control here.
Yeah, some form of bounce control.
And it looks like he may be keeping both halves of Cinderella here, which is very risky, especially if Jeremy's going first, because any Teeth and Ambition just demolishes that line.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm most worried about for Jeremy is the early Teeth and Ambition just taking out Cinderella before you can really get started. Something else that's interesting, I saw a Benja in Jeremy's hand, and I believe Diego was not on spell books. Or was...
Diego was on the left.
Okay, so then he was on spell books.
No, they were both on spellbooks. That's why we were confused.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because both of them were playing Crab, Maleficent, Shadow, and Spellbook, and I was like, "What is happening?" Diego was the one that I really wanted to know the list of. So actually, because of that, he may not be playing Teeth and Ambition.
Yeah, he may not be playing Teeth and Ambition. I'll be interested to see what Jeremy decides to do with this Benja. Whether or not... Okay, so he's just inking it. He's saying...
I mean, I think that's fine.
I'm going to hope you're not on Spellbook or hope to find another Benja.
Yeah, I think on turn 1, like Spellbook is no turn 1 play for Diego.
Okay,
Huge.
okay.
Huge.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That actually goes crazy for Teeth and for this Cinderella line.
Yeah, just being able to set up. Unless Diego has a Cusco, then he may be in some trouble too, not being able to play anything on turn 2 since he can't bounce with a snake.
Worth noting that Diego is going second.
Yes. Oh, turn 2 pass. This is a pretty good start for Jeremy.
Could be huge.
Yeah.
I think I see a Simba and a Lilo in
hand. Yeah, I'm thinking with
Raging Fire.
With this much lead, I think I'm playing a Lilo and a Simba and just like
going to 4.
Yeah, just going for it.
Ooh, that's pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. Can't Fox this turn because there's nothing to bounce.
I think the best case scenario here would be playing like 2 characters, but not just a Maleficent, which is still fine. But that Maleficent's not gonna be able to do anything against that Simba.
No, you're gonna need
you almost would have rather to have Crab to take out the Simba and then be bounced next turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You either need Crab right now and to use Maleficent to take out Simba, or like you need a Fox that you can bounce Maleficent with to take out Simba. But even then, that's just so slow, only taking out
10 lore, baby, 10 lore.
Yeah, like we're going fast. This might be a very quick game 1.
Oh, he's passing. He has the Storm in hand though. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I definitely would try to take out the Maleficent.
Is that a Storm? Is that a Storm?
He definitely. Yeah, that's a Storm. I definitely would have taken out the Maleficent. It takes out the Fox play because then you would need a 1-drop and then Fox to at least be able to make that happen versus just being able to bounce the Maleficent to potentially play the Maleficent again later to continue to draw cards. Oh, we just see a goat come down. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh, okay. So 2 on goat and then 1 and then 2 on probably the...
Dude, you're betting on if he has Cinderella or if you need to take out like the Lilo?
He's taking out the Cinderella.
Yeah.
Still here. You're going to 15. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is very rough.
Oh, hey, Storm would have stopped that.
Storm would have stopped that. Quest.
And now you can't sing the Storm because of the Cinderella. Actually, pretty nuts play here. Wait, what? Oh, it's what?
Yeah. He's drawing with Huntsman, discarding.
Yeah, so discarding the
Getting
Storm.
rid of
What's
Storm.
going on?
Oh, okay. So he did have the Cinderella in hand. I couldn't see. Just gonna play his swords, get rid of everything.
Sure.
Quest up to 15.
Sure. It probably doesn't matter in the long run here, but
yeah, you got to take out something here, otherwise it's game next turn.
have a Maui.
Yeah, a Maui at least delays it a little bit.
Yeah, like we need to get some Ursulas fast.
Yeah, you need something to either take the lore down or delay the game, being able to get rid of stuff. Because even just playing something straight like this.
This is probably it here.
Yeah.
Because like, he's going into 6.
Yeah, he won't have be prepared.
He needs like I don't think that is nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, just scoop, go to game 2. It was a very quick game 1.
Yeah, but exactly to my point from a little bit ago, like games like this, not much that Diego could have done. Like, he needs to flush that down the drain now. He should still understand that he should be advantaged in this matchup.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't miss turn 1, turn 2, going second.
Yeah.
Like, he's huge.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, if you're going to lose, you might as well lose quick. You still have plenty of time to play both game 2 and game 3. It was just really unfortunate that you don't have a turn 1 or a turn 2 play statistically with the Ruby Amethyst deck. So,
Yeah, so like I said, flush it down the drain, move on to next game, just do your thing, keep playing how you will. You didn't get to play Fox, you didn't get to play Snake. Just relax, take the game at your own pace, and don't let it get to you.
Yeah. Yeah, plenty of time to come back from this. It's not over till it's over.
And Jaunty says the other table is discard and the other Jeremy who just lost last round.
Okay.
So whoever wins that, unless Jeremy, so if Jeremy wins this, then if both Jeremys win, they're like, they would be playing into each other, but they can't play into each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I wonder what would happen at that point. So if Diego wins, then it's probably the last round is probably the discard or the other Jeremy against Ruby. Yeah. We have mulligans here with Diego likely going first.
Yeah.
I see a Storm. I see a Stitch. I see a Lantern. I don't think I see 2 halves of a shift line.
Yeah, I didn't see one in his hand.
Yeah. It looks like Diego. He seems like he's pretty calm. He seems like he's pretty collected. I would assume that he's rocking, just doing like game as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, you have to. I think we'll be able to see here the importance of Ruby Amethyst going first versus going second, especially in a deck, or especially going into a deck like this one with Amber Steel that can come out really aggressive and just finish the game before Ruby Amethyst can really get anything on board. Luckily, Diego does have a 1-drop with Olaf coming down, so already starting off much better than game 1.
Yep. I think that's the second Stout-Hearted in his hand, but he does have both halves of a Hercules shift.
Okay.
It just needs to happen on turn 3, turn 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, whoa.
Okay.
We got the ones now.
Yeah, we got all the 1-drops now. Making up for last game, going wide with 2 minis and an Olaf.
And here we could potentially see the issue with playing a ton of shifts with all their shift targets and lanterns. You start to brick, man.
Yeah.
Like that, like there's not a fantastic play in his hand. He had two Stout-Hearteds, two lanterns, a Stitch with no Rockstar Stitch, no small Cinderellas. It just doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, you just
but like what when this deck goes off, it goes off, and when it doesn't go off, it does not go off.
Right. Like sometimes you just get half of the pieces to every puzzle and you just can't put anything together.
And here we have the free ink with Snake getting back that Olaf, and then just Diego doesn't really need to do anything here besides quest out.
Now this is honestly really great for Diego because Jeremy's going very slow, especially compared to last game, and Ruby Amethyst definitely wins the long game in this one. So long as Jeremy isn't playing a bunch of flutes or anything to get ahead too quickly with songs.
That was a pretty huge misplay, I think.
Okay.
So he could have paid 2 to play a lantern and still played the Hercules.
Yeah, true. And then you'd have the lanterns on board and the Hercules being able to ramp even more.
Yeah, so like, he essentially misses out on going to like 6 next turn. Like he could have just played the Hercules on regularly next turn and still threatened with that Hercules into the Snake. Yeah, I think this is looking like a pretty early, not a victory for Diego, but a very huge advantage.
Yeah, I'd definitely be feeling really good if I were Diego right now. Like there's not very much that's happening on Jeremy's side of the board that's really concerning me all that much. You know that you're going to have answers here in a turn or two for any of the big stuff that he starts dropping. And being able to reset into Amber Steel, especially if they can't find like a whole new world to refill their hand.
This is part of why that was such a big misplay last turn. He drew another uninkable. I think the hand is double Lantern, Storm, Raging, and Swords. And like this just doesn't do a lot, man.
No.
It just doesn't do a lot.
Now, a Maui can come in and take out this Hercules immediately. Or even just developing, like just playing goats and rabbits and refilling your hand and just playing it slow. Like, you have a lot of options if you're Diego right now.
God, I don't even think you really need to be that scared of this Hercules right now. Just like playing a goat, even just drawing too. I think is fine.
Sure, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're getting to your critical point anyway, where like, if you can find an inkable card, you can Tremaine next turn. The turn after that, you have Be Prepared. Like, you're sitting fine.
Yep. Inking a Snake. Does he have a second Snake?
Yeah.
Yep. Get the 1 mini back, and he has free ink next turn.
And Diego's just so far ahead in lore already. Another uninkable drawn by Jeremy.
Every single turn that he draws an uninkable, that the lantern comes back into play.
Does have Whole New World, but maybe a little bit too late.
And he used the Hercules to sing.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is.
Now we see the lantern played.
I mean, so the issue is like you're forced to play the Whole New World next turn, but now you're playing Whole New World after Ruby Amethyst gets to 6 ink already.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like if he can't play the Whole New World if the Hercules goes away also, because he only has 3 ink. So
yeah,
he's really setting himself up in a dangerous situation here.
Yeah, like you really need to crawl back here. You're already 9 lore behind, and you aren't playing flutes. It's not looking good. So yeah, it looks like we have ink a Stitch, play the third lantern, and just pray.
Yeah, just hope you can find some stuff.
Do we have any we have
two Be Prepared, 2 Ursulas. Oh my goodness. That's a hand. That's a hand worth getting rid of.
Oh, that's actually huge, dude.
2 Be Prepared. All the ways to slow down Jeremy if Diego ever needs to. That is big.
That is actually huge. To be fair though, he can still like get a hopefully a Maui to take out that Hercules and then still gain control of the board here. Like, he's still very far ahead.
Yeah.
Even a Tremaine at this point may do it unless he plays something else, which he probably should. I see an Ariel in there.
Yeah, there's an Ariel, there's a Cinderella, Singer. Okay, we're just going down with Donald.
I think this is fine. It plays a little bit better into Be Prepared, because you're able to have the Ariel for after Be Prepared if he has it. But even then, if he has it, that's 3 Be Prepared down, so he can start actually going one.
Yeah, because at that point, like, Diego's not so far into his deck that you would be scared of the 4th Be Prepared. Like, statistically, he's not going to find it. So I think at that point, you just lay your hand on the table and, you know, hope that he doesn't also have a 4th Be Prepared if he can find the 3rd.
Also, at this point, Maui still does it. You just have to use the other 2 to take out the duck first.
Mm-hmm.
Can he do it with Fox? I don't think so. No,
because 2 things. Yeah, Fox would only deal 2 damage to Hercules. Doesn't take out Donald immediately.
If he has 2 Foxes, it does it. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. So, it doesn't. Two Foxes do it. You send both into Donald because they both survive, and then double Fox if you really need to.
Yeah. Seems to be really torn on decisions he has in his hands. Okay, we're gonna play Teeth
on Lilo, probably, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep. 5 for a Maui?
Maui, take out the Donald.
I think I would have sent the snake and the
goat into Donald.
The goat into Donald, and then taken out the because now you're left with just a Maui on board, whereas before you would have been left with a goat.
Right.
That Teeth inhibition is still just chilling.
Yeah, I definitely.
This is still good. You still clear the board, but I think you would have rather had goat on board rather than just a Maui.
Yeah, it's just better characters on board, right? You set yourself up to be able to still quest the next turn or still challenge stuff or bounce things with both your goat and your snake on board. Whereas Maui's not really doing anything here because whatever Jeremy plays, it's likely not going to be exerted. So Maui's just going to kind of sit there. You can maybe sing some songs with Maui, but you could have done the same thing with goats or snake.
I will say, because this is steel, this isn't necessarily a bad play because goat would have had 2 damage on him, so any damage spell would have just cleared your board. So here you do have Maui on board for any sort of bounce shenanigans potentially. Mm-hmm. So it's not awful. I think you grabbed the swords.
Okay. I think I might have also seen a whole new world in there.
Well, he has both.
Okay. I see the other one. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense.
Yeah, so right now, if you're Diego, you want to be developing your board next turn, especially if you show the whole new world, you want to be developing that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so yeah, here either way, you're left with an empty board, so the play didn't totally matter.
Potentially setting up for a Stout Heart next turn.
Do we see an Ursula or a Be Prepared? Goat.
Rabbit. Goat. Okay.
Oh, that was 5. That was 8. Okay. Yeah. This is good.
Yeah, fine way to set up.
You're so far ahead on lore, and they don't have flute, so
like as Diego is taking care of Jeremy, he's just getting closer and closer to his win condition with Goat. We know that he also has spell books, and like now that you're at 12, any version of Goat or spell book is really scary because it's just gonna really put Jeremy on a clock.
Yep. Now we have the Tinkerbell plus the swords coming in, getting rid of the board, drawing a card, getting a lore. So we're at 13-3 still, but we're able to get control of the board. Be Prepared here is probably warranted, but also
Diego may not have it. Having gotten rid of 2 Be Prepareds already, I think Jeremy's just trying to play that out and say, I'm having to bet that you just don't have it, which he does. But this is the 3rd Be Prepared going away. So now, especially for Jeremy, I think you just to get back into this game, you just have to throw your hand onto the board and hope that he doesn't find a fourth.
We're still in such a weird position here because we can't play. I don't think we can play. John, what? We can probably play two things. I think. Well, he just inked a. I don't think he's doing it. I think he's just playing. Yeah, no, we can't play multiple things. So Tremaine goes hard here, I think.
Yeah, Tremaine is really rough if Diego has it for Jeremy.
Or that.
Oh, okay. The dragon's also really bad.
That works. I mean, there's nothing that can really be done here to punish that play because everything that you can do to immediately out of Maleficent is 2 cards.
Right.
Like you need to stick 2 things. You need to stick something here and be able to sing Whole New World just to even get back in the game.
Right. I think that's what we're trying. We're playing the Stitch, hoping that the Stitch sticks so that we can sing Whole New World next turn. And maybe find some answers.
Do we have it on exactly, or do we have 10? 3, 6. We have 9. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have 10 this turn.
So we can't go Quest, Snake, Maleficent again.
Right.
Could be going for draw to look for that Tremaine here with paying 3.
Okay, here's the spell book.
Oh, double
spell book. That's not good.
Well, I mean, okay. It's up to 17, I guess.
Yeah. Now we're basically on a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, the writing is pretty close on the wall here. Even if we're singing Whole New World, we can just sing him into a goat.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's playing a deck that was similar to one I was playing early on, and we're seeing just part of what makes this deck so inconsistent, which is just we're playing so many big shift targets, and if you don't see the correct ones in the early game, you're left with a bunch of big cards in your hand, and that just doesn't play well into Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, not discarding anything really noteworthy from Diego's hand, so unfortunately that does mean he's just more likely to find whatever he needs to close this game out. I want to say Jeremy's also inked 2 Benjas already.
Yeah.
So not going to be an option for the spellbooks most likely. Yeah, he's just digging for anything right now.
Yeah, just being at 4 lore, just like even if he finds something, it's so unlikely to do anything.
Yeah. Like you can pray that you have, like you can try to find a Strength of Raging Fire here, get rid of the Maleficent, but then you have 1 turn essentially to win the game.
Oh, there's a Benja.
There's a Benja.
Oh, Benja gets him a turn if he didn't draw Goat. And then he threatens what? 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Can he get rid of Maleficent? I don't think he can get rid of Maleficent, even if he plays the Benja.
Oh, yeah, no, he can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to game 3 here.
Going to game 3. Diego taking game 2. See just how... Oh, he had the 4th Be Prepared anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, he's showing that he had it. Yeah. And it's rough because like once you have those big characters on board and you're singing that Be Prepared, like at that point, like you're just refilling Ruby Amethyst's hands with Tremaines and Maleficents and Be Prepareds and Ursula's
everything they could need to potentially keep you from potentially making a crazy comeback.
Yeah, but we are able to go first as Amber Steel here, so this is about as good of a situation as we want to be in.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great example of just how different it can be when you get a really good start going first as Steel Song, finding your pieces, how quickly you can close the game out versus not only going second, but also not finding your combo pieces or shift pieces and just kind of getting a little bit of everything. So hopefully Jeremy's able to find, or I'm sure Jeremy's hoping to find some of those combo pieces and can, hit the ground running. And maybe take the game away from Diego before Diego can get started with anything.
especially going first. If you're able to go first, get that turn 3 Rockstar going on, that can run away with things very quickly.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Diego, as Diego, you know that he wants to be playing a Stitch or a Cinderella early. So looking for a 1-drop, looking for Teeth Inhibition is going to be extremely key.
Yeah, that I would be definitely mulliganing for those two of those cards specifically. Just a way to slow Jeremy down early in the game so that you can take over later, knowing that his options are going to be limited.
Pretty huge game here, deciding who goes into last round as undefeated, which means you likely get your first choice as to what prize you want.
Yeah, for anybody that has joined the stream and didn't hear earlier, this is just going to be a 5-round Swiss tournament, prizing being a Trove, a 100, Disney 100 gift set, and a Gen Con Mickey promo and a playmat, and then first player gets to pick one of those, second player gets to pick of the rest, and so on and so forth. So
third player gets to pick the third one, and the fourth player gets to pick the mat.
Yeah, most likely. I don't know if there's a Winnie the Pooh mat out there.
That's true.
That might go pretty quickly.
Do we know if those are selling on the secondary market at all?
I have no idea. I haven't checked.
I haven't seen anything. Yeah. I personally, I think I would go for Gen Con Mickey, and then like a toss up between the Trove and gift set, and then the mat for me. Mostly because I'm not collecting the sealed stuff. So if I get a Trove, it's just 8 packs to me. But a gift set, at least I get the D100s again, and then 4 packs. I think it was.
But I think the Trove and the Gen Con Mickey should be roughly valued the same. If like you don't really care about keeping any of it and you're just trying to make a little money, but these guys may be trying to collect some stuff. I know that John T mentioned that Diego was coming in. It wasn't like a frequent customer of the stores. He was coming in and specifically mentioned the Gen Con Mickey. Which I get. The Gen Con Mickeys are cool. I was able to have one.
Yeah, I think that's probably the first option almost every single time. All right, I see a small Stitch. I see a big Stitch.
I also see Simba.
I do not see a Lantern though. But we have the classic Lilo Simba.
The Lilo Simba across every set.
But we do have a 1-drop, which is pretty huge here.
Yeah, at least with this Lilo play, you can get 2 lore out of anything. Instead of just like with the Stitch, maybe being scared of a Teeth and Ambition. But if your opponent has the Teeth and Ambition, you're not stopping the entire Stitch shift line if you want to take that later down the road.
So as Diego here, if you don't have Teeth and Ambition, but you do have Snake, you're still cutting them off at 5 lore, which is it's a lot of lore, but it's not necessarily debilitating, right?
Yeah, especially since we know Diego's playing some Ursulas and just the control that Ruby Amethyst already has. 5-0 isn't really anything that Diego should be too worried about.
Yep. Also, absolutely fantastic play to keep the Olaf up in case he has something like a Smash or a Storm to take out one of his cards. So now he can afford to go with a Fox play next turn and take out both the Simba and the Lilo. However, we do know that he has the big Stitch and an Aerial, so these next few turns are going to be very interesting. Yeah. Or just the crab.
Yeah, we see the crab come down, take out the Simba with an Olaf, and then trading the Lilo with the Cusco, keeping both the Olaf and Cusco on board, just damaged.
Draw here is pretty. Yeah, that's. Oh no! He has to ink the Aerial. He either has to ink the Aerial or he has to wait a turn to play that Stitch, and that's such a huge part of what I was saying with this deck. Like it's so bricky, and any uninkable at the wrong time, or even just like maybe you shouldn't have played both Stitches last turn. Like
like maybe you only play one in case you need to ink something, because like he's on such a low hand right now. Yeah, I'm wondering if you play the Aerial and just try to look for something like a Whole New World and delay the Stitch
and he
play.
Didn't get it. This is the worst scenario. Because now you're forced to draw an inkable again next turn.
Yeah.
Because you can't play the lantern. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You really don't want to ink Stitch.
He's just on the absolute edge of falling off a cliff here.
Yeah. And I mean, this goes back to what we were talking much earlier in the stream about, like, why Ruby Amethyst is so strong. It's because it's just so consistent. Even when things go really wrong, you can usually catch up to some degree, but other decks just do not have that room to for inconsistency. And then when you have games like this, you really feel it.
Can you imagine if Diego dropped Pinocchio there and took out the aerial?
Oh. It's like, this is game 3, so you never just concede, but it would make me want to. We did find an inkable, though.
We got the inkable. We can shift the Stitch, but like, again, it's like
not much.
Don't have anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope to top deck a whole
Diego
new
just
world.
has like good cards in hand. It's crazy.
Yeah, Diego's chilling.
If we have a bounce for that crab for the Kuzco to take out the Stitch, oh, we're going crazy.
Yeah, and like the longer this game goes on, the worse it gets for Jeremy, because just the more things Diego can play to answer Jeremy's board state.
And now, like, he's forced for that Stitch to stay upright now, and he's trying to draw into probably Whole New World. But like every time he doesn't quest with Stitch, it's more value in Diego's pocket.
Yeah, and like it's exactly what you don't want to be doing with Stitch, because like you're trying to race down Ruby Amethyst, but yeah, without a Whole New World or way to refill your hand, it's the only way you might be able to just find your way back into something if you draw enough 1-drops that you can play to, just dig through your deck.
Ooh, the Shadow giving evasive to that Mim, pretty huge right now, because it can just quest and not care.
Yeah.
So you just get 2. Like, what? Crab is the only thing that's like value to take out right now.
Oh my gosh! We get it. We top deck the Whole New World. Woo! We're not out of this yet. Let's see what he pitched.
If I was Diego, I'd be in my head, and just in the back of my head, like this.
Oh man, Jeremy's not out of this one yet. That's a huge top deck on Jeremy's end.
And we have a Simba to protect a little bit. It's still not fantastic, but we are getting there.
Yeah.
So I see a Storm. I don't see a Swords. I just see Storm and Bodyguards.
Yeah.
So you can't take out the Mim. You can take out either the Kuzco or the Crab. Looking for Raging Fire?
Digging.
I think, yeah, you definitely might be feeling the Simba here.
Yeah.
Not able to get the Raging Fire to take out the Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
He might have to keep the Stitch up again, because that Stitch is just done. It's so hard. You have to start questing, I think.
Yeah, it's deciding. I mean, after not finding the Strength of Raging Fire, I think Jeremy is just quickly realizing, like, I have to eventually win this game now, because I'm not going to be able to win it later.
If Diego has Tremaine, he clears the board here. He goes Crab into Simba, +3 to Kuzco, take out the Aerial, Fox into Lilo, and then
Tremaine.
Tremaine.
Yeah, he's mathing it out right now, trying to see.
And he gets to draw a card off of Kuzco.
Yeah.
Yep. Unless he wants to take. So if he gives it to either Shadow or Fox, then he doesn't have the Tremaine. But it looks like he has something. He either has Tremaine or Maui, I think.
Yeah.
But also, I would have rather had Kuzco take out the Aerial, so Fox is healed. Fox doesn't take as much damage.
Yeah. Here's the Tremaine.
Just as a reminder to Jaunty, Fox should have 2 damage on it right now.
Yeah, they're checking that now. At least we have a hand.
We have a hand, but we have 5. We're threatening 5 at 6 to go above your lore, and our hand is full of small dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, now we're constantly scared, but be prepared, or any version of removal that Diego has, because all of that will be online.
You need to play 2 characters or 0 characters at this point.
Yeah.
Yep, just playing 2 huntsmen.
Which, hey, that's threatening 4 lore next turn. Also gives you the opportunity to dig through your deck a little if they survive long enough. You know, maybe enough of a threat for Diego to use up some resources. We do see an Ursula come down.
Oh my god,
that's gonna be
so huge.
That's huge because I don't think Jeremy can take care of the Ursula.
Not effectively at all. He's not playing Queen or anything.
No, and even if he manages to get a Hercules out, that's still not going to be enough to take out the Ursula on its own. I think we're very quickly losing our opportunity to finish this game for Jeremy.
She holding a world, but like, is that doing a lot right now?
I definitely don't think it's doing much just hard casting it, but it might get you just closer to the pieces you have to have if you want to win the game.
It's just crazy because, like, in times like this, you would want to either clear their board or start to threaten lethal, but there's just nothing you can do to threaten lethal.
Yeah.
And you can't clear their board.
Yeah, because you know if you threaten lethal, they're going to play removal. If you can't really clear their board with Huntsmans either. So I feel like, yeah, you just kind of have to play to win and just hope that you can find a way there.
And here, just on board, we have 17 lore. Like, it's just rough. It's really rough. We do have game being threatened
by Jeremy.
On board by Jeremy, so we do have to get rid of it.
Yeah, you have to answer something. Whether that means your character or Diego's characters aren't questing. Yeah, he might just be singing Be Prepared here with Ursula.
Sing Be Prepared, play Ursula again?
Okay, we play Mini.
Do we have like a small mini? As Eric foretold, the mini games.
The minis. Okay.
Threatening 4 here. Go to 18.
Just going wide, making it difficult for Jeremy to solve this.
And they're all 3, so removal. Swords does nothing.
Yeah, Swords isn't helpful. You can't Tinkerbell and Swords this turn, so that's not an option either.
Duck is only 1 lore, so this is only threatening 2. It's starting to become about as lost as possible.
Yeah, I just don't think Jeremy has enough. He doesn't have anything that can. Donald is 4 cost, right? He's not 5 cost. Yes. Yeah, so you can't even sing Swords next turn.
Oh, even the correct play on the ballista to take out the Hercules. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Diego is just playing out of his mind today.
I can't imagine anything that Jeremy could pull here to save the game.
I don't believe there is. And it's part of the part of the deck building process when you include stuff like Huntsman, when you include stuff like Duck, when you include multiple shift lines that are big shift lines, sometimes it just is inconsistent.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Donald does give Musketeers evasive.
Oh, that is true. Yeah,
but
Diego
it
takes
looks like
game 3. So Diego will be at the final table.
Yep. All right, let's see if we know who won at table 2. It was Discard versus Amber Steel, so
Oh yeah, so if Discard took it, this might be an interesting
finals.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick step away to use the bathroom. Be back.
Okay. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out in the chat and the stream. So far, we've only seen Amethyst Steel, Ruby Steel, and Steel Song today. So it would be really interesting if we ended up seeing Discard in the end, taking on Ruby Amethyst, or taking on Diego specifically. Probably one of the worst matchups that Diego could have if the Emerald Steel Discard gets too good of an opener. For anyone who doesn't know, Ruby Amethyst can fall prey to Discard because depending on how aggressive the Discard deck is, you can do something like play Bucky turn 2 and then Bucky turn 3, and you start playing a bunch of Floodborn characters, and Bucky requires your opponent to discard cards every time you play a Floodborn character, basically getting rid of their hand before they can really get going and get started. And Ruby Amethyst plays a lot of expensive units, so if you can't get enough ink down fast enough and your entire hand is taken away, then you kind of lose the game on the spot unless you manage. Your only out is basically try to get up to 7 ink and then top deck and be prepared to wipe out everything that Discard is doing, and then you can take on the game from there. So we haven't heard yet on who Diego will be playing in the 5th round. They may still be playing it out, but we'll have to see.
Okay.
I too am going to take a quick bathroom break before the finals, and I'll be back.
Okay. Man, chat, what a day. We've been through a lot together. Ruby Amethyst Mirror, Ruby Amethyst versus Steel, Amber Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel Mirror, and now Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel. What do you guys want to see? You guys want to see Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel? You guys want to see Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel again? There was a tournament where multiple Emerald Steel decks in top 8 were not playing Prince John. That's crazy. Were they more of like a ping focused deck? Whew. All right, need some energy, boys. Got the sunflower seeds. Hopefully, it carries me to the end of this tournament. Because man, first 2 rounds were some energetic rounds, I'd say. Just as a reminder, everyone coming in, next round is the last round. I believe there were 19 players in this 5-round Swiss tournament, set 2, and top 4 get their choices in descending order of a Gen Con Mickey, a D100 gift set, a set 2 Trove, and a playmat of their choice.
All right, now we're just patiently waiting.
Is there anything from set 3 we didn't talk about yet? I feel like we talked about it as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying
Tala?
to think.
Did we talk about Tala?
No, we didn't talk about Tala much, but I'll be honest. I want Tala to be good, and I'm not going to discount any card that says, gain lore when X happens. But currently, I don't feel like Sapphire has enough ways to ramp like all at once for Tala to end up being as good as a lot of people probably want her to be.
I will say, I was thinking earlier, and in Sapphire Steel, like being able to refill your hand, play down a bell with maybe some fishbone quills and ink like 3 to 4 cards a turn, like once you get that going, that does feel pretty good, because there are times in Sapphire Steel when you do ink those cards, it kind of feels bad because you're not really doing anything proactive with them. So if I'm gaining a lore every time I'm doing that, it doesn't feel awful, but it'll likely only happen like once or twice where I actually get 3 or 4 lores. Like that'll happen, and then my opponent's gonna kill it.
Yeah, that's my thought. Is Grandma Tala doesn't stay in play for very long, and the deck that I think could best play to that style would be a Sapphire Steel one, just because, I mean, when you're inking so many cards, you have to be able to refill your hand as well.
Yeah.
So I think it would have to be like a very, very control heavy Sapphire Steel deck, and unfortunately, if you lean too far into control, then you end up giving away a lot if you ever play into more aggressive matchups, which might be its downfall, but we'll see. At the very least, I think the card is fun. I think it's a fun thing to build around. It makes a card like Friend Like Me make a lot more sense. So maybe we see more cards like that played. I was even thinking about Falling Down the Rabbit Hole. Everybody saw that card and we were just kind of like, why would I ever play this? And now it makes a lot more sense, being able to...
Well, it kind of plays like Tremaine, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'll be, at the very least, I'll be interested to see what decks end up coming out of it.
Yeah. Word from Jonty is the discard deck did not win. However, there are multiple X1s, so he's waiting to see who bubbles up into the last round.
Yep.
And then it'll be the only undefeated versus an X1. We shall see who takes home the first place.
Yeah, Diego's been playing really well this whole time, so
yeah.
I'll be interested to see if he can finish strong.
I still want to know his deck list.
Yeah, you did ask Jonty to get you the deck list, so
how are you fitting so many techs into one deck, man? I need to know. I'm telling you, I'm guessing 63 cards.
Yeah, that could be something. He could be playing more than 60 cards just to fit everything in.
So I know he's playing Friends, he's playing Maleficent, he's playing Crab, Shadow, Book, and yeah, so it's probably just 0 Elsa and 63 cards.
Mm-hmm.
63. Let's like cut down on like Maui. Like cut Maui from like 4 to 2. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. Long day.
Yeah, long day. I guess enough people showed up for round 5 because I think Jonty originally mentioned 4 rounds. I always forget how like dry my mouth gets when just commentating all day, because I try to strike a balance between drinking so much liquid that I have to go use the bathroom all the time, but then like drinking enough to stay hydrated.
Exactly. We have movement on the table cam. We'll see what happens. See what's happening.
Hey, just checking in. Hello.
What's up?
Sorry for knocking the camera. Hey, gang, thanks for watching. Okay. So there's about a minute left on the round, and there are still 3 tables playing, and each of those tables has a possible 3-1 on it. So, like, anyone could be at the final table, because at the moment Diego is the only 4-0, so it is going to be Diego versus someone else.
It's anyone's game.
But it could be somebody you haven't seen at all yet, which could be fun.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, just because of how Swiss goes. And it goes down to opponent win rate. We have had a few people towards the lower end of the table drop, as always happens with these tournaments, which, again, if they played one of these 3-1s earlier, it affects the win rate. So I can't call it until the games are finished, unfortunately. So just sit tight, and I'll be with you as soon as I can.
Sure.
Sounds good. Thank you, God.
You're welcome, my child.
Yeah, shouts out to Game Chamber and to Jonty for putting this on, setting everything up, allowing us to commentate over it. It's been a really fun day so
100%.
far.
And then going forward, like just every time you commentate in a new format, it just gets more interesting because like there's so much more to talk about. There's so much more that you're seeing on screen. Cause like here we've seen on stream 3 ink combinations.
Yeah, exactly.
And 2 of them included Amethyst.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, you know, I hope that there's more variation in set 3, but as more cards come, even if there's, you know, if there's not a lot of variance between ink combinations, hopefully there's variance between decks, which we've even seen today, you know, having only seen 3 ink combinations and 2 of them being Amethyst. You know, we saw a very different Amber Steel lists and had lots to talk about with the Ruby Amethyst mirror matches as well, and the text that they decided and why they were important.
I could talk about Ruby Amethyst mirror matches like for hours. Hours.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Again, it's just one of the things that I love about the game. Coming from Pokemon, I really liked in that game how like you normally saw almost every card in your deck. So like little text, even one-ofs index could make or break like certain matchups, and it's not quite the same for Lorcana, but it definitely is enough to matter where like, you know, if you put two tech cards in your deck and take out 2 others, like that can be the difference between you winning or losing a series.
Yeah, I would say on average, at least for Ruby Amethyst, you're going through like 30 to 40 cards of your deck by like turn 8 or 9 pretty consistently.
Yeah, anything with Amethyst I feel like is getting through a lot of their cards and seeing most of their cards for sure. And I mean, also in a meta where a whole new world is played, you know, I feel like on average you're seeing at least half of your deck for most matches.
Yeah. Oh man. What are you doing the rest of the day, Brandon?
I am probably going to go eat after this, and then I'm going to start working on a video because, you know, new set, new videos have to come out. I spent a lot of time working on this and like preparing for this overlays, so I'm a little bit behind on videos, but I've got a top 5 best cards in each ink for Into the Inklands coming up. So before I just start spitting stuff, I'm going to do a little bit of research on all the cards and try to really analyze, you know, what's coming in and how impactful it's going to be. I've already done the Amber one, and I'll share what my top 5 Amber is, and we'll see if you agree with me or not. So in Amber, my top 5 came down to Kita, Protector of Atlantis, Perdita, Devoted Mother, Pluto, Friendly Pooch, The Bare Necessities, and Baloo, Von Brunwald, the 13th.
Yeah, so I know I did mine with my Amber set review that I'll probably record either tonight or tomorrow night. And I think Bare Necessities I absolutely had as number 1 pretty easily. And then I think, what did I go? I went Bare Necessities. I think I went Chernobog on 2 because I think Chernobog can really affect any Amber deck pretty heavily. I know I had Lucky and Perdita on there because I would. Oh no, I had Pride Lands at 3. I had Pride, yeah, because I coming down on early turns with that much willpower, being able to give characters strength and with potential added bonus of being a lantern that gains 2 lore, I feel like is too big to ignore. But I think Baloo, Pluto, and Kita are both like in that same territory as like things that I would put at 4 or 5 if I wasn't like if I wasn't like going crazy because I figured out that you can get 15 lore on turn puppies.
Yeah, all of the cards you just named, like I went through Amber and I just listed out, I was like, okay, these could be potentially like really good cards, and then I had to take them out from there. All of those cards you just named like made it onto the list before they ended up getting cut. And specifically on Chernobog and on Pride Lands, I spent a lot of time last night just like looking at those cards, trying to find, you know, how they would play out in certain decks, different combos and things that they could work with. And eventually ended up getting cut. I cut Trinabog because it felt like it would be too much of a like setback if you play a Trinabog and then it's removed or bounced to hand after having shuffling everything back in, because it's not like you can just replay it the turn afterwards. And then but it was really close, especially with Pride Lands. I struggled over that one a lot on whether or not it made the list, so it's definitely like a honorable mention for me. But it does look like they're getting ready.
Wait a minute.
Okay, hi, I'm here.
I saw that. I was like, God, I need explanations.
I'm here. Your prayers have been answered. So the top table is Diego and versus Jeremy W, who you saw in round 3. Jeremy doesn't feel comfortable on stream, so we're going to be showing you table 2, which is Alex, who's a new player you haven't seen today, who's currently 3-1, and then Esmond, who you saw in round 2. Who's also 3-1. So either of these could get up into second, and as soon as I get a result from the top table, I will let you know.
Okay.
So we're back with the Ruby Amethyst Mirror, baby. Woo!
What better way to end off or to send off Rise of the Floodborn?
Yeah. And the good news is that this match does mean stuff because they potentially get second place.
Yeah. Okay. Got Alex on the left and Esmond on the right. That is where to go. There we go.
All right. Time for another. So, from what I remember of Emin, he was also playing. Yeah, it was also Book, Crab, Maleficent, Shadow.
Yeah, he was also playing all of the things. We definitely haven't seen Alex play yet, so it'll be interesting to see what he decided to play and if all of these techs from Esmond end up making the difference.
Oh boy. See some 1-3s. All right. Time for the all important.
The die roll.
Oh,
I can't read that.
I'm glad Teddy isn't there. For those of you who don't know, Brandon, Teddy, and I are all in a D&D campaign. And Teddy was, on Thursday, he was rolling pretty low.
Yeah, he needed to throw away that D20. Just get a new
rough
one.
Night. I always keep two on hand in case I need to put one in jail.
I specifically, so I usually keep my dice set next to me, but when I went to Gen Con, I bought specifically 2 sets of dice in case one of them just happens to be not rolling well for the day.
I got my good old two metal boys here, the yellow, purple, and the black red. I feel very great all the time. I was rolling hot on Thursday.
You were rolling so hot. I was so mad. There was a check you had on me, and I was like, I rolled a 19, and you still came in above me, and I was just
24.
Like, I was like, of course. I don't think you rolled less than a 10 all night.
No, like the issue was like it was an insight check versus your reception. My insight's +5.
Yeah, I mean that, and yeah, my deception is +0, so.
Yeah. I'll get the truth out of Brandon. I'll get it. Still lying to me. I know he's lying. I know it.
You know nothing. Yeah, Ixia also needs new dice. He's also in there with us.
Ixia was doing some stuff on Thursday.
Yeah, he wasn't doing as bad as Teddy.
Yeah, Teddy went first in one of our combats. Went out, shot an arrow at a group of orcs, and he's just like,
just hit the wall,
right in the ground.
Didn't even make it to them.
It's hilarious.
All right, we'll see if the Ruby Amethyst players have the very surprising turn 1 Olaf, turn 2 Snake.
We got him out. We got an Olaf.
There's an Olaf, turn 1.
I see a befuddle in that hand.
Hard to tell.
There, that is a befuddle.
That is a befuddle, yeah, sure is.
Pretty useful against amber decks when you're going, especially if you're going first, because you can throw back those Cinderellas and take out their tempo a little bit. Choosing not to play it because doesn't want to get the Olaf out. So I think he'd wait to play it unless he plays like a snake here.
Yeah.
If he plays like a snake, that befuddle sets up. Ooh, just no turn 2 play. Okay.
Okay. Very interesting
He's
already.
Red, jump him.
A very interesting opener already. Like Alex not having the turn 1 play, Esmond deciding not to play snake, or probably just doesn't have snake to play for the Olaf.
I saw Alex with 2 be prepareds in the early hand.
Ooh, and getting rid of a dragon. That's
Friends.
the second friends. He's inked one of them.
And here into like the turn 3, turn 4, that's when it starts to be like pretty heavy decision making that can really start to form the rest of the mid game.
Hold on, I've just been told our names are wrong. Esmond is on the left and Alex is on the right.
Okay.
No, wait. Jonty doesn't know
sure?
what he's talking about.
Josh, are you sure about that? Oh, it's because his
Esmond
camera's
is
flipped.
left.
It's
Okay.
because his camera's flipped. He just can't see.
Esmond is left. We'll fix that. There we go. All better. Now we're good. We do see a mini come down. That could be pretty big into this mirror if Esmond doesn't have a way to respond and take care of the mini early enough. Mini just be questing. She be surfing.
You got the fox here. Wait, so Esmond's also playing Befuddle?
I guess, yeah. If Esmond's on the left, he's also playing Befuddle.
What happened, man? We got a book, a Befuddle, a crab, a Maleficent, Shadow.
Shadow. Dragon.
What is going on? What's going on, man?
I'd like to believe he's just playing 70 cards or something.
Yeah. He has to only be nobody. I swear I've seen a mini and an Olaf. I was like, he has to be playing 4 1-drops at this point. Crazy. Yeah, a shadow on this next turn could be huge, especially since he is he is questing with the mini here. So a shadow will let him take out the Maleficent and the mini.
Yeah, Alex is putting on the pressure with this mini and also going wide. Setting up the Fox last turn and deciding not to challenge the Olaf or the Maleficent does say
And
that
there's
he
the
has
shadow.
a shadow to both take out the Maleficent and the mini there. Just taking back a little bit of board control. And now both have evasive, so Alex is going to have a difficult time dealing with these. Unless he also has a shadow and rush character.
So it'd be 2 damage on the shadow and 1 damage on the Fox. Yep. Now we're going into turn 5 here. Still pretty heavy 7 lore lead, but we do know that that Esmond's running the book, so he can catch up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing with if Esmond starts to catch up at all to Alex, even though Alex has a lore lead, just the book coming down. Okay, so Alex is playing books. Okay.
Everyone's playing books.
This changes things because now Alex is still absolutely the aggressor here, just pushing to 20, hoping to get there before Esmond can really respond. And there's not going to be an option that Esmond has to get rid of this book. So basically every turn, if Alex can, he needs to be exerting this book, gaining a little bit of extra lore, just to keep that pressure going and hopefully edge his way to 20 before Esmond can flip the tides, flip the tables, I guess.
This is a very difficult turn. Like down 9 lore with the opponent having a book going into their turn 7 turn.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can do, and a lot of it doesn't feel that great because like you can full trade into a Tremaine here and clear the board, but then you only have a Tremaine on board. You like drawing cards here isn't bad, but you're still, that means you're leaving the board with nothing, and like you have to try to set up for a be prepared play, but you still give them 4 lore to go to 13. It's just, I mean, you probably still take off the Olaf here, so going to 12 instead of 13. Okay, that helps. That helps a lot. That was about as good of a play as you can think of here, because even if a be prepared comes down, the rabbits cancel out. You lose 2 cards that have already taken out 2 cards each. So.
Okay, just opting to play a mini. Way ahead on lore for Alex.
Now we can potentially just Ursula.
Okay,
here,
Ursula coming
huge,
in is good. Yeah.
Huge.
Slowing down Alex just a little bit.
Out to 4. Still, you could push them to give them 13. You could use the fox to take out the rabbit.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit less value on be prepared and go to 3.
Slowly but surely starting to make his way back.
Yeah. Kind of forcing out some sort of removal for that Ursula, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Need something to get rid of the Ursula. Forcing out to be prepared probably feels pretty good for Esmond here, just to get one out of the way.
Yeah. And he's at 7 right now, so he can ink up, be prepared, and book if he needs to. Playing 6. Looks like he's going for a Tremaine. No.
Oh, 8.
Elsa.
Oh, Elsa. She's finally showed up. There's Elsa exerting. It looks like the Ursula and the Shadow.
Yeah. It almost certainly one of Esmond's be prepared is coming down here.
Yeah, I mean, it has to.
He's gonna quest a 4, play the be prepared. He should be at 7 exactly this turn.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, can go to 8. So if he has prepared plus a 1-drop, he could play that. But I think he's just gonna be playing prepared. You cannot let that Elsa cannot quest.
No, and I mean, the Elsa is huge. Negates Esmond's ability to be prepared with Ursula and then rebuild. Yep. Like if he needs to do it, which he does, he's forced to just hard cast it and then pass the turn.
Absolutely huge play into like this big of a lore gap, because you stop Esmond from getting 5 lore, and you're like, okay, prepared your own board.
Yeah,
that has a lot of lore. So unless there's a different way to deal with this Elsa here.
Yeah, and like you have to, because otherwise Alex is going to go up to 16 next turn, which is just really, really scary with the book on board. Opens up a lot of goat lines, being able to play goat and bounce, and essentially makes it 10 times harder for Esmond to come back without a bunch of very specific cards.
I will say times like this is why I love Dragonfire in Ruby Amethyst, because you don't want to be prepared this board, because you're trying to aggress early, get as much lore as you can. But in these situations, be prepared helps Alex a little bit more than it does Esmond, I think. So just being able to take out the Elsa here with just 5 and leftover stuff. But the be prepared having to come down, take out 5 lore for Esmond, even though he didn't get that 5 lore, is huge. Because that Ursula just turned into like losing a lore and drawing a card.
Yeah, I agree. Something like a Dragonfire would have been much more preferred, because Elsa's really the only thing you're worried about. It's just too much lore at once. It's too good of an on-playability that can potentially be bounced back. by Alex, and with the Dragonfire, it's a perfect answer, but we haven't seen one all day, at least not from Esmond.
We have
so I
some
don't expect.
LeFous out here.
Yeah, with the LeFou, it makes me wonder if Alex has an Arthur hidden somewhere in the deck that could, come in and gain lots and lots of lore, close out the game much faster than Alex.
We know there's
Esmond.
a second Be Prepared here because that's been enhanced since turn 1.
Yeah.
I see another Ursula. I see at least a Tremaine.
Yeah.
He's not at 10 yet, so he can't Tremaine shift Tremaine. Yeah, like this is just a good situation for Alex. Like being able to play like low commitment characters after Be Prepared, and they're still threatening because you also have a book on board. Like it makes him really want to be prepared, but that doesn't feel good because then you Be Prepared again. It's 2 Be Prepared out. What if he just drops like an Ursula plus a what is he? Yeah, he's going into 4, 8, going into 9. What if he drops like an Ursula and another LeFou? Like
yeah. Yeah, it really puts Esmond in a difficult spot because you don't want to just like drop an Ursula unless you have something else that you can put along with it. But even then, that's really high value characters. At the same time, if you're dropping a bunch of low value characters, you're behind already. So you kind of need to be doing more than that. Just going to go ahead and drop a Tremaine.
Taking out a lore, bouncing the Tremaine. I wonder if that means he has a second one in hand for next turn. But it's just like it doesn't feel great. You're not developing your board. Like you actually took lore off your board with Tremaine, and they still have 2 lore on board with an 8 lore lead here.
Yeah, Alex is just gonna quest out, play their own Tremaine.
Oh, Tremaine into the single.
Yeah.
You almost I think you have to be prepared here.
Yeah, which feels really bad because like there's much better targets, especially having seen an Elsa. You know that they play Ursula as well. Potentially an Arthur coming out at some point. There's plenty of things that I would be more concerned with than a Tremaine and a Crab. To be prepared,
and losing a goat here, it's just rough. You're not gonna be able to races effectively. Is this Tremaine shift Tremaine? Yes, it is.
Yeah. At least you get rid of the board. The spell book is still gonna sit there though, just ticking away.
Can you imagine
every turn?
If Alex has another Tremaine?
Oof, that would be bad.
Just takes out 2 Tremaines. Nope, John G. Nope. He shifted. God trying to make Esmond's board
God
better.
Trying to help Esmond.
I got here. Just sorry about that.
Oh, and a goat coming down.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Oh, this is gonna be rough.
All she wrote, I think.
Yeah, because that's
we need multiple Ursulas at this point.
Yeah, and even then, it's gonna be clawing our way back.
We have one. There's another Be Prepared.
Rabbit drawing, okay, not the worst.
So we go back to 17 here. 17 bounce 18 play 19. Yeah, if he has a bouncer, then probably still game. Would force him to play another Ursula at the very least. Yep.
Questing.
7. Oh, prepared?
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah. Play the prepared. You're fine with that. Basically, just start Esmond.
18,
yeah, all the way back over. Go to 18.
Need another Ursula.
Yeah. Need another Ursula. Have to rebuild the board again to even try to attempt to race Alex up to 20.
Yeah, just playing a Maui here just to get a second thing on board.
Yeah, I think
this is pretty much all she had wrote. She had.
Maui going up to 9.
Yep. some precious
Yeah.
seconds
Elsa.
being wasted here. I think I would have probably just scooped last turn.
That's what I was thinking. I think this being game 1, you just scoop a little bit earlier, go on to game 2.
Yep.
So Alex taking.
It can sometimes affect things if time is called 10 to 20 seconds later than you should be.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely can. Losing an extra turn that may have been all you needed to close out a game by an extra time, it does come down to the seconds sometimes.
Judge Jonty here.
Not God.
I was just explaining. I forgot Jermaine was even a Floodborn because you just don't see it. I was just
Obviously,
apologizing.
someone didn't watch my morph video.
I did, but there's been a lot out this week.
Yeah. From Inkable Cardboard, what game is this tournament? This is final round. This is table 2. There's someone in table 1 who would prefer not to be streamed, so we are at the final 4 essentially for getting into top 4 for these prizes.
Mm-hmm.
Table 1 is Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel, and this is a Ruby Amethyst mirror match going into game 2.
But depending on how table 1 goes, either of these could still win. Because it's basically, if Diego, who's on 1, currently 4-0, takes a loss, there will be 3, I think, 4-1s. So it'll just come down to opponent win rate.
The win percentage.
Okay, I'll head out for a bit. Here's game 2.
Trying to remember who went first that game.
I think Alex went first that game, so I'm assuming Esmond is going to go first.
Yeah, I think so too. What a shocker that Ruby Amethyst is top 4. True.
Yeah, 3 Ruby Amethyst, 1 Amber Steel. I feel like it's not too surprising.
Nope. So I see an Ursula.
See a mini in hand.
I see is that an Elsa? Was that a 3-drop Elsa? No, I'm tripping.
No way.
I'm tripping. Yeah, I think I'm tripping. It was probably the rabbit that was in his hand.
I think there's an earthquake happening.
If I see one more random tech from Esmond's deck, I'm gonna scream.
What cards are we most excited for now that we have all the cards revealed? I'm most excited about the legendary Robin Hood. That's probably my favorite card from the set so far.
I am the Morph Man.
Morph Man Franz.
I love him so much. But there's a ton of cards that like change the game. I think like Ursula changes the game, Jafar changes the game, Morph does.
Mm-hmm.
Even something like Bare Necessities and the small Ursula are just really good.
Yeah.
At I truly think Ruby Amethyst is like facing an extinction going into this set.
Yeah, I definitely
at least the control variant.
I definitely think it. I have a hard time seeing it being as oppressive as it has been. There's just too many things that are like really good answers into that deck. Coming into the set.
Yep. You have the 1-drop. I think I saw an Olaf on the other side too. So
yep,
we have
dueling
1/3s.
Let's see how closely they will mirror each other in their opening 3 turns.
Looking for your inking the Cusco here, which means probably have a snake or a second Cusco. Yep, looks like snake.
Yeah, snake coming down, bouncing the mini. Can be used for ink next turn if necessary. We'll see what Alex decides to do.
Getting that first quest is always potentially huge here.
Yeah. Yeah, every lore counts. I'd love to see a Arthur LeFou thing start happening on Alex's side. Since we saw that the LeFou came in.
There's the LeFou readying the Olaf. Could potentially see a crab next turn if we're feeling spicy.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember if Esmond pitched away the Mickey or the mini or not, but I definitely remember seeing an evasive mini in his opening hand.
He's going for Fox to just keep things upright. Yeah, it could be control versus aggro. We're not totally sure. We didn't see any Arthurs last game.
Yeah. Yep, there's the mini.
A crab could go pretty hard here with the Olaf taking out the snake.
One LeFou going in, the Inkwell.
There's the crab.
Okay, like here's crab, yeah, taking out the snake, trading up a little bit.
Leaving the LeFou open, though, to a potential shadow, which would be pretty rough.
Yeah, the LeFou is an interesting tech, especially if we don't end up seeing an Arthur.
Yeah.
It maybe could just be that Alex can't find the Arthurs in the deck, but if there aren't any, it's a very interesting tech for the deck.
No shadow, but something probably almost as good, which is just playing an Olaf and playing the Fox. Fox maybe gets traded here with the crab, but still feels pretty good. Looks like a rabbit.
Yeah.
Went to draw on the left side of his mat. That's funny.
Plays his own, or Esmond plays his own rabbit, just drawing a card.
Thinking Maleficent. Any one drop to play? Probably not.
Think about something.
Just quest into 7 here. Try to get as much load as possible, especially if.
Okay, so he's going to take out the crab.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, just keeping Alex low on board presence. You have the mini there. Nothing really threatening it right now. Just continuing to quest, keeping your lore advantage.
Yep, so if you had just quested out and your opponent is playing Shadow, he could have just played Shadow, taken out the Fox with his crab, and then crabbed either Shadow or crab the Shadow and taken out the mini.
Yeah.
So very, very well played by Esmond there.
Yeah, playing around the potential Shadow. But Alex is doing a good job at keeping up, though.
Yeah. Having that goat is definitely going to threaten a little bit with that mini on board, but that mini every time mini quest is huge.
Yeah, it's just exponentially more and more value the longer that mini stays on board unanswered. Another rabbit, just draw a card. Setting up just solid things to either bounce or, a board that you're totally fine if your opponent is forced to be prepared with the amount of lore that you're representing.
Cusco, just like not super committing, but still keeping with pressure to keep above lore to Alex here.
Yeah, definitely putting Alex in a position where he's having to be on the back foot, which I'm assuming he doesn't really want to be since his deck looks a bit more aggressive. He is going second, though, so a lot of times this is what happens when you have the Ruby Amethyst mirror match. You're just kind of forced into the back foot.
Very interesting spot here. And again, another spot where Dragonfire could be pretty good just to take out that mini and then leave him with 2 rabbits and a Cusco versus your goat and a rabbit. And you probably have the advantage there because your goat can take out that other rabbit and still just represent more lore. I'm a huge proponent of the Dragonfire tech.
Yeah, it's definitely found reason to be put back into the deck. Sometimes you need the answer earlier than turn 6 or turn 7, especially if you can't find the Shadow. It takes care of more things than just having Shadow can some of the time. So definitely not a bad tech. Just another one of those uninkable slots. It's really difficult to find room for.
Hey, Jonty here. I'm just letting you know that Table 1 is going to Game 3.
Okay.
So Diego, Diego and Jeremy both have a win, so it's still anyone's game.
Nice.
Okay, good to know. Yep, and we just see the goat take out the rabbit.
Just questing here. Yep. Try to keep as close pace as possible. Looking for a Tremaine. Oh, an Yzma.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, and the mini.
Okay. Nope, mini goes into the deck. Yep, there we go.
That is...
That seems desperate.
I don't love the play. Like, you're giving him cards and you're extending with 2 other draws on the board into someone who's going into a be prepared turn.
Yeah.
I don't love that play.
Yeah, it's interesting. It tells me that Alex probably doesn't have great answers in hand, or maybe in general, and is like very threatened by that mini.
Yeah, so no shadow, no probably shows that he doesn't have be prepared in hand either.
Yeah.
Did he draw 3?
He did just draw 3. I think he was
John
only
T?
supposed to draw 2.
That's 2 from the Yzma and 1 for the start of his turn.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it, boys.
But yeah, like a be prepared here just like is huge value. I think, like I see 2 cards in Alex's hand right now.
Yeah.
I think I think to me that just shows that you don't have be prepared. And your opponent can very safely just prep and wait, and he's already ahead on lore.
Yeah, this really stops Alex in his tracks for anything that he was trying to do, catching up if Esmond has a be prepared available.
I think I see one right next to Maui. I'm not totally sure. Or not? Just a Maui.
I'm just going to go with a Maui here.
You can Maui into the goat and then rabbit.
Is the goat supposed to have 2 damage on it from taking out the rabbit from earlier?
Yes. Hey, that could potentially
I wonder if change things. I wonder if Esmond would have challenged differently had he been able to take out goat with rabbit or like Cusco.
Goes Cusco into that. I don't quite remember, unfortunately, because like it could be a different goat or it could have been balanced. I'm not sure.
Okay, John D said, think they missed that. May have adjusted play, but Esmond's happy to move on. So
okay.
Just drawing cards with rabbit and friends on the other side.
The door is creeping back up a little bit for Alex here, being able to stick that Yzma and go and tie him on lore next turn.
Yeah, Esmond has been doing a pretty good job answering a lot of stuff that Alex is doing while staying ahead on lore and board presence, but Alex is definitely not let up any. He's been able to keep up, fortunately for him.
Yeah. Going into our own turn 7. Also looks like a be prepared is not coming down here.
Yeah, and in this case, I think that would still be okay.
Taking out the Maui.
Drawing a card. Playing Maleficent, drawing another card. Which is good for Alex. His hand was getting pretty low. Just replacing cards, filling hand.
Yeah, I think here, like you have a read that Esmond does not have be prepared next. That was such a juicy be prepared turn last turn. So extending a little bit further with a mini, I think, is good.
Yeah, I agree.
And now he could just get it off the top if he really needs it. Oh, Oh,
He
there
has
is a
it in
be
hand.
prepared in that
Yeah.
hand.
Be prepared in hand.
Yeah, I think that's one of the one plays from Esmond that I've just really questioned. I think I would have preferred doing that and just put Alex on less cards in hand, and you still get value out of it. But
I even think
you
now,
still ahead, I think.
Now be prepared is still fine. You know, like
Yeah, it's a good play here.
getting rid of the mini and the Yzma. You're drawing cards. Alex isn't.
I just I don't know if I would have played the Olaf if I had it. Like I'm still ahead on lore. It doesn't sit quite right with me.
Yeah, because so far this has been a pretty tight game, and like the Ruby Amethyst mirror, both players gaining up in lore, you know, just pushes each one closer and closer to goat shenanigans or spellbook shenanigans. But we do see the be prepared come down after Esmond quests out what he can just to reset the board. And I think Alex only has like 3 or 4 cards in hand. Esmond just has
3 right now, yeah.
Stack of cards.
I'm just throwing down an Olaf. Start to get some value back here if we have a Tremaine. But obviously, if you just play a Tremaine, then another Tremaine on the other side. That is very good. I think I did see a Tremaine in Esmond's hand too. So we see a
be prepared in his hand,
which would be for probably next turn. Hopefully he may have. So let's see if he has like a rabbit or something to follow it up with.
Yeah, I'm looking for like a rabbit or Cusco, like even a goat, anything that I can play and then decide later if I need to. Yeah, there we go. Cusco being played and then passing the turn.
Yeah, like this is definitely the part of the mid game where it's like everything is like in complete like balanced status, like, and anything can tip the scales. And like once you're at like 10 to 12, like if someone gets to like 15 first, it's like it's getting real close.
Yeah.
I do see a goat in that hand too.
And basically any major threat that gets played has to be dealt with.
Is that 2 goats?
I can't see.
I thought I saw 2 goats. It could be an Olaf.
See a mini surfer.
I probably would not extend that far if I would have just played the mini surfer once. Let's see. Here you go to 15. Passing turn. I'm fine with passing turn here. I wonder if I would have played the goat in hand rather than just the mini. Because then you go to 15 here.
Okay, an interesting be prepared. Not a ton of value on Alex's side. Just getting rid of 2 1-drops and a rabbit.
I think it was quite telegraphed that this turn was going to be a be prepared turn from Alex.
Just dropping the Cusco. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty safe to say he probably has something like a be prepared in hand, just in case you drop anything too threatening.
Now we're up 13 to 10 with at least 1 goat in hand. Play
for a mini.
The mini. Yeah. Yep. Mini plus goat here is probably good.
Yep.
Force him to have a second one, and even then you go to 15. Force him to spend another turn doing almost nothing.
Inching closer and closer to 20.
Second, be prepared. Let's go back to 15 though. So we're still slowly creeping up, and we're slowing. Like I said, I think the first to 15 is almost always, I think, the one to take these games.
Yeah, and Esmond does run spell books, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so Any extra goats, any extra spell books, anything like that at this number is very, very scary.
6, 7.
Ursula? Yeah.
Ursula. Yep. Yep, that's huge here.
Something to drop next to her, hopefully.
Either that or like you could even drop like a snake and just bounce the Ursula next turn. Feel pretty good. Mini? Another crab.
Yeah, another mini. So
Threatening's here.
threatening game.
Need the third be prepared. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, play your 3 be prepared in a row or you lose.
Tremaine buys them a little bit of time. Oh, but we're digging. That's not good.
Unless it was at 5.
We have,
I mean, you can Tremaine the Ursula. Sorry, Yzma the Ursula.
Yeah.
I mean, even
that's still
gets there, but if you leave the Ursula up and he has a goat, you just lose.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, looks like this is game.
Yeah, just looking. That's game.
Right, game
Going
3.
to game 3. Esmond taking game 2. Both games won off of going first.
Some very, very close decisions being made there. Alex being pushed to low hand really pretty early probably is what really forced a hand, and especially after using the second be prepared, being forced to have the third.
Yeah, Esmond just constantly putting threats down, forcing Alex to have answers. But we'll see if Alex can take away game 3, being a little bit more aggressive version of Ruby Amethyst than Esmond is running and likely going first.
Okay, Jonty is telling us that when I was talking about the be prepared, that I rather would have done that. It looks like be prepared was the draw for turn.
Okay.
So he could not have done the be prepared turn before. Cool.
Okay.
Then I don't think I've disagreed with any of Esmond's plays at all today.
Yeah, Esmond has been playing very well.
It's also very good for my self-esteem. So.
Still no word on the top tables. Last we heard, they were in game 3.
I think they were starting game 3. Yeah.
Yeah. See if we can catch what's in these opening hands.
I see Maui being thrown back. I see a fox in the opening from Alex. Yeah, I think I just saw a fox in Alex's opening hand. Was that Ursula and a be prepared being thrown back from Esmond?
I didn't see what Esmond threw back.
All right, final game of the day, boys.
Yep, final game for table 2, Ruby Amethyst Mirror, game 3. I don't know how much time we have left in the round, but probably
Maybe
enough
God
time
will
to
tell
finish
us.
the game out. 7 minutes. Okay, never mind. Not that much time.
No.
See how fast these boys can play.
God, do you know if this game will work on highest lore after turns, or will it be a draw?
So Alex did miss a 1-drop on his turn.
Let's see. Yeah.
Yep. Pretty standard opening. Esmond drops a mini turn 1, bounces snake turn 2. Alex inking the fox.
Not the worst thing in the world for for missing a 1-drop on turn 1 if you're going first, but if you are racing for lore, might be pretty big.
Yeah,
this is Cusco.
This is good for Alex having a mini surfer so early, being able to quest. There's not a fox that comes down, so we can assume that mini is probably safe for the turn unless. Yeah, I don't think you can do anything with Crab and Shadow next turn. Although the snake should have damage on it.
If you have Teeth Inhibition, you can Teeth Inhibition on either. So you can sing it with Snake.
Yeah. Deciding to sing Friends on the Other Side with Mini, just to keep some cards in hand.
I see a second Mini there.
That would be pretty big.
I see a lot of uninkable cards, though.
Okay, inking the Mini, going for a rabbit, just continuing to draw. If he's lacking uninkable cards, that makes sense. Yeah. Playing the rabbit instead.
I think I saw like 2 or 3 rabbits and like at least 1 Ursula.
Esmond also drawing some cards with Friend, singing it with the crab.
Hot take, I think we're ending this in a draw.
Yeah, I don't think we're moving fast enough to anybody to finish the game out right now.
Are going into 5 though, so a Maui could stop some. We have the
we
goat.
do see goat. We're starting to move a little faster.
Okay.
I think he missed a lore there.
Did he? 1, 2, 3, 4.
He was at 1.
Yeah, God, if you can hear us, he should be at 5.
They're playing fast, so probably just.
Well, no, they were both at 1, and he played goat and then quested for 3, right?
Yeah, he quested with Mini and with rabbit, and he was already at 1, and then played goat.
So it should be 5 because they were both at 1, and then he quested for 3, but then played goat.
Yeah, missed the goat trigger. So now he should be at
5.
They fixed it. Okay.
Yeah. Every goat matters, God.
Another Cusco coming down. This Mini not being answered.
Yeah, and can be pretty huge.
Yeah. Might give Alex just enough time to get to 20.
Go to 8. We can go to 8 here.
Mm-hmm.
Or at 5, go to 6. So like potentially if you have like an Yzma, you can quest out and then draw 2 off of your goat. And go to 9.
Yeah.
But you are also a turn ahead, so if you just want to play like another rabbit or a goat,
yeah,
I think you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah,
but I think you want to.
Yes, there's a rabbit. Yeah. Rabbit or a Mini or anything to just put more pressure on the board.
Because right now, Esmond ties lore at 8 here, unless he plays a goat. And then next turn, if you want to be prepared, you can go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can go to 13.
Yeah, then be prep. And then gain a lore.
No, sorry. The 13's with the extra lore.
With the extra lore.
Yeah, because you're questing for 4, going to 12, and then you be prepared, draw a card, game 1.
Okay. Yeah, and even Esmond doesn't have much of a board to benefit off of Be Prepared either. Just drawing a card from Cusco.
That does stop a lore next turn from Be Prepared, so we can only go to 12 here.
Mm-hmm.
But even at that point, like, do you even Be Prepared here?
Yeah, there's not like Esmond isn't really threatening much right now, especially with Mini. Like, there's still, it's still uncontested until you can find a shadow.
Yeah. Going into 6, so Tremaine could help.
Yzma.
You probably put back either crab or snake. Leave the Cusco for a potential be prepared.
Yeah, I'm thinking snake.
I see Alex like, yeah, you want to put back a rabbit? Yeah, but I think now this is a probably you have to be prepared this because now they're threatening more lore on board, and they're only 3 behind. So quest out to 12. Be prepared. Draw a card could help. It's ironic. I think whoever's above me is moving now a week after I moved in.
Does have a be prepared in hand.
I know there's an Ursula in there for sure, so there is a play the turn after that as well, but you do run the risk of a Tremaine. Unless you have another 1-drop. Nope, just going for We're goat. Just going, baby.
Yeah, I can respect it. Going up to 12 or 13 with goat.
Yeah, because you are currently outpacing them in lore still. They only go to 10. And you're threatening 2, 3, 4, 5 next turn. So 8. You're threatening 18. It looks like time was called.
Okay. Still might be close enough though. She can get to 18 next turn. If you be prepared, you're back to 19. Here.
You just go to 14. Okay. So you're going to 14 here, and you're drawing a card.
Yeah.
Because Alex does not play. Oh no, I don't think there's enough time. Because he'll have turn 3 and turn 5, and unless he has goat, he can't quest this turn.
Right.
I think those like 10 to 20 seconds might come in from game 1 where he didn't concede enough in time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like it, like literally with one more turn, it can be the difference. We're not putting down a ton of lore here either.
4 or 5. Yeah, he only has one more turn.
Yeah.
So he can only get to 16. And like, there's no way.
I don't think he can.
For 16.
No.
This is gonna be a draw. Unfortunately.
No, you're not gonna have enough ink to do any goat stuff.
And Esmond's not gonna have enough.
No.
Of anything to get to 20. This is just a draw.
Yeah.
That's so rough.
Okay, yeah, especially after that.
Yeah. Hey, God, do we know what happened on table 1?
Another be prepared off the top.
Yep, looks like a draw.
He said table 1's in, or maybe that was earlier for this game.
He said that before I asked that.
Final game, going to draw with the Ruby Amethyst Mirror.
Sometimes that's just how it goes in Ruby Amethyst Mirrors, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, God.
There's God. You're muted, God.
You're muted, God.
We've silenced God.
Silenced.
God, you're silenced.
I know what I'm doing. Okay. I say you want to finish, be prepared onto an empty board. A great way to finish the game. So yeah, that one did go to time. For those of you who don't know, the way turns works is when the time ends, whoever is active player is on turn 0, and then you play out 6 turns basically. So you count a die off 1, 2. And the way it works is that each player gets to finish 3 turns from the end of the game. The most counted up was 4. So that went to a draw. Table 1 was taken by Diego.
Okay,
very quickly tell you how that went. So he went 5-0. He's our own 5-0 today. That was an incredible end of their game. So Jeremy, with the Steel Song deck, had all 4 flutes out.
Oh wow!
Played a song and was able to quest with a shifted queen and got up to 18 lore. Passed the turn. And on Diego's board, there was just a Yzma, and he was at 17. and he top decks a spell book and was able to
Oh,
take the win. I'm so
man.
we didn't have it to show you. It was a really great finish. I'm going to just run off. I'm going to get final results. I'll come back and let you know how it went.
Okay.
And yeah, but thanks, guys. I hope it was some fun games for you.
Yeah.
Man, what an event, right? That was a time. And the classic top deck the Lorcana for 20.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think there's anything more amethyst than top decking the lore that you need for win.
yeah. I've been there, my guy.
Oh yeah, I've done it plenty of times. It's happened to me plenty of times.
I think that there was multiple there's a time where a guy went rabbit goat off the top deck. I was like, this sucks, man.
Yeah. I've definitely done things like that. I've also done the other one where like you whole new world and then you whole new world it again to like find the answer that you need to win the game.
I've done one where I've chained 3 whole new worlds to deck someone out.
Yeah, there's been quite a few times that I've decked people out for whole new world. I'm always checking to see like just how close they are and counting if I can deck them out at all with the remaining whole new worlds that I have in hand at that point.
Let there be light.
But yeah, really interesting matches today. Lots of Ruby Amethyst, but
hey, it's a pretty fun mirror to commentate, I think.
Yeah. It definitely like I would say the majority of the Ruby Amethyst games today were very close. Like we're very back and forth, you know, definitely came down to whether or not players misplayed or certain lines that they took versus others. So
I think both mirrors went to game 3.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I just think it shows the depth at which Ruby Amethyst mirrors work in this set, and I enjoy them, man. I think in like if this game is still alive in 10-15 years, people are gonna look back at Ruby Amethyst mirrors and set 2 and be like, you know what,
this wasn't
like
too
this.
bad.
Let's legacy format this and play a bunch of Ruby Amethyst mirrors, similar to like there are a few tier 0 formats in Yu-Gi-Oh that people really like to go back to. Like I know a lot of people like the Dragon Ruler mirror. Some people like the Necros mirror, but like I think for Lorcana, I think this might go up as probably the first like tier 0 meta that people come back to in 10 years and be like, you know what, those games were pretty fun.
Yeah, I definitely think Ruby Amethyst will be cemented as the tier 0 deck, you know, at the genesis of Lorcana.
Yeah. Welcome back, God. You're also silent
muted.
Again, God.
Sorry, I didn't assume I was still on the screen. I'm just going to bring up the results for us to have a look at.
Nice.
Sure.
It was Swiss doing Swiss things. Nobody went 4-1. So second place actually went to a 3-0-2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So first place was Diego, who we saw. He was the only 5-0 today. And then second to that was a guy called Jad, who didn't make it to the top table, but still came in second with a 3-0-2. Third place went to Esmond, who you just saw, with a 3-1-1 with an opponent win rate of 61%. And then fourth place, I have no idea who that is because it's giving me dumb names. I think that's Alex Wyszynski, who was also at this last game as well, who's finished in fourth with a 3-1-1.
What was second place playing?
I have no idea. Like he didn't even get to the top. I'll have to go and ask him.
So we have at least three Ruby Amethyst in top 4, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's Diego and the 2 we just commentated.
Diego, Esmond, and Alex were all Ruby Amethyst. Fifth place was Jeremy Ames, who you saw twice with Steel Song. Sixth place was Calvin, who you saw in round 1 with Ruby Amethyst. And then seventh place was the other Jeremy with Steel Song, who just played on the final table there. Again, went 3-2, but just the opponent win rate just drops you right down. Unfortunately, that is the joy of Swiss, and that's why at larger tournaments they cut for top 8.
Yeah.
A lot of people always wonder why they do that. It's just because of that. It's because you can have the best games of your life, but if the people you play don't go on to do very well, it really crushes you. So any more people, we always do 32 people. We will cut to top 8. Any less than that, we feel like it's a smaller pool that doesn't affect it too much, but you can look at that and it just shows who does. 8th place was an AJ with Emerald Discard, who was really hoping would end up here for you to see today, but unfortunately didn't quite make it. Yeah, so there you go.
Hey,
cool.
Good games all around. I'm very excited to see the top 2 deck lists, especially because Diego's fitting in all the decks that I can never fit in.
Yeah, I will do my best. I will do my best to get it to you, or to get it to Brandon. Maybe we can make some dream morning things and put them up for people to have a look at, or
awesome.
We're all going to do some thingies. But cool. I'm going to sign out because I'm going to go and do prizing for people. But thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for watching, and thank you to both of you for commentating so well.
Yeah, thanks for letting us host this.
It's fantastic being here, and I'm excited to yell about your Stitch event when it comes up. All right, I guess it's time to start signing out.
Yeah, I think overall that was a pretty fun tournament to commentate. Very fitting as a send off for Rise of the Floodborn. I think having at least three Ruby Amethysts in the top, at least 3 Ruby Amethysts in the top 4. But I guess that's all she wrote. Franz, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. So I am Traverse Tavern, Franz from Traverse Tavern. You can find me on YouTube at Traverse Tavern, or Twitter, X formerly known as Twitter, at Traverse _
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm just jumping in. I just found out that Jazz, who came second, was playing Steel Sapphire, and I'm now even more annoyed that he didn't get to show you those. Sorry, just had to jump in with that. I'm sorry. I'm going to go now.
Crazy.
Bye.
X formerly known as Twitter at Traverse _ Taverns, because someone else has Traverse Tavern. It is a D&D accessory company. I've tried to reach out to them so many times. I've been ignored every single time.
Yeah. You guys can find me at B224 here on the YouTube channel. I think I'm gonna try to take the rounds that we commentated and we'll cut them up. We'll upload them separately so that people can go watch back. You should be able to watch this live stream back if you missed any of the rounds and you're interested in those. But you can also find me on Twitter at B224YT. Very excited for Into the Inklands coming soon, coming next week. Hopefully we'll have more tournaments that we can cover into that. And I think that's pretty much it. If there's anything else you have to say, Franz?
I'm good. Thank you guys for joining us, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Bye, everybody.